When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1551 Friends, soon cultivators realized something wasn't right. The first day, they only got level 1 immortal pills, not a single level 2 immortal pill. Although many of them were special grade level 1 immortal pills, but they gave out a lot of level 2 and level 3 immortal spirit herb. If they only got level 1 immortal pills, they might as well go to the Chunko station. No matter how precious level 1 immortal pills were, they couldn't allow golden immortal cultivators to cultivate. They were mostly hollow immortal tertiary stage power. Level 2 and level 3 immortal pills would be the main pills they needed. Even so, no one dared to ask anything for fearing of offending that immortal pill master. The first day was about to pass and finally one hollow immortal tertiary stage couldn't resist and walked up to Yi Tang brothery. We still haven't gotten a single level 2 immortal pill. Yi Tang's face sunk and said coldly, if you don't trust pill master Yi Qianbei, I'll immediately return your immortal spirit herb. Otherwise sit and wait. After hesitating for a while, he still saluted with his fists and retreated to the side. Yemo said pill concoction for 3 days, this was only first day. If he still couldn't take out level 2 immortal pills, then people would go up to him. He's powerful, but can he beat tens of hollow immortal cultivators? Luckily the thing everyone was worried about didn't happen. Starting from the second day, level 2 immortal pills were being sent out. Everyone breathed easy, but they realized a strange phenomena. The cultivators who got called up first had the lesser quality. At the beginning it was just low-grade level 2 pills, but later on, the better quality they got. From middle grade to top grade and even special grade came out. If people didn't know that learning level 2 immortal pill concoction in a day was impossible, they would think this immortal pill master never concocted level 2 immortal pills before and was just learning. But this was too absurd. No prodigy would be able to learn to concoct level 2 immortal pill in a day, but GMO was that sort of person. He had 3 birth chant and could quickly learn the trick for concocting level 2 immortal pill. He also had the time formation disc to provide enough time for him. Realizing that this pill master gave better pills later on, many cultivators hoped their pills would come the third day. There were indeed pills on the third day. It was level 3 immortal pills. It also came out from an order of bad to good. When the third day was about to end, many cultivators took out more immortal spirit herb, asking EMO for pill concoction. They all took out level 3 immortal spirit herb and some even took out level 4 immortal spirit herb, but they were all rejected by Jiang Jin. She brought Emo's words. Pill concoction for 3 days wasn't going to change. Those cultivators who took out level 3 immortal spirit herb early rejoiced at their decision, while those careful cultivator who didn't dare to take out level 3 immortal spirit herb immediately regretted. Before the third day ended, EMO finished all the pills and left the mansion. Everyone looked at EMO differently. Before it was fear, but now it was fervor and fear. Everyone, 3 days has passed, we're going now. Perhaps I might go to Blackweed Town in the future. Those friends who wants pill concoction can come find me if I go there. Then EMO released Blue Moon and let Yi Tang and them get on before disappearing from the Tao Wu Valley. They didn't head towards the Blackweed Town but changed a direction and entered into the depth of the woods. Although he didn't fear the Fengshe Merchant Association, he didn't have an overwhelming advantage. He knew from Yi Tang that the association leader was Golden Immortal Middle Stage and there was another Golden Immortal Primary Stage left. Seeing EMO leave, everyone felt it was a pity. EMO was such a good pill master and yet he didn't go back. If he came back, people would be saving huge amounts of immortal spirit herb and immortal crystals. Pity, this pill master Qianbei is a generous person. It's a huge loss for us he doesn't go to Blackweed Town. Some cultivators sighed. He said he would come back. Those with immortal spirit herb don't need to worry, everyone has pills now. It's enough for a decade or so. You might as well go back and cultivate while waiting for him to return. That's right, Pill Master Yi left due to Fengshe Merchant Association. They would be here soon, we should quickly leave too. Soon, the cultivators started leaving and in a short time, this place was empty again. A day later, multiple dashing lights arrived. 2 golden immortal with more than 10 hollow immortal tertiary stage cultivators came. The leader was Fengshe Merchant Association leader, but pity there was no one here. Emo's Blue Moon had been flying for 4 days. He didn't really go fly into the depth of the woods. He was just flying at the border. He knew that with his current power, going into the depth was asking to die. Even so, they encountered trouble a few times on the way. They even met a level 3 immortal spirit beast once. Yi Tang was injured due to this. If Blue Moon wasn't fast, they would have been eaten by that immortal spirit beast. Pill Master Yi, what do we do now? Yi Tang asked. He found that more and more immortal spirit beasts were starting to appear. If they kept flying like this, eventually they would be eaten. Even Tong Zhu and Jiang Jin looked at Yi Mo. Yi Mo pointed at a valley and said, "We'll cultivate here. When Brother Yi reaches golden immortal, we can go." Cultivate here? Isn't this where immortal spirit beast reign? Tong Zhu asked in confusion. Wim smiled. It's fine, I can set up formation. Yi Mo believed if he opened a cultivation home in the cave and set up a stealth immortal formation, then even level 3 immortal spirit beast didn't matter. We'll listen to Pill Master Yi. Yi Tang said without hesitation. Then he added in embarrassment, Pill Master Yi, just call me Yi Tang from now on. It feels strange to me being called Brother Yi. I know my talent, in the cultivation realm it was average. Reaching golden immortal in a short time, I'm afraid, okay. Yi Mo really didn't mind. The division of levels were very strict here. He was an immortal pill master and an immortal formation master, as well as someone who could kill golden immortal. Of course, calling him Brother Yi would make him feel weird. Don't worry about cultivation. The pills and immortal crystals in this storage ring can allow you to reach golden immortal. He took out a storage ring and gave it to Yi Tang. Yi Tang scanned his spirit sense and said in shock, 30k top grade immortal crystals? Luo Yin pill? Golden wool pill? This, Yi Tang's hands were shaking but was a little reluctant to give it back to Yi Mo. Yi Mo said, Yi Tang, you helped me before and I haven't paid you back the immortal crystals. We're friends, this is nothing. If you reach golden immortal earlier, we can stay at Blackweed Town. Yi Tang sighed and bowed to Yi Mo. Brother Yi, I'm not an ungrateful person. If Brother Yi tells me to go east, I will never go west. My life is yours. Yi Tang got Ao Hang's heritage and wanted to give it to Yi Mo a few times, but Yi Mo didn't take it. This not only meant that Yi Mo was powerful but also a worthy friend. He never wanted to take advantage of others. He only paid 3,000 top-grade immortal crystals and some pills, but he got more than 10 times in return. Chapter 1552, The Hardship of Cultivation. Yi Mo patted Yi Tang's shoulder. You keep your life for yourself, I don't want a friend's life. Then he took out 2 more storage ring for Jiang Jin and Tong Zhu. The things inside are the same as Yi Tang's, but there's a few jade slips that I got from someone else. Yi Tang has his own heritage, so he doesn't need it. The two didn't know what to do. Yi Tang helped Yi Mo, so it was right for Yi Mo to help him, but they didn't help Yi Mo with anything. Instead, they've been helping Yi Mo. I have a lot of these things, we can look after each other at the Blackweed Town. This means your power can't fall behind. Yi Mo added, Thank you, Brother Yi. Although they were much older than Yi Mo, but age wasn't the deciding factor. The reason Yi Mo gave them help was not out of sympathy but because they deserved him to go help. When Yi Tang was kicked out of town west for taking friends' immortal crystals and pills, such reputation was lethal. Everyone would look down on such person. However, the two didn't abandon Yi Tang due to this and instead brought Yi Tang to their place. This was very hard, and this meant that these girls weren't cold people who would do anything for cultivation. Yi Mo hated those people who were ruthless and used any means necessary. He had his own principles for cultivation. He wouldn't hesitate when he needed to attack, but he would always have his bottom line. If a person lost his bottom line in cultivation, he might as well turn himself into an emotionless corpse that only knew power. After the cultivation resources were split, the group started digging a cultivation home. They were all hollow immortal power and thus it didn't take much effort. 3 days later, Yi Mo set up a level 1 peak stealth immortal formation outside the valley and another level 1 peak attack immortal formation and a level 1 stealth spirit immortal formation. Eventually he even successfully set up a level 2 defense immortal formation. After the 4 entered the formation, the valley looked like what it was again. Inside the cultivation home, everyone had their own cultivation room. Yi Mo set up a spirit sense barrier formation outside his room and a restriction as well as surveillance formation disc before entering the Golden Page world. He had immortal crystals and pills. He was a level 3 immortal pill master now. He had all the cultivation resources he needed now. To him, the only thing he wanted to do now was to improve his power. As time went on, this place was gradually covered in weed. No one knew there was a cultivation home here. The Fengshe Merchant Association was one of the three big merchant associations of the Blackweed town. This was because the association leader was Golden Immortal Middle Stage and there was two more Golden Immortal Primary Stage Masters. Their power was ranked ahead amongst the three, but some time ago, an unknown Immortal Pill Master killed a few Hollow Immortal Tertiary Stage and a Golden Immortal Master. This immediately dropped the Merchant Association's power to the bottom of the three big Merchant Association. They sent people to the Blackweed Forest to find that Immortal Pill Master, but they found nothing. Even with their power, they didn't dare to search the Blackweed Forest. The most shocking thing was that Immortal Pill Master was a level 3 Immortal Pill Master. This was confirmed by tens of Hollow Immortal cultivators as they all traded pills for Immortal Spirit Herb. Most of the pills were top grade and even some special grade. The only pity was that the Immortal Pill Master didn't concoct Golden Wool Pill. If he did, then many of them could break through to Golden Immortal. Of course EMO wouldn't do that. Even if he was to, it would be after he was Golden Immortal. If there was a large bunch of Golden Immortal in the Blackweed town before he reached Golden Immortal, then how was he to survive there? Those 10 or so cultivators who doubted EMO were full of regret. They missed out on that pill concoction feast. Their only hope was that the Immortal Pill Master was telling the truth and would come back after a while. Those cultivators who got what they wanted from EMO didn't want to send herbs over to Chunko Station again. Compared to Pill Master Yi, that Pill Master phone was nothing. Hearing this, quite a lot of cultivators resisted the urge to go to Chunko Station. Of course it was Fengshe Merchant Association that wanted EMO to come back even more. Even though Jiangjin and Tongju's residence was annihilated, this didn't appease their anger. EMO AHD about 400k top-grade Immortal Crystals. These were all from the Fengshe Merchant Association Golden Immortal. With this, he didn't need to save Immortal Crystals. He not only used the Immortal Crystals to set up Spirit Gathering Formation and Time Formation Disc, but he didn't hold back on cultivation neither. EMO knew that the resources he needed to reach from Hollow Immortal to Golden Immortal might allow more than 10 Hollow Immortal to reach Golden Immortal. Cultivation resource would get tougher to find later on. One could see this from how he could only use extreme grade Spirit Range and Immortal Crystals to cultivate in the cultivation realm. There was a price to pay for instant killing people of the same cultivation level. Immortal Crystals turned to dust in Yemo's hands and pills were gulped down. Yemo's power rose rapidly. This rapid speed was compared to other cultivators, but to Emo his power was crawling up slowly. The Time Formation Disc ran for 3 years and he cultivated for 300 years. He used up his Immortal Crystals and the pills as well. His power only crawled from Hollow Immortal Middle Stage to Hollow Immortal Peak Stage. Emo stopped cultivation. Only now did he realize the hardship of cultivation. He had Immortal Formation, Bitter Bamboo, 3 Birth Chant, countless resources, and it was this hard to reach Hollow Immortal Peak Stage. Just how hard was it for ordinary cultivators to reach Golden Immortal? If he searched for resources in the Blackweed Forest and cultivated slowly like this for tens of thousands of years or 100,000 years, he might still be Hollow Immortal Middle Stage when his life was about to end. Most cultivators were stuck at Hollow Immortal for their entire life. Those cultivators who stood at the top were all extremely talented and fortunate with endless cultivation resources. However, Emo didn't give up hope. He had such cultivation conditions, and if he still gave up hope, he wouldn't deserve to have the Golden Page World. He packed up his things and left the Golden Page World. He found the 3 weren't cultivating but were instead chatting. Seeing Emo come out, they all stood up in surprise and joy. Emo was shook to find Tongju and Jiangjin both at Hollow Immortal Tertiary Stage. They didn't have Time Formation Disc and it had only been 3 years, then went from Hollow Immortal Middle Stage to Tertiary Stage? This was too fast. You're all Hollow Immortal Tertiary Stage? Emo asked. Jiangjin answered yes. Before we only used low-grade Immortal Crystals and didn't have any good pills nor cultivation method. Now we have top-grade Immortal Crystals and pills, so Emo realized they had a solid foundation and this came into use. If they didn't have more better cultivation resources, their cultivation speed would return to normal. You're about to have Divine Damnation? Emo looked at Etang and asked. Etang said excitedly, yes, I never expected to be able to have Golden Immortal Divine Damnation. Even if I can't pass, I'm happy. Chapter 1553, Golden Immortal Divine Damnation, then go out and have your Divine Damnation. Emo nodded. He was planning to have Golden Immortal Divine Damnation too. If they both became golden immortal, then they would be able to hold their ground in Blackweed Town. Blackweed Town was extremely good for escape. If people wanted to hunt him, he could instantly escape to the forest. Tang and them didn't know that he set up a hidden teleportation formation in his cultivation home. His frequent encounter with danger made him very careful. It wasn't hard for Emo to set up a simple one-way teleportation formation. The four left their cultivation grounds and in just 3 days then went back to the place they entered the depth of the forest. Tang was about to have divine damnation. Emo didn't dare to let him do it in the depth of the woods. They didn't cause any commotion there during cultivation, so no immortal spirit beast came looking for trouble, but divine damnation would have a huge commotion. If high-level immortal spirit beast came, none of them would be able to live. In fact, pretty much hollow immortal who can reach divine damnation stage would be able to pass golden immortal divine damnation. The hardest 3 divine damnations of immortals were great immortal divine damnation and status immortal divine damnation. As for the third one, no one knew. Tang's foundation in hollow immortal was solid, and now that he was hollow immortal peak stage, Emo believed he would be fine. Even so, Emo still gave him a low-grade immortal artifact and helped set up a formation for him. Seeing Tang eat the golden wool pill and rapidly cultivate inside the spirit-gathering formation, the space above him darkened. Everyone knew this was the premonition of the divine damnation. Emo hadn't seen golden immortal divine damnation, but he knew there was only 9 lightning arcs, but the power of that wasn't something the cultivation realm lightning could compare with. A day later, with a heavy thud, the first lightning bolt fell. A grown man arm-sized blue lightning bolt struck down. Tang released his defense magic artifact and also formed a barrier with Heizi. Crack! The bolt crackled on the low-grade immortal artifact, charring Tang's body, but Emo knew Tang wasn't injured. Although there was just this bolt, it was many times more powerful than all the bolts he went through for truth realization state combined. 3 more bolts quickly followed and Tang was a little injured, but he had plenty of pills. He ate a clear Lin pill and had recovered mostly already. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Each bolt was more ferocious than the one before. Even Emo frowned a little. This golden immortal divine damnation was more powerful than he had expected. As the 9th arc fell, the low-grade immortal artifact was completely destroyed. Tang was also heavily injured. Luckily, after the divine damnation was over, there was immortal spirit chi rainbow cloud. Tang sat on the ground devouring the cloud like crazy. Just a day and Emo and them could see a golden circle form about Tang. They knew Tang had officially become a golden immortal cultivator. As the golden halo retreated, Tang got up in excitement. All his injuries were gone and he desperately walked over to Emo. Congratulations, Tang. Emo smiled and said, Brother Yi, congratulations on reaching golden immortal. Tong Zhu and Jiang Jin said with envy, thank you, thank you. I never expect I would be able to reach golden immortal one day. Brother Yi, thank you. Emo waved his hand, no need to say thank you, plus golden immortal is nothing. We're going to reach great immortal and status immortal. Even though he knew these were words of encouragement, Tang still said with great belief, I believe. I believe too. The 2 girls said without hesitation. Perhaps they didn't know the difficulty of reaching great immortal and status immortal, so they all believed. If they went outside and knew that even status immortal sect members might not necessarily reach status immortal, they wouldn't think like this. After the excitement, Emo said, I need to have divine damnation. Help watch over. Okay, when Brother Yi reaches golden immortal, no one would dare to mess with us in the Blackweed Town. Tang clenched his fists and said, Emo's divine damnation was completely different to Tang. He didn't set up any defense formation, he just set up a spirit-gathering immortal formation. Tang's divine damnation needed 1 day to arrive, but after Emo ate the golden wool pill there were crackling sounds, and after 15 minutes, rumble, 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 3 faint golden lightning bolts struck down. Each one was much thicker than Tang's divine damnation. Emo didn't dodge it, he let the lightning bolts strike his body. There was a terrifying tearing sensation. The power of God state body refinement and 3 birth chants showed now. Emo's armor cracked apart and there was blood gashes on his body, but most of the lightning power was devoured by Emo. Feeling the extremely powerful Light 9 power, Emo was overjoyed. His power rose up drastically as though there was no limits. At the same time, Emo was shook. Even his God state body refinement was damaged by the lightning. One could see how terrifying it was. If he didn't reach God state body refinement, he would have to block part of it first before devouring it. Otherwise, it would be suicide. It seemed he needed to quickly find a place in the immortal realm for body refinement and use the 3 birth chant to calculate the latter cultivation method. Otherwise, his future divine damnation wouldn't be so easy. The 3 just saw Tang's divine damnation. It was ferocious but reasonable. But now, Yimo's divine damnation was completely beyond their comprehension. Yimo's divine damnation method was different to Tang. He took it head-on. Why is Brother Ye's divine damnation faint gold and not blue? Why does it come down as 3 and not 1 by 1? As they spoke, 6 even thicker golden lightning bolts rained down. Yimo released Zisu this time and hacked 2 of the bolts. The remaining 4 landed on him completely. Seeing that Yimo wasn't injured due to that, Tongju breathed easy. Luckily Brother Ye's divine damnation passed. Before she finished, another huge crackle stopped her words. She looked above Yimo's head in disbelief. There were 9 more lightning bolts that were even thicker than before. Why were there 18 bolts? That was abstruse immortal divine damnation. Chapter 1554. Return to Blackweed Town. Not only Tongju was should, but so was Tang and Zhang Jin. Why were there 18 bolts of lightning? That was abstruse immortal divine damnation. Yimo just finished devouring the 6 bolts and then 9 more followed. Yimo felt he was lacking a little from reaching golden immortal, and so the instant they fell, Yimo put away Zisu and attacked back with lightning sword. The power of the 9 bolts was more than he could handle for now. Rumble rumble, Yimo's black lightning sword struck with the faint golden lightning arcs Kriatinga. Huge explosion. There were light crackles of lightning in the explosion. Black and gold color emanated in the explosion, completely flattening the land a kilometer nearby. There were even 100-meter deep ravines. Yimo's black lightning sword were completely devoured by the faint golden lightning. Then, the remaining lightning struck all on Yimo's body. Yimo seemed very calm. He wasn't trying to cripple the lightning arcs completely. To him, these divine damnation lightning were the best cultivation resource. When the divine damnation struck him, blood and flesh flew off. But Yimo was still very calm. He just kept devouring lightning source. These 9 bolts of divine damnation were rapidly devoured by him, and Yimo's power grew rapidly. Just when Yimo was about to break through the golden immortal barrier, another 18 golden rays of lightning struck down. These seemed much stronger than his previous 9. Yimo's face changed. Even if he blocked with lightning sword, he would still be killed under such lightning arcs. Yimo was certain that the divine damnation was trying to kill him, otherwise there wouldn't be such absurd divine damnation. Seeing this, the 3 were completely dazed. This was 36 bolts of lightning. This was great unity immortal divine damnation. How could it appear on Yimo? Even if it was to appear on Yimo, it should appear in this way. There was no resting time between each wave. Who could survive this? However, there was nothing they could do to help. Zhang Jin sighed. She guessed that Yimo's power was too absurd, that it went against the laws of the world. At this moment, Yimo ran his immortal essence like crazy. He couldn't even split his attention use lightning sword or octagonal cauldron. He didn't even release Zisu. He had to reach golden immortal before these last 18 bolts landed on him, otherwise he would be dead for certain. As his power rose rapidly, there was a light crack, rumble. He spat many mouthful of blood and broke through all the restraints and reached golden immortal. At that instant, the 18 bolts of lightning landed on Yimo. With his expanded meridians, his speed at devouring lightning source increased more than 10 times. Soon, these lightning arcs all turned into the best nourishment for consolidating his golden immortal power. His wounds repaired rapidly. At this moment, Yimo clearly felt that there seemed to be another 36 bolts about to rain down. When it sensed that he wasn't dead, but after it sensed he was golden immortal, it instantly disappeared. Yimo breathed easy. He knew that if he reached golden immortal, even if those 36 bolts rained down, it wouldn't take his life. Instead, it would only be for his benefit. A golden rainbow immortal spirit chi cloud fell and completely enveloped Yimo. Brother Yi passed the divine damnation? Tongju felt that Yimo wasn't dead, but she still asked worriedly. Tang nodded. He probably did. Brother Yi is too powerful. I knew he was extraordinary, but his golden immortal divine damnation was 36 bolts. No one would even believe this. Brother Yi is consolidating his power. We shouldn't disturb him. This is too scary. I can't even pass the first 3 bolts of the divine damnation. I really don't know how he survived. Tongju said, I can't pass it as well. Tang shook his head. Zhang Jin suddenly said, I feel like we shouldn't tell anyone this. If some powerful people knew Brother Yi's golden immortal divine damnation was 36 bolts, there would be some trouble. Tang nodded. Zhang Jin is right. The three finally felt assured now that Yi-Mo wasn't dead. With both Yi-Mo and Yi-Tang being golden immortal power, they would be able to hold their ground at Blackweed Town. Plus, Yi-Mo could kill Golden Immortal as Hollow Immortal. Now that he was Golden Immortal, ordinary Golden Immortal was nothing to him. A day later, Yi-Mo changed into a new set of clothes and used a cleaning spell on himself. Seeing Yi-Mo come over, the three went up to congratulate him. Yi-Mo felt great. That blue-dressed woman said he would at most reach Golden Immortal, but now he was already Golden Immortal. Let's go back to Blackweed Town, Yi-Mo said. He planned to keep gathering cultivation resource at the town and reach Abstruse Immortal. 2 days later, a blue low-grade flying immortal artifact landed outside the town. 4 cultivators went in. The 4 were Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo didn't have any more cultivation resources. He needed to go to the town and concoct pills for resources. There were a lot of cultivators with low-grade immortal artifact here, but very little with low-grade flying immortal artifact. When those cultivators saw Blue Moon and recognized Yi-Mo, there was immediately a huge ruckus, as he was someone who the Fengshui Merchant Association must kill. Those cultivators who asked Yi-Mo for pill concoction also came up to greet him. They were very excited. As news spread out, more cultivators came up. They wanted to know when Yi-Mo would start pill concoction again. Our residence has been stamped. Tongshi's spirit sense scanned to where they lived. Even though they were Hollow Immortal tertiary stage, they didn't feel very nice. Don't worry, I will return to them multiple times what they did. Yi-Tang said, such cocky words. We Fengshui Merchant Association are scared shitless. Do you think you're great, Unity Immortal? Shameless thing, I wiped clean the house of those 2 bitches. What are you going to do? A dashing light landed. Hee, if he doesn't say cocky words, how would he dare to come back? Now it's easy for us, we don't have to hunt them. Another Hollow Immortal tertiary stage said. Yi-Tang looked at Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo knew that in order to survive here, blood must be shed. Fengshui Merchant Association was the perfect target. Since we're going to fight, don't hold back. Yi-Mo said coldly. Yi-Tang already wanted to fight, and now hearing Yi-Mo's words, how could he resist? His space-shattering staff was released and instantly covered the 6 cultivators. Golden Immortal Cultivator. One cultivator immediately realized that Yi-Tang had reached Golden Immortal. No wonder he dared to come back. However, Yi-Tang didn't show any mercy at all. Chapter 1555. Who asserts dominance? The difference between Golden Immortal and Hollow Immortal was obvious. In a few seconds, those 6 people had turned into 6 bodies. Golden Immortal Cultivator? The people around looked at Yi-Tang in shock. He had some fame in the town. Some cultivators knew him because he was trustworthy and often went out to help people concoct pills. He was more famous after taking people's pills and immortal crystals 3 years ago. 3 years later, he was Golden Immortal now. If it was so easy to break through to Golden Immortal, there wouldn't be so many Hollow Immortal cultivators here. In this town, Golden Immortal was high above everyone else. Those cultivators looked at Yi-Tang with some reverence. Even Yi-Tang was happy he so easily killed 6 Hollow Immortal who were on par with him before. Before he could take the storage rings, more than 10 dashing lights came. Yi-Mo knew the leading man. He was Golden Immortal Middle Stage, the Fengshui Merchant Association leader, Shang Baihe. Yi-Tang knew he definitely was no match for Shang Baihe. He retreated back to Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo noticed that although a lot of cultivators came, there were 2 Golden Immortal cultivators. One was Golden Immortal Middle Stage and another was only Golden Immortal Primary Stage. The middle one is Shang Baihe, Golden Immortal Middle Stage. Yi-Tang whispered to Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo nodded. He didn't care at all. He could kill Golden Immortal Middle Stage at Hollow Immortal Middle Stage. Now he was Golden Immortal Primary Stage. How could he care about an ordinary Golden Immortal Middle Stage like Shang Baihe? No wonder you're so bold now. So you reached Golden Immortal. 2 Golden Immortal, so powerful. That's why you dare to kill our Fengshui Merchant Association people. Shang Baihe glanced at the bodies and said coldly, Association leader, I'll go kill him. The Golden Immortal Primary Stage said, no need, I haven't fought for a long time, probably a lot of people have forgotten about me. I'm going to let them remember that there's someone called Shang Baihe in the Blackweed Town. Shang Baihe said, that he walked up and glared at the 2 who wants to die first? He then glanced at Tongzhu and Zhang Jin before saying plainly, one of them is ugly but our Fengshui Merchant Association can take turns with her. Hearing this, Yi-Tang was furious and about to attack. Yi-Mo waved his hand, don't waste time, I'll do it. Yi-Mo knew Yi-Tang definitely was no match for Shang Baihe. Young man, you reached Golden Immortal, very good. Indeed, there's only a few golden immortals in this entire town. Shang Baihe sneered at Yemo as though he could kill Yemo at any time. Yemo couldn't even be bothered talking. He pulled out Zisu and rushed his immortal essence, Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike. Shang Baihe acted as though he didn't take Yemo seriously, but he was wary of Yemo. Yemo could kill Golden Immortal Primary Stage, he couldn't be careless. He was only putting on a show for everyone else to see. Fengshe Merchant Association lost a Golden Immortal Cultivator, he desperately needed to assert dominance. Only the blood of Golden Immortal can make people fear. He didn't think Yemo just reached Golden Immortal, he guessed that Yemo was already Golden Immortal when he killed the Golden Immortal Cultivator. He just hid his power to Hollow Immortal. Now that he saw Yemo was Golden Immortal power, he knew his guess was right. No matter how powerful the talent, even the number one person of the 33 heavens can't reach Golden Immortal from Hollow Immortal in 3 years. When Yemo hacked out Zisu, there was a huge rune image above his head. He prepared that, waiting for Yemo to attack. At the same time, he released a metal-shattering ring immortal artifact. The huge rune image turned into countless runes as they flew around protecting Shang Baihe. They were like strange mosquitoes making a buzzing sound as some flew towards Yemo while his ring also attacked Yemo. Shang Baihe's rune image could not only protect him but attack the opponent's soul. This was a top-grade rune, but it could only be used 3 times. He used it twice already before. Yemo felt a shaking in his sea of consciousness, and Daimi knew the power of this rune. Without hesitation, he sliced tens of Spirit Sense blades over. Yemo's Spirit Sense improved again after reaching Golden Immortal. His Spirit Sense blade domain was more perfected and powerful. Shang Baihe immediately felt that the rune's power was significantly lowered, as though about to break free from his control. Shang Baihe was shook. When Yemo killed a Golden Immortal, he knew Yemo was no simple character, but he didn't expect Yemo to have Spirit Sense attacking method. If Yemo broke his rune image, things might get into a stalemate and he might have the lower hand. In his desperation, Shang Baihe inserted more power into his ring, trying to heavily injure Yemo while he was using his Spirit Sense cultivation method. Usually, when cultivators use Spirit Sense attacks, their control of magic artifact would lower, but Yemo was different. His Spirit Sense was far beyond Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage and was about to reach into the range of abstruse Immortal Spirit Sense. He released Zisu that was extremely intimate to him. Not good. Shang Baihe felt his ring didn't speed up after he inserted his Immortal Essence and Spirit Sense into it. Instead, it slowed down. Although Yemo was Golden Immortal Primary Stage, his power was far beyond his. This was a domain formed by the magic artifact. It said only great immortals could easily use such means. Yemo was a mere Golden Immortal, but he could use it. Fighting him was asking for death. Realizing this, Shang Baihe immediately sweat and quickly called, "Friend, wait, I'm willing." But since Yemo had killing intent for him, nothing would be able to stop his Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike. His Immortal Essence rushed into Zisu, making his sword domain fiercer. Purple Ray hacked through the dense runes as blood splashed. A worried Essence Spirit fled, and before it could go far, it was devoured by Shadowless. Ever since devouring the Golden Shirt's Essence Spirit, Yemo felt Shadowless power increased greatly. Thud, Shang Baihe's body fell on the ground. The surrounding was dead silent. No one thought the fight would end up like this. Shang Baihe's force seemed dominant, but he didn't even last one round and was killed. Was this Pill Master Yi an abstruse immortal? Some people were even suspecting Yemo was an abstruse immortal. He just pretended he was Golden Immortal Primary Stage. The other Golden Immortal of Fengshe Merchant Association immediately reacted. There was full of horror and disbelief in his eyes. He immediately took out a transmission rune, but how could Yemo let him go? He waved Zisu, and Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike was used again. The Golden Immortal Primary Stage tried his best to activate the rune, but he couldn't even break free of the binding with Yemo's Domain Kill Strike came and was slaughtered. Chapter 1556, Blackweed Pill Tower. 2 storage rings landed in Yemo's hands and no one dared to speak. In less than 15 seconds, the 2 Golden Immortals of Fengshe Merchant Association were annihilated. Yemo's dominance immediately brought its benefits. The 2 other Merchant Association of Blackweed Town came up to greet him. Even though they were a little stronger than Fengshe Merchant Association, but this was nothing compared to Yemo. Yemo didn't want to dominate the entire Blackweed town, so of course he wouldn't reject the goodwill of the other 2 Merchant Association. He greeted the 2 association leaders nicely before saying to the expectant cultivators, 3 months later I will be starting pill concoction. Because I can't do this all myself, I need some help. If there are pill kings, you can come find me. This caused even more ruckus. Pill Master Yi said this clearly, meaning that he would be taking in a few Pill Kings as disciples. If a Pill King reached Immortal Pill Master, then his status increased more than 100 times. Even a level 1 Immortal Pill Master wouldn't have to worry about any cultivation resources here. As GMO and them went into the town, this news spread like the wind. Even the nearby towns heard this. Fengshui Merchant Association was annihilated by EMO, so their place became the Four's new home. But EMO didn't like this dark-themed building, so he took it all down and built it according to MOU city style. Of course, he just took out the blueprint and let Yi Tang and them do the work. EMO was flicking through Shanghai's storage ring. He thought he earned quite a lot getting that golden shirt's storage ring, but the golden shirt and the other Fengshui Merchant Association's golden immortals things combined wasn't even 10% of what Shanghai had. EMO found 3 million top-grade immortal crystals, and there were also large amounts of immortal materials and immortal spirit herbs. There were tens of level 4 immortal spirit herb and 1 middle-grade attack immortal artifact. This guy dominated the town for so many years, he had quite some collections indeed. But EMO knew that although there seemed to be a lot here, he used up cultivation resources very rapidly. So, he still needed to do pill concoction. But it wasn't going to be 1 or 2 years to reach Abstruse Immortal from Golden Immortal primary stage. Even an ordinary Golden Immortal had tens or even 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals, but that blue-dressed female cultivator only gave him 10,000 immortal crystals. They really waved him off like a beggar. He just wanted to save Nia Xuanshuang now, so he couldn't be bothered slapping her face, but if she was mistreated there, then don't blame him. A month later, the Blackweed Pill Tower was completed. EMO set up multiple defense and attack formations outside. Other than Yi Tang and them, he didn't hire anyone else. He even just gave it an ordinary name. This was only his temporary staying place. Once his power was slightly higher, he wasn't going to stay here. Blackweed Pill Tower became the most popular palsy here. EMO only spent a month each year for pill concoction. The other times he was focused on solitary cultivation. He gave Yi Tang and them the authority to manage the pill tower. Of course, they would hire other cultivators to help and use time for cultivation. Being with EMO, they never lacked cultivation resource. EMO rarely came out, but everyone knew his name in the town. The main thing was that this pill tower was the only place that sold immortal pill, and second was that the construction had the best immortal spirit chi in the town. Only they had a immortal spirit chi gathering formation. There were little hollow immortal cultivators who could set up such formation, and even if they could, they didn't have the immortal crystals for it. The only pity was that the pills of the pill tower had a limited supply. Pill Master Yi only concocted a month each year. This was far from satisfying the needs of the town, plus the nearby towns needed pills too. The pill tower was filled almost every day, but most of them left with empty hands. He didn't even dare to release Golden Wool Pill or the doors would squeezed broken. EMO didn't come here to serve everyone, he came here to cultivate. Later on, EMO just let the pill tower only open for 1 month every year. During this time, anyone could come to him for pill concoction, and the extra pills were sold here. But even so, it was immediately bought by people with immortal crystals or immortal spirit herb. The cultivators of the town almost went crazy when they released their new opening times, but even so, no one dared to go start trouble. They had an immortal pill master who could instantly kill Golden Immortal middle stage, and if you annoyed him, he would just leave. People wouldn't even have this 1 month left anymore, so every year when it was Yemo's pill concoction month, the Blackweed town would be the most populous. Cultivators from everywhere would line up for pill concoction. Even the 2 other big merchant associations of the town didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, just the countless cultivators here for pill concoction would tear them apart. Time flew by quickly, and this was Yemo's 2nd year here. His Golden Immortal primary stage power had been consolidated. His immortal essence and spirit sense were more powerful. Other than a level 3 immortal pill master, he was also a level 2 immortal formation master and a primary stage immortal forgery master. The low-grade immortal artifacts he made were top quality amongst low-grade immortal artifacts. Today, EMO just finished pill concoction and Zhang Jin came to collect the pills. Brother Yi, there's 2 level 9 pill kings here to visit. They said they wanted to join the pill tower and be your disciple. Hearing this, he dazed. He said this and a lot of people came, but no one could satisfy his requirements. These people either wanted to learn and leave or didn't have enough skill. EMO felt strange that people still came after 2 years, but he was indeed sick of pill concoction. Even though he was halfway level 4 immortal pill master, but he still felt it was very boring. Yemo needed people to help, let them come in. Yemo said, okay. Jiang Jin left. If it wasn't that Jiang Jin really didn't have the talent, Yemo would even want to teach her pill concoction. Jiang Jin was very smart and also good with people. She was more meticulous and cunning than Yi Tang and Tong Zhu. Moments later, Jiang Jin brought a man and woman into Yemo's pill concoction room. As soon as they came in, Yemo felt a faint killing chi. Yemo knew this wasn't targeted at him, it was because these two had experienced too much slaughter. The man seemed skinny and had a well-educated temperament, but he couldn't his ferocity from Yemo. The female cultivator was very quiet and pretty, but she also had a tense body. Lu Zhongyan greet Pill Master Yi. The male said, then he pointed at the female cultivator. This is my wife Lu Man. Chapter 1557, Familiar Person. Yemo frowned and didn't talk. Although this immortal pill master didn't seem to welcome them, Lu Zhongyan still saluted with his fists. Both of us are level 9 pill king, so we wish to join Pill Master Yi. I believe I would be able to concoct level 1 immortal pill soon. Of course, if Pill Master Yi feel we don't belong here, then we'll leave immediately. If it was some ordinary cultivator, Yemo would have waved them off already, but Yemo felt this male cultivator was familiar. He didn't have contact with many people in the immortal realm, but even he couldn't remember where he saw this person from. Seeing Yemo still not talk, there was a sliver of disappointment in the man's eyes and he saluted with his fists. Just when he was about to leave, Yemo suddenly said, do you genuinely want to join the Blackweed Pill Tower? Hearing this, Lu Zhongyan quickly responded, yes, Pill Master Yi, I swear that both of us truly want to join here. I heard you were taking in Pill King disciples, so we came here from the distant Hongchang town. Yemo said, since you truly want to join us, why do you hide your golden immortal power to hollow immortal power? Yemo could tell Lu Zhongyan was golden immortal tertiary stage and Lu Man was golden immortal middle stage. There was something strange about this. No matter what, both of their faces changed. They didn't expect their stealth cultivation method was seen by Yemo. Even great immortals wouldn't be able to see through it. How was Yemo able to do it? Lu Zhongyan almost subconsciously took out his magic artifact, but seeing Yemo's calm face, he immediately remembered that Yemo could instantly kill golden immortal middle stage. Sorry, Pill Master Yi, my wife and I hid our powers indeed. We're not intentionally trying to trick you, it's because our enemies are too strong. We have to hide everywhere. In this region, hollow immortals are the most common, so we're just trying to avoid attention. Lu Zhongyan genuinely, then, he saluted with his fists and was about to leave. He realized why this Pill Master Yi ignored him. Yemo smiled, don't worry. Because I feel you're a little familiar. Yemo's face changed. He remembered who this person was. The two's face changed and Lu Zhongyan released his magic artifact without hesitation, looking warily at Yemo. Yemo waved his hand and said, don't worry, if I wanted to kill you I wouldn't even need to get up here. This was his pill concoction place. There were all sorts of attack formations. Lu Zhongyan realized this and frowned. Although he didn't put away his magic artifact, but he took 2 steps back, protecting his wife. I believe you're right, I came from Yuhong Heaven. You probably saw many wanted signs in the immortal cities there, one of them is me. Yemo dazed. The reason he remembers Lu Zhongyan was because when the 9-headed void-devouring bug was ravaging North Far State, many sects went to Pei Hai City for asylum. Ming Xian brought her sect too. He went to their temporary meeting hall and saw an image. That image was Lu Zhongyan. Seeing Lu Zhongyan being so nervous, Yemo smiled, don't worry, I have no ill will. I saw an image that looked exactly like you in North Far State Immortal Herb Valley. What? Lu Zhongyan's face went red with excitement. You're a cultivator from Luoyu continent? You've been to Immortal Herb Valley? How is it now? Seeing this, Yemo knew that painting was probably Lu Zhongyan. Perhaps this person was the founding father of the Immortal Herb Valley. Have a seat first. Yemo pointed at a chair and then he took out a few cups, pouring a cup of 10,000 years stalagmite wine for everyone. Good wine. Hearing Yemo talk about Immortal Herb Valley, the vigilance in Lu Zhongyan's eyes were gone. After he calmed down, Lu Zhongyan asked Pill Master Yi, I created Immortal Herb Valley myself. How is it now? Ever since I reached Immortal Realm I haven't seen any more sect members ascend. What is going on? Yemo sighed, I don't know if there were cultivators after you who ascended, but I need to tell you, within these few hundred years don't expect anyone to ascend. Even if there is, it would only be one. He was talking about Qin Mushin.
She was cultivating in South Peace State and had the potential to ascend. What is going on? Pill Master Yi, please enlighten me, thank you.
Lu Zhongyan saluted with his fists. Yi Mo nodded. I don't know how long Brother Lu had ascended, but right now the spirit chi in North Far State is very deprived. Immortal Herb Valley is only a 5-star sect, the strongest is only Hollow Spirit State.
What? Lu Zhongyan was completely dazed.
100,000 years ago, the immortal Herb Valley flourished in his hands. How did a 9-star sect fall to 5-star sect? Lu Man comforted on the side. Yi Mo could only say not only immortal Herb Valley, the biggest sects in North Far State are only 2 8-star sects, there wasn't even a single truth realization state cultivator. North Far State fell to such extent. Lu Zhongyan murmured, no wonder there was no more disciples ascending after me. In Lu Man's comfort he recovered a little and asked Pill Master Yi, I didn't expect you to be Luo Yu Continent North Far State cultivator.
The 33 heavens of Immortal Realm are boundless and it's fat that we could meet.
However, I offended someone tough in Yu Hong Heaven and I could only flee to Wenju Heaven. Lu Zhongyan sighed. After I ascended, I was at Yu Hong Heaven. Cultivation was hard, but I was a level 9 pill king and so I didn't lack cultivation resources in Yu Hong Heaven. Level 9 pills aren't useful for golden immortal cultivators, but they are useful to most hollow immortal cultivators. I lived a better than average life because of this. When I just ascended to the immortal realm, I thought all the cultivators here were immortals and would be more generous than the people in the cultivation realm, but I was too naive.
I got a heaven flame, blue and flame, rank 10th in the cultivation realm?
Yi Mo said. Lu Zhongyan nodded yes, but I didn't expect I was fine to have it in the cultivation realm but get into trouble because of it in the immortal realm.
My flame was seen by a cultivator called Han Wei. My flame was blue at the time and he immediately wanted my flame. He offered my 5,000 top-grade immortal crystals.
Yi Mo sneered. This Han Wei was too dominant to make such a price. Lu Zhongyan said. I rejected immediately. 5,000 immortal crystals was a huge fortune for me at the time, but even if he gave me 100 times more I wasn't going to sell it to him.
He robbed it?
Yi Mo asked. Lu Zhongyan shook his head. His origin is big, but he didn't dare to rob in the Feng Gang Immortal City.
He didn't say much, but I felt things weren't good.
I didn't go and waited nearly 2 years before carefully leaving. However, 2 years later he still wanted my flame and chased me. Chapter 1558, Extremely Powerful Immortal. Lu Zhongyan held his wife's hand and said if it wasn't for my wife, I would have died to him already. He suddenly attacked me a few million km away from the city. I used a tattered rune I got at the marketplace to counterattack and injured him a little. At the time he was Hollow Immortal Tertiary Stage and I was only a Hollow Immortal Primary Stage. When I was ready to die I met my wife. She was Hollow Immortal Tertiary Stage at the time and she had bought pills from me before.
She knew Han Wei and knew he was a bad person. So she helped me and ambushed Han Wei. After we killed him, we fled out of Yu Hong Heaven to avoid being hunted by Lu Jingquan. Lu Jingquan? Yi Mo didn't expect Lu Zhongyan would bring this name up. Lu Zhongyan nodded. It's Lu Jingquan, he's the Heaven Lord of Yu Hong Heaven.
That Han Wei had some power, but he was someone who couldn't be more insignificant to Lu Jingquan.
I don't know why Lu Jingquan would send an order to hunt me for that.
I was almost caught many times in Yu Hong Heaven. Luckily we met a good person who took us out of Yu Hong Heaven. Then, we went across a few more heaven domains and came to here. Lu Jingquan was powerful, but he wouldn't be able to find us here. Yi Mo didn't expect Lu Zhongyan to not only come from the same place as him but also have the same enemy. But he wouldn't say he had enmity with Lu Jingquan. My wife changed her surname to mine and concocts pills with me as well. However, although I was the top pill king in the cultivation realm I couldn't break through to Immortal Pill Master here.
My wife is the same too.
Lu Zhongyan sighed. Hearing this, Yi Mo realized how lucky he was. Lu Zhongyan used more than 100,000 years but was only Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage. He had only cultivated a few years and reached Golden Immortal Primary Stage. He also used just a few days to reach Immortal Pill Master from level 9 Pill King. From this, one could see the power of the 3 birth chant. No wonder the divine damnation was so harsh on him. He had bad talent and was this absurd using the 3 birth chant. What if a talented cultivator used 3 birth chant? Just how terrifying would that be? But Yi Mo knew that someone with 8 spirit roots was very rare. Yi Mo had decided to help the couple now.
he felt uncomfortable thinking about that Lu Jingchuan and asked, "Do you know what power is that Lu Jingchuan?"
100,000 years ago, I heard he was great eternity immortal.
I don't know if he is immortal king now, but I guess he probably did.
He's the Heaven Lord, it should be very easy for him to get cultivation resources.
Lu Zhongyan frowned. Lu Man added, I heard it's very hard to reach status immortal in the lower 11 heaven domains. Yi Mo sighed. He had Golden Page World and 3 Birth Chant. With time he didn't believe he couldn't take out a great eternity immortal. Yi Mo said, Brother Lu, I have some connections with your immortal Herb Valley. If you're willing, then stay at Blackweed Pill Tower. Of course we're willing. Lu Zhongyan got up in surprise and joy. He then wanted to pull his wife to be Yi Mo's disciple. Yi Mo knew what Lu Zhongyan meant and quickly waved his hand. Brother Lu, don't worry, you're stronger than me. Plus, you're much older than me. We'll establish equal relationship. There's no need to be my disciple. How can that be? Lu Zhongyan quickly said. He wanted to study pill concoction, so he needed to serve Yi Mo as master. He started a sect, he cared a lot about this. Yi Mo smiled. Let's not fuss about that, concoct a cauldron of pills and show me first. Hearing this, Lu Zhongyan couldn't really persist. He estimated that Yi Mo didn't ascend for long, at most 50,000 years. But he couldn't really ask Yi Mo. If he knew Yi Mo only ascended for 5 years, he would probably go crazy. Anyone would go crazy hearing about this. Lu Zhongyan immediately released Blue and Flame and took out a set up immortal spirit herbs, planning to concoct Earth Essence pill in front of him. Seeing Lu Zhongyan melt the immortal spirit herb, gather spirit, condense pill, separate pill, pull pill, and then it failed, Yi Mo sighed. He knew that Lu Zhongyan made the same mistake as him and much more serious. Other than gathering spirit, he didn't keep the immortal vibe of the immortal pill. He would forever remain a level 9 pill king like this. It's not that his talent was bad, but he just needed to break through that thin layer. But ever since coming to the immortal realm, he had been running around and had no one to teach him. If he really sat down and studied it for a few hundred years, he might realize it himself. Pill Master Yi, was there something wrong with his pill concoction method that prevents us from concocting immortal pills? Lu Man saw the pitiful look in Yi Mo's eyes and released that this Pill Master Yi knew what their problem was. Yi Mo nodded and took out an empty jade slip and wrote some of his pill concoction experience and gave it to Lu Zhongyan. Look at this, and in your next cauldron you should be able to concoct immortal pills. Ha! Lu Zhongyan thought Yi Mo was joking with him. However, he still quickly looked at Yi Mo's jade slip. Moments later he said shakily, It's that simple? It's that simple. Yi Mo said affirmatively. Lu Man looked at the jade slip. She had the same disbelief and excitement in Lu Zhongyan's eyes. It was something this simple that held them back for 100,000 years? Yi Mo said, It's not that you couldn't get it yourself, but you didn't take the time to think about it. Lu Man thought about things and agreed. At this moment, desperately took out another set of immortal spirit herb and threw it into the cauldron. In less than 15 minutes a cauldron of Earth Essence pill appeared in his hands. I did it. It was just a batch of low-grade Earth Essence pills, but Lu Zhongyan couldn't contain his excitement. One could see how desperate he was to concoct immortal pills. When the two woke up from their excitement, Yi Mo rejected Lu Zhongyan again for being his disciple. He knew by leading Lu Zhongyan into the front door, this cultivator who created his own sect would definitely achieve something big. Lu Zhongyan calmed down and said to Yi Mo, Pill Master Yi, you're my savior. Even if I create the immortal Herb Valley again, you will be my master. With their addition, Yi Mo could finally free up. He didn't need to do pill concoction as soon as he came out of solitary cultivation. He could even walk around the town now. However, he didn't enjoy this free time for long. In less than half a month, Zhang Jin came to his place. Another person wants to join us? Looked at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin said quietly, Brother Yi, it's an extremely powerful immortal this time. Do you think it's dangerous? Extremely powerful immortal? Yi Mo got up and looked at Zhang Jin in confusion. Zhang Jin nodded. Yes, Brother Yi says he can't see his cultivation level. Chapter 1559, Free Dual Cultivation Partner. If Yi Tang with his golden immortal power couldn't see this person's cultivation level, it meant that this person was at least abstruse immortal. Yi Mo frowned. Abstruse immortal was fine, but if it was great unity immortal, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to teleport away. It's a very pretty female cultivator. I arranged her to stay at the guest hall. Zhang Jin added. Yi Mo nodded and said, I'll go have a look. don't worry. Yemo didn't scan his spirit sense into the guest hall. He knew that high-level immortals detested this. Some people with strange tempers would kill for this. A blue-dressed woman sat in the guest room. Her brow was perfect, she was extremely pretty. She was on par with Winsai. Her long dark hair formed two braids behind her while a few strands fell on her white collar. When he saw this female cultivator's power, he breathed easy. She was golden immortal peak stage. Yitang couldn't see her power because she hid it like the Lu Zhongyan couple. Seeing Yemo come in, she didn't get up nor speak. She just studied Yemo. What does Chen Bei need me for? Yemo saluted with his fists and asked. Since this person was going to hide her power, he would pretend he didn't know. The female cultivator studied Yemo and frowned even more, murmuring to herself, "Pity your power is too weak." Yemo sneered. A mere golden immortal peak stage dared to say his power was too weak. In his view, she was no match for him. Then she looked at Yemo. "Have a seat, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Yenmei, I'm from Gonghua Heaven." Seeing her act as though she was the owner of this place, Yemo was annoyed, but hearing the words Gonghua Heaven, he suppressed his annoyance. That's where he arranged to meet up with Susu and them. He was planning to go there after reaching Abstruse Immortal. Seeing Yemo not talk, she nodded. "I'm passing by Blackweed Forest and I heard you were a level 3 Immortal Pill Master in Golden Immortal." Yemo said calmly, "Goddess Qin, if you have anything to say, be straightforward." Qin Yenmei looked at Yemo with surprise. Theoretically, she was much more powerful than this person and he should be careful when speaking to her. This was the first time she saw someone talk like that. He also changed her title from Chen Bei to Goddess. Was he not afraid she would kill him? She nodded. She needed someone like Yemo. If it was someone scared and timid, she came here for nothing. "I want you to be my dual cultivation partner." Qin Yenmei said. Yemo dazed, he thought of many possibilities. She might be here for pill concoction or immortal spirit herb or even scam some of his immortal crystals. But he never expected this pretty woman to come be his dual cultivation partner. So that means we need to be husband and wife. Qin Yenmei looked at the dazed Yemo and added. She was also a little satisfied seeing Yemo's expression. Any male cultivator would feel it was unbelievable, although Yemo didn't know why she said this, but he knew things weren't right. Even if it was real, he didn't plan on being her dual cultivation partner. His perception was strong. As soon as he saw this female cultivator, it reminded him of Winsai. They were the same type of person, self-centered and dominant. "As long as you agree to my request, I will." Qin Yenmei continued, but this time Yemo stopped her. "Sorry, I can't help you. I have a wife. If there's nothing else, please leave." Qin Yenmei never expected Yemo to reject. Although she was about to say it was temporary, but she couldn't take the fact that Yemo rejected without her saying it. She felt extremely dissatisfied and grunted, "I believe you misunderstood me. I'm not low enough to find a random person and be his wife. I'm doing a deal. You pretend to be my lover and we put on a show, that's all." Yemo smiled. "Goddess Qin, I don't even have enough time for cultivation. I don't have time to play games with you, sorry." Then he got up and was about to leave. "Do you believe if you leave here I would immediately erase your Blackweed Pill Tower?" Seeing that a mere golden immortal primary stage dared to ignore her and leave, she immediately roared. Yemo turned back coldly. "I don't." Then, Yemo kept walking. Qin Yenmei was desperate and she spat. "I can give you anything you want." This guy was a level 3 immortal pill master and had a bad temper. This was her perfect choice. Yemo sneered. Give him anything he wanted? She really knew how to talk big. "Look." Qin Yenmei waved her hand and a large bunch of things landed on the table before her. There was everything. Yemo thought she was going to use force, but instead she used things to lure him. Yemo scanned his spirit sense over. He had to admit she was wealthy. There was not a single immortal crystals, but the things were good. There was even level 5 immortal runes. All sorts of pills, materials, and even a middle-grade flying immortal artifact. This made Yemo realize she had no simple identity. The price of a middle-grade flying immortal artifact was no lower than a top-grade attack immortal artifact. Even so, Yemo didn't take it seriously. Seeing Yemo was still going to go out, Qin Yenmei immediately knew Yemo wasn't someone to take threats. She quickly said, "I take back what I said. I apologize." Yemo was at the door, but he didn't stop hearing the apology.
He just said in that case please leave, this is my place. Qin Nianmei quickly said Pill Master Yi, I'll show you some more things. If you still don't want to cooperate then I'll leave immediately.
I believe as a businessman, you wouldn't not have the patience to not even listen to what I have to say, right?
Plus perhaps one day you might come to Gonghua Heaven.
Hearing this, Yi Mo stopped.
He wasn't afraid of her threats, but if she was really someone powerful from Gonghua Heaven it wasn't good to offend her like this. Seeing Emo come back, Qin Nianmei rejoiced. She took out more items and said, look at these things, if there's anything you like we can discuss or you can bring up your own conditions.
Qin Nianmei didn't believe Emo wouldn't deal with her. Emo was an immortal pill master and he definitely had a rare flame. She had a wonder flame purple marrow.
This could allow any rare flame to evolve to purple color.
Emo laughed to himself.
Clearly this Qin Nianmei had no business experience. She revealed all her cards at the start of the negotiation, but because of this Emo had some good impression of her instead. Emo saw it. If it was in the cultivation realm he would be overjoyed, but now he wasn't that happy. Even if a flame reached purple in the immortal realm, it was still the lowest grade of flame. His Mist Lotus Heartfire was deep purple. Even if he used it on blue like morning sky it would only be shallow purple. It was no rush, of course he would be willing to get it, but Qin Nianmei's condition was too great.
He would rather not have it. Chapter 1560, The Fifth Stone Stool. Emo knew how hard it was for flames to upgrade in the immortal realm. A mere wonder flame purple marrow would only start the flame of.
He knew that the number one flame of the immortal realm must devour the space flame marrow, but it wasn't very specific. He had looked at the jade slip the great eternity immortal young girl gave him. Even with the space star marrow, not any flame could devour it. There was a simple sentence describing the levels of flames in the immortal realm. Purple reincarnation is 3, beyond reincarnation is immortal, the extreme of immortal, God flame is unparalleled. Any flame that can evolve could devour another material or the same type of flame after reaching purple color. Then when it could, it would go under reincarnation. After reincarnation, the flame would have a flame spirit, a flame that was alive. At this moment the purple flame would form a faint golden circle. This was purple reincarnation level 1 flame. When it evolved again, it would form a second golden circle. This was level 2 purple reincarnation flame. When it evolved again and formed the third golden circle, it would become level 3 purple reincarnation flame. If it formed the fourth golden ring, it wasn't a flame anymore, it was an immortal flame. 5 rings, 6 rings were level 5 and level 6 immortal flame. The height a flame can reach is related to which material it devours and its reincarnation. The first reincarnation was very important as it concerned if a flame could reach higher levels in the future. Of course, according to record, it's almost all heaven flame that could reach immortal flame. Rarely could earth flame reach immortal flame level, so the higher the grade of the heaven flame, the higher altitude it can reach. In the immortal realm, it's always the top 10 heaven flames that becomes immortal flame. Once a flame becomes level 6 immortal flame, it would reach an extreme if it evolved again. At this moment, the fire spirit had reached great completion and is about to form God flame. In the immortal realm, God flame is the highest level flame. Only once does a flame become God flame could it possibly become the number 1 flame of the immortal realm, as only God flame can devour star flame marrow. Then, it would immediately become the number 1 flame of the immortal realm. If 2 flames devoured the star flame marrow, then these flames would devour each other on contact and the victor would be the number 1 flame of the immortal realm. The reason that it said only the second to the 10th heaven flame could become the number 1 flame was because no flames other than them could reach God flame. Emo thought of that soft tofu he found in the flame sea forbidden grounds. He wondered if that was star flame marrow. Blue like morning sky was indeed higher ranked than Mist Lotus Heartfire, but the thing was that Mist Lotus Heartfire was enough to use for now. He knew Mist Lotus Heartfire wouldn't be able to reach God flame, but he didn't worry. God flame was too far-fetched for him. Of course, if he could use some other means to get the wonder flame purple marrow, he would do it without hesitation. Emo looked through the other things she left behind mindlessly, as though trying to find a way to keep the wonder flame purple marrow. Qin Nianmei resisted the urge to talk, seeing that Emo was looking. Emo found a crystal orb amongst this pile. The reason he took it was that on the surface of it there was a hidden stone stool. It looked very similar to his 4 stools in the Golden Page world. Emo's heart began to throb. If there was something he needed the most, the 5th stone stool was obviously it. Seeing this,
Qin Nianmei quickly said I recorded the auction of a stone stool during one auction. Because the stone stool made the record price, I recorded it. My father said there should be 5 of them that are exactly the same. If one day I can find one, I would be rich. Yimo's heart sunk.
Record high price, no matter who bought it, it wasn't someone he could take on now. Qin Nianmei suddenly said that stone stool was sold for 1.8 billion top-grade immortal crystals and another top-grade immortal range. Yimo took a cold breath in. Before she said anything else, Yimo scanned his spirit sense and a crystal-clear stone stool appeared in Yimo's spirit sense. It was exactly the same as the other 4 in his golden page world. The words were written clearly: water, 5 elements gather, world complete. He was missing the water element stone stool. If he found that one, his golden page world would be complete. Then that would be he had his own true world. Yimo's heart was throbbing with excitement. If he could control a world, it meant he could set up cultivation grounds inside the golden page world and live in an utopia with the people he liked. Qin Nianmei glanced at Yimo with a strange look. Yimo's heart went cold. His excitement was poured over with ice. Would this woman suspect him if she saw he was so interested in the stone stool? Thinking about this, he almost wanted to kill her, just when he was still thinking. Qin Nianmei suddenly said, have you made up your mind? If there's anything you like here, just take it. Even that crystal ball, I can make a copy for you. Yimo smiled awkwardly. There's such a valuable item. I was thinking if I happen to get it, I don't need to concoct pills anymore. Qin Nianmei laughed out loud and pointed at Yimo. You shouldn't dream that high. I thought the same, but do you know how many people recorded the auction? Everyone there did, but no one found a second stone stool anymore. So, don't think about it. Yimo pretended to put down the crystal ball awkwardly and shook his head. I know, I was fantasizing. Then Yimo asked casually, by the way, who has the wealth to spend all that much for a stone stool? Qin Nianmei's face suddenly went cold and put away everything on the table. Since you're not interested in my things, then never mind, I'm going. Then she got up and was about to leave. This time, Yimo was desperate. If she leaves, where would he go find that stone stool? But Yimo had to pretend like he didn't even care. He even suspected that Qin Nianmei noticed he was desperate for the whereabouts of the stone stool. Seeing her about to leave, Yimo wanted to stop her a few times, but eventually he didn't. He knew that if he revealed that he was interested in the stone stool, that was no joking matter. It was scarier than getting Lu Zhengshu and Sapling. Yimo had decided to follow this woman after she left. As long as he can confirm that she's from Gonghua Heaven, he could ask others about where the stone stool went. Chapter 1561, Chaos Star Realm. Qin Nianmei felt certain her perception was right. This pill master Yi had the instant of extreme excitement. It meant he cared about where the stone stool went. So, she used that as her breakthrough point to let her have the upper hand in this deal. What she didn't expect was that she was about to leave the guest room, but Yimo still had no intentions to keep her. Was her guess wrong? Yimo's character and pill concoction skills were perfect for her need. She really wouldn't be able to find someone to replace Yimo quickly. Thinking about this, she stopped and looked back at Yimo. Only my father and a few people knows who really bought the stone stool. If you don't want this news, I'm going. Goodbye. Yimo said without hesitation. He knew that she had really began to doubt him. If he still cared about that stone stool, he would be an idiot. He didn't dare to ask about it anymore. Only when his power was strong to a certain would he dare to find out about this. Qin Nianmei dazed. She didn't expect Yimo to really not care. She just realized that she misjudged. That was true. This pill master Yi was only golden immortal primary stage. The stone stool had nothing to do with him. Even if he concocted pills for countless years, he wouldn't be able to get 1 billion immortal crystals. She lost the upper hand again. Qin Nianmei said with a pleading tone, Pill Master Yi, is there nothing here that you want? Please help me this time. I'll compensate you. Hearing this, Yimo pretended to think for a long time while rejoicing on the inside. One had to stay calm. This Qin Nianmei wanted him to act as her Dao partner. That meant he must go with her. If he went with her, then he would know who she was. It would be even better if he could know where the stone stool went on the way there. If not, he would know where she lived. When his power was strong enough, he would come ask. Qin Nianmei didn't dare to talk, seeing Yimo was contemplating. After a while, Yimo sighed. I'm just like this, I don't take threats, but if people soften up, I succumb. I'm too nice.
Never mind, if possible I'll help you. Tell me how I can help you and I'll think about it. Shin Yenmei rejoiced and quickly got back to her seat.
Her tone eased up a lot. Pill Master Yi, I came from Gonghua Heaven Great Eternity Immortal Sect Extreme Sword Sect.
Great Eternity Immortal Sect? There's Great Eternity Immortal in your sect?
Even Lu Jingquan the Heaven Lord was only Great Eternity Immortal, and yet her sect had Great Eternity Immortal. Yeah, my father is Great Eternity Immortal. Eden the Heaven Lord of Gonghua Heaven needs to be respectful to my father.
Shin Yenmei said with pride. Yi Mo asked in confusion, isn't your father managed by the Heaven Lord of Gonghua Heaven? Shin Yenmei looked dazedly at Yi Mo, and after a long while she asked in disbelief, you wouldn't think that a Heaven Lord is the greatest in a heaven domain, right? Yi Mo nodded awkwardly. He really thought so indeed.
Shin Yenmei was speechless. I suspect that even after all these years you cared about such things. The Heaven Lord is powerful, but he can't manage all the immortals in a heaven domain. But of course I heard that in the middle and grand heaven domains, many Heaven Lords are the most powerful there.
No one would dare to go against their will.
But in the low heaven domains, Heaven Lord isn't the greatest. Many Great Eternity Immortal sects are no weaker than the Heaven Lord estate. Some rare sects are even more powerful than the Heaven Lord, but they just don't want to be Heaven Lord.
So that's it. Yi Mo sighed.
This was good for him. If everything in a heaven domain could reach the Heaven Lord, then it wasn't too hard for the Heaven Lord to find someone. No wonder he wasn't hunted at the Blackweed Forest. Shin Yenmei rolled her eyes and continued, my father has a very good friend called Gongsun Yin. He's not only a Great Eternity Immortal but also a level 5 Immortal Pill Master. He has a disciple called Gongsun Jiyu, also an Immortal Pill Master.
My father wants me to marry that Gongsun Jiyu. I don't want to. Yi Mo realized what she wanted now.
She wanted him to act as her Dao partner and make her dad give up the thought. Yi Mo then said, don't sex care about matching status? That Gongsun Jiyu is also an Immortal Pill Master and has a Great Eternity Immortal Master.
Why don't you agree? Shin Yenmei blushed. I know, but there's someone I like. He's an Immortal Pill Master and he's probably abstruse immortal power now.
Yi Mo asked in more confusion, since you have someone you like, why don't you let him go?
Are you afraid your father would suddenly kill him and so you want me to die instead of him? Suddenly, Yi Mo felt vigilant. This might really happen. What are you talking about? My father's reputation is out there. How can he kill a golden immortal? You overestimate yourself too much. I can promise with my life that my father won't do anything to you.
The reason I need you to replace Tan Tao is because he went to trial at the Chaos Star Domain.
This time, my father has to see him. Wait. Yi Mo asked, what is that Chaos Star Domain?
Shin Yenmei sighed helplessly. I really don't know how you reached Golden Immortal and know nothing.
The Chaos Star Domain is the best trial grounds for cultivators in the low 11 heaven domains. It's chaos and danger everywhere.
People can cultivate body refinement there as well as all sorts of magic arts and immortal essence.
One could even cultivate spirit sense there. Some people say it's divided into 9 levels and each level is more dangerous. Some say it's divided into 36 levels. I don't know exactly as I haven't been inside.
Then she raised her brow. Not anyone can go in there to trial. Then, there was longing and pride in her eyes. Clearly she thought about her lover going in there. Yi Mo didn't care about that and immediately asked, where is it?
How do I go in? Shin Yenmei instantly frowned and looked at Yi Mo. Pill Master Yi, I can't you asking for help. You haven't helped me with anything and instead I'm teaching you things.
Yi Mo said awkwardly, sorry, I'm just asking where it is. If I have time I want to go see.
Shin Yenmei shook her head in her heart. Did this golden immortal think he's good because he killed a golden immortal middle stage at primary stage?
If she told him how to get there he might die immediately or get crushed in faith, but thinking that she needed his help she didn't say any harsh words. It's extremely dangerous in there. Many golden immortal tertiary stage cultivators who go there die for certain. You're only a golden immortal primary stage, don't even think about it. You can't go in there whenever you want. You need Great Eternity Immortal Space Transmission Rune to break into there.
But when you go out you don't need it.
Yi Mo fell silent and then said, Goddess Jean, I'm willing to help you, but you need to agree to 2 conditions.
Don't tell me you want to go in there? If that's the case, I'm not helping you, I'm killing you.
I can get the rune to go there, but if you go in, it's suicide. Shin Nyenme said, Chapter 1562, Done deal. Yemo said, seriously, don't worry, if you give me a rune and the way to get there, I won't go in recklessly.
Of course I will agree to your request and help you first.
Shin Nyenme looked at Yemo for a long while and sighed, I didn't expect you to be a dauntless guy.
Okay, I've already told you about the dangers there. If you must go, it has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to give you a space laceration rune. Now talk about your second condition. The second condition is that you give me the Wonder Flame purple marrow.
Yemo said. Shin Nyenme snorted, I thought you weren't interested in that, so you thought it wasn't enough. But if you're going to the Chaos Star realm, it's a waste to take it. That's my business, it has nothing to do with you.
Yemo said, okay, no problem. I'll give you the Wonder Flame purple marrow first. After you help me, I will ask my father to give you a space laceration rune.
Shin Nyenme said, deal.
Yemo immediately said, and he took the Wonder Flame purple marrow. How do you want me to help you? Shin Nyenme said, my father's friend Gongsun has brought his disciple to my sect. My father asks me to return immediately.
If I don't bring Tan Tao back, he would really marry me to that Gongsun Zihiyu. In my father's eyes, Gongsun Ziyu is a treasure, it would be a waste to miss this opportunity. But if your father insists on marrying you to that Gongsun Zihiyu, there's no point even if I act as your Dao partner. Yemo said worriedly. Shin Nyenme smiled, don't worry, my father isn't that type of person.
As long as you're not much worse than Gongsun Ziyu, he wouldn't force me.
Plus my father loves Immortal Pill Master. You don't seem old, but you're already level 3 Immortal Pill Master.
Perhaps you're even better than Gongsun Ziyu. Even if you're not as good as him, you can concoct level 3 Immortal Pill. My father would respect my wishes. Okay, in that case I'm fine with it. When do we go? Yemo nodded and asked. Shin Nyenme was very happy with Yemo's attitude and immediately said, I think we should go as soon as possible. A day later, Yemo left Blackweed Pill Tower to Yitang and Lu Zihongyan as well as some level 2 and level 3 pills before leaving. Before leaving, he told the 5 that if they got bored of here, then go find him at Gonghua Heaven. If there's danger, then they can escape to the Blackweed Forest with this teleportation formation in his room. Yemo knew Gonghua Heaven was very far and he thought Shin Nyenme was going to use middle grade flying immortal artifact, but she suddenly took out a top grade flying immortal artifact. The wealth of Great Eternity Immortal Sect was extraordinary indeed. Even with her power level, she had top grade flying immortal artifact. Yet he still used Blue Moon, which was made by Lu Wuhu. He disappeared ever since he got injured, Yemo exclaimed, wondering where Lu Wuhu was. I heard Gonghua Heaven is very far, how long do we need to fly? Yemo couldn't help asking. Shin Nyenme looked speechlessly at Yemo. You can really imagine. Fly for how long? Even if there's no danger in the void between heaven domains, we wouldn't even be able to touch the border flying for a few centuries, it's that far? Yemo took a cold breath in. Yet he arrogantly thought he could cross heaven domains before. Shin Nyenme rolled her eyes and said, we're going to Bing Cheong Immortal City to dig teleportation formation to Yitong Heaven Domain and then teleportation formation to Moe Heaven Domain, then from there to. Yemo heard that it would take a month of flying even after all the teleportation formation to reach Gonghua Heaven and wondered what Shin Nyenme was doing all the way here. Then why are you at Blackweed Forest? Yemo asked. That's my private matter, why should I tell you? Shin Nyenme frowned and asked. She suddenly felt she made the wrong decision. This guy didn't seem to know anything, he was a noob. If he was much worse than Gongsun Zihiyu, his father would never agree. Yemo wasn't dumb and could tell from her expression she wasn't too happy. He planned to scout out about the 5th stone stool before BTU. Now he just shut his mouth. Seeing this, Shin Nyenme didn't keep showing Yemo a bad face. A month later, Yemo finally came off the teleportation formation in Gonghua Heaven and went on her flying immortal artifact. But perhaps because Yemo didn't ask anything, this made Shin Nyenme feel Yemo wasn't happy with her. Thinking about how she was about to back at the sect and if Yemo brought this attitude to her father, he didn't need to do anything anymore. Shin Nyenme quickly changed her attitude and told Yemo about things in the immortal realm and some rules. Yemo was happy to hear this. She knew all sorts of stories and knowledge and greatly opened Yemo's eyes. Even though he knew why she did this, he didn't feel revolted against it.
Just when Emo thought if he should lead her to the topic about the stone stool, she said, I told you about the stone stool recording.
My father said the person who bought it isn't from the 11 low heaven domains. He's from middle or even grand heaven domain. His power is very high. My father felt he was at least immortal king or even immortal monarch. Hearing this, Emo was greatly disappointed. She tricked him.
Her father didn't know who that cultivator was. He couldn't let her describe what that person looked like, so he could only scorn, so you didn't know who he is. At the start you made it seem like you knew such master. Hearing this, Qin Nianmei was about to rage. She kindly told him so much information. This guy didn't thank her and instead scorned her. Emo was extremely disappointed, and that's why he scorned. He felt he also needed to hide his feelings more. Just when Qin Nianmei wanted to scorn back, there was surprise and joy on her face. She quickly pulled Emo up and stood at the head of the flying ship, letting Emo get close to her. Emo's spirit sense scanned a few dashing lights. Her sect members came to pick her up. It was one man and two women, Nianmei. The two female cultivators saw Qin Nianmei and charged over joyfully and landed on her ship. Martial sister Nianmei, you're back.
The male cultivator also came aboard and said, Qin Nianmei happily hugged the two female cultivator and greeted the male cultivator before remembering Emo. Nianmei, he is?
One female cultivator looked at Emo in confusion. Qin Nianmei grabbed Emo's hand and said, this is my friend, Emo said before Qin Nianmei could say a name. Martial sister and martial brother, greetings.
I'm Emo. Emo didn't want to use Tan Tao's name, so he used his own name. Qin Nianmei was really planning to use Tan Tao's name. She frowned a little but quickly recovered. Yes, this is my friend Emo. I brought him back to see father. The three studied Emo from head to toe but didn't see anything extraordinary about him. They really didn't know why someone as excellent as Nianmei would be Dao partners with someone this ordinary. Chapter 1563, Number 1 Beauty at Extreme Sword Sect. Qin Nianmei quickly introduced to Emo, they're my martial brother and sisters. This is my sixth martial brother, Wang Wenqin. Emo just realized that this Wang Wenqin was already abstruse immortal primary stage.
The female cultivator who asked who he was Shi Yayo, the other pretty female cultivator was Feng Machuan. They were both golden immortal tertiary stage, perhaps due to Qin Nianmei, despite Emo looked very ordinary and only had golden immortal primary stage power. Wang Wenqin and them were rather nice to Emo.
They didn't forget about Emo while talking. Feng Machuan was even very hospitable towards Emo. Top-grade immortal artifact was very fast.
They spoke as they went and soon arrived at Extreme Sword Sect. Emo exclaimed, seeing the sect shrouded in rainbow immortal spirit chi clouds and that grand temperament that came at his face.
This was the outlook of the immortal realm.
By Immortal City was already grand enough, but compared to Extreme Sword Sect it was lacking something. As they landed outside the sect, the dense immortal spirit chi came right at their face.
Emo envied. This was just outside the sect. Just how good was the best palsy in the sect?
What would a status immortal sect be like? There was a defense formation outside, but Emo knew it was no lower than level 7 immortal formation. At the entrance to the sect the words Extreme Sword seemed to almost fly off. It made Emo just dizzy looking at it. When he stared at it, spirit kais appeared in his brain. They were endless, as though about to explode. There was a feeling that was about to spew out from his heart, but he couldn't grasp that spewing feeling. It made him very desperate, but that feeling was gone. What he saw was still the words Extreme Sword, so powerful. Emo looked at these two words and admired the master who left behind these two words. Just what power was this person? Martial brother Yi, what are you looking at? Qin Nianmei's martial sister Feng Machuan saw Emo was disappointed, so she asked. Emo thought, these two words probably contained the secret of Extreme Sword Sect. He cultivated 3 birth chant and it was best at calculating the secrets of any cultivation method. If he said that he felt something looking at these two words, would he be captured as a spy? I just felt that the immortal spirit chi here is so dense. If I cultivate here for a few years, would I make huge progress? Emo made an excuse. Feng Chuanma rolled her eyes charmingly as though saying, I would be dumb to believe you. Emo followed them inside the sect. The immortal spirit chi here was indeed more intense. This time Emo really wanted to cultivate here for a few years. Don't worry about cultivation. If you become the fiancé of our sect, would you need to worry about no place for cultivation? Feng Chuanma whispered to Emo's ears. Emo was speechless. I did want to cultivate here, but I'm not the fiancé. Si Hunmo, you're always whispering to martial brother Yi. Don't you think Nianmei would get jealous? Sure, Yayo purposely joked. Feng Chuanma's face blushed and just wanted to talk when two more dashing lights landed before them. It was one male and female.
The male cultivator was extremely handsome, abstruse immortal primary stage. That female cultivator was no lesser than Qin Yanmei.
To Yemo, she seemed even prettier than Qin Yanmei a little. She reminded him about Qing Ru. Everything about her was just so perfect, such a beauty. Yemo couldn't help looking at her for longer. The only pity was that she always kept a cold face. Her power was also abstruse immortal primary stage. Yanmei, you're back.
The handsome man was clearly happy to see Qin Yanmei. The female cultivator also greeted plainly. Qin Yanmei responded ecstatically, Martial brother Wu, martial sister Bing Yu, are you guys going out?
The male cultivator quickly said no. A friend of Bing Yu's master came.
Bing Yu is going to greet people and I'm going with her. Yemo could immediately tell what was going on.
Indeed, Qin Yanmei smiled and said good luck martial brother Wu.
Everyone knew what this meant, but that Bing Yu didn't say anything. After the two left, Feng Chuanma whispered to Yemo, is martial sister Bing Yu pretty?
She's not only the prettiest in our sect but also the prettiest in Gonghua heaven.
You wouldn't fall in love with her after seeing her, right? Yemo was speechless.
Bing Yu was indeed very pretty and was abstruse immortal primary stage, but Yemo only visually enjoyed the beauty. That's it, there were beautiful women everywhere in the immortal realm. Ugly women were very rare. Everyone heard what Feng Chuanma said in Qin Yanmei groaned, Chuanma, can you stop talking gibberish? After entering the sect, Yemo flew with them for a few hundred kilometers before coming to the foot of a mountain that was covered in clouds. Martial brother Wenqin, I'm going to see father.
Take Yemo to rest for me.
Qin Yanmei said. Yemo shook his head, since we're pretending to be lovers, you should be sending me to rest. Now that you tell someone else to do it and news gets to your dad, there would be no way he would believe it. Just when Wang Wenqin wanted to answer,
Feng Chuanma said, Yanmei, I'm free, I'll go do it.
Then she turned to Yemo and said, martial brother Yi, come with me.
Seeing Yemo leave with Feng Chuanma, Sure Yuya whispered to Qin Yanmei's ear, Yanmei Sihanmo seems to be very nice to martial brother Yi, did you not notice?
Why would Qin Yanmei care about such things? Even if it was true, she wouldn't care. She just patted Sure Yuya and said, I'm going to see my father, I'll come find you later.
Feng Chuanma took Yemo to an elegant yard and pointed inside. This cultivation home is not bad, right? You can stay here.
There was a lawn for cultivating magic outside, there was a bamboo forest and a small lake nearby. This place was filled with spirit chi. It was indeed great.
Yemo immediately said happily, thank you martial sister Sihanmo, this is great. Feng Sihanmo smiled but didn't leave. Instead, she followed Yemo inside.
Yemo looked strangely at her, not understanding why she didn't leave. Seeing this, Feng Chuanma suddenly said, Yemo, if I'm not wrong, you're not Yanmei's lover, am I right? Yemo said calmly, that's right, I'm not.
He didn't need to deny it.
Since she could tell, she clearly knew that there was someone Qin Yanmei liked.
He was just doing a deal with Qin Yanmei. Qin Yanmei leaked this herself. You're a very straightforward person, do you not like her?
She's the number 2 beauty of our extreme sword sect.
Feng Chuanma was confused. Yemo sat down and poured himself some immortal spirit tea. He couldn't even be bothered answering her.
Her actions made him feel vigilant. This was the first time he saw her and she was so talkative. Seeing Yemo couldn't even be bothered to reply to her, she suddenly smiled. Okay, you probably have a deal with Yanmei.
I won't interfere. But since she can get you to act as Tan Tao, you're probably an immortal pill master, right? What level immortal pill master are you?
Yemo still said nothing. Seeing this, Feng Chuanma gritted her teeth and took out some immortal spirit herb and then some lotus seeds. I have 12 sets of great unity pill materials.
How many can you concoct? If you can't concoct anything, then pretend I said nothing.
No wonder she treated him differently, she needed his help. Chapter 1564, Reach Immortal Pill Great Master. Yemo grabbed that lotus and looked, it was a mud lotus. This 12 sets of herbs were invaluable. Yet a mere golden immortal power Feng Chuanma could take it out. Yemo was really surprised, even a big sect might not be able to take out 12 sets of great unity pill ingredients. This mud lotus also gave Yemo a very strange feeling. It seemed to have more immortal spirit chi than the mud lotus he found, and there was even some chaos chi to it. Although it couldn't be chaos immortal spirit herb, but Yemo knew this was the top grade mud lotus. Where could one find such mud lotus? What shook Emo even more was that why did she find him, an unknown immortal pill master, to concoct it for her? This was some pill that immortal pill great master concocted. This was her first time seeing him, he didn't even take out his pill cauldron. Why did she think he could do it? It's the first time we see each other and you take out such precious immortal spirit herb as well as so much for me to practice. Are you not scared of me spilling this news, or aren't you afraid of me wasting it all? Emo put it down and asked. Seeing Emo calm down completely in a short while, Feng Chuanma breathed easy and collected her thoughts. I trust my sense, I trust you're someone trustworthy. I trust that no matter if you can concoct it or not, you won't spill the deal between us. And I really can't find anyone else. Although it's the first time we saw each other, I still want to bet because I have no more time. Seeing Emo still say nothing, Feng Chuanma said again, cultivating till now I still have my virginity. If you can concoct the great unity pill, I can give that to you too when you give me the pills. It can't let you break through, but it should improve your power. Then she even pulled her braid down and the top of her clothes, a faint aroma came. Emo sighed. This extreme sword sect had this weird tradition. Some wanted to fake dual cultivation, some wanted the real thing. Emo waved his hand. Don't worry about other things, I can indeed concoct the level 4 great unity pill, but I can't promise the success rate. I can give you 5 cauldrons of it, but I have a small request. Feng Chuanma definitely didn't need all these great unity pill herself, but as for what it was, it had nothing to do with him. He had already tried level 4 immortal pill, although he didn't concoct top grade. Middle grade was definitely fine, plus, he only tried 5 times and he succeeded. Now that Feng Sihanmo took out 12 sets, it meant that even if he failed 2 he still could succeed 10. But Emo didn't plan to concoct 10 cauldrons. There were many supplementary ingredients here that were very important to Emo. He didn't need all those great unity pills, so he prepared to give her 5 cauldrons, 1 for himself, and then plant 2 mud lotus in the golden page world. Pill Master Yi, can you really concoct great unity pill? Feng Chuanma almost came up to grab his hands in excitement. She couldn't control her emotions, she really had no choice but come to Emo. If she had the slightest opportunity, she wouldn't come to this never seen before immortal pill master. Emo dodged. Regardless if she did that on purpose, he wasn't going to let her grab him. She looked at Emo with slightly red eyes. Seeing that Emo didn't say anymore, she remembered what he said before and said, as long as you can concoct the great unity pill for me, I'm willing to agree to 10 conditions. I just need to know where you got this mud lotus from. Emo could feel she was truly excited, but he didn't understand. She was in a great eternity immortal sect, there was no way there wasn't a great unity pill for her, but this wasn't what he cared about. He wanted to know where the mud lotus came from. It came from the Chaos Star realm. My brother went there for trial and found a mud lotus. My brother didn't die in there, but he was ambushed by them after he came out. Feng Chuanma's eyes went red with fury. It was the Chaos Star realm again. Emo desired this place even more. There were so many good immortal spirit herbs there. At this moment he felt pity towards her. Emo didn't keep asking her about her brother. He said, I'll help you concoct it now. 6 hours later, come pick it up. You can concoct 5 cauldrons in 6 hours? You're a level 5 immortal pill great master. Feng Chuanma stared at Emo in shock. Even in the 11 low heaven domains, level 5 immortal pill great master was respected by countless people. Was he really a level 5 immortal pill master? How could that be? If he agreed, then he definitely was a liar. No. Emo replied. Then Emo hesitated and said, I hope you won't tell anyone about me helping you with pill concoction. This time, Feng Chuanma said without hesitation, Pill Master, you don't worry, I definitely won't say it unless I don't want to live. Seeing Emo prepare for pill concoction, Feng Chuanma quickly said, Pill Master Yi, I'll wait for you next door. When you're done, just call me. Feng Chuanma left. Just thinking about the great unity pill she was about to get in her family that was on the brink of annihilation, the intense flames of retribution burned in her heart. She couldn't rely on the sect, so she would rely on her own power. Her brother was gone for the Feng family, what else did she need to worry about? Emo really only used 4 hours and a bit and finished 7 cauldrons of pills. There was 1 low grade, 1 middle grade, 3 top grade and 2 special grade. It was 100% success rate, seeing Emo come out in less than 6 hours. Feng Chuanma looked nervous. She didn't dare to ask Emo. Failure meant that she was over. Emo took out 6 jade bottles. There was an extra batch of low-grade Great Unity pills. You can keep it. Emo originally planned to keep the 2 special grades for himself, but on the account that her brother died for this, he gave her one and the extra low-grade batch too. This was the first time she had seen a pill master give extra pills. A batch of low-grade Great Unity pills was still invaluable for her family. She grabbed the bottles and shakily opened them. There were 3 batches of top grade and 1 batch of special grade. Feng Chuanma was completely dazed. Even level 5 immortal pill great master wouldn't be able to concoct such grade Great Unity pills. Was she dreaming? A few minutes later, she woke up. She wasn't dreaming. Take the pills and leave. Emo reminded. Feng Chuanma reacted and quickly put away all the pills and then bowed shakily to Emo. Pill master, I didn't expect you were really level 5 immortal pill great master. Coming to you for pill concoction is the most correct thing I did. You are 100 times better than that Yen Tantao. If I was Nianmei, I'm going to rest. Emo interrupted. Thank you. Feng Chuanma passed a jade slip to Emo and said, my brother left this to me. It's the places he had been in the Chaos Star Realm. I'll be going. She could tell Emo wanted to go the Chaos Star Realm. Emo grabbed the jade slip and thought. Helping people was helping yourself indeed. This jade slip was just what he needed. Chapter 1565, Great Eternity Immortal choosing son-in-law. Emo quickly accompanied her to the door. Pill master, perhaps I still have pills I need you to help concoct. As soon as Feng Chuanma got to the door, a dashing light came. Martial's sister Bingyu. Feng Chuanma blushed and subconsciously tidied her messy hair. She put all her attention on the pill and forgot her clothes were untidy. Emo saw it was that extremely beautiful ice-cold female cultivator. Didn't she leave before? How is she back so quick? The female cultivator saw Feng Sihanmo was at Emo's place and her clothes were untidied. She showed a sliver of surprise. She knew Emo was Qin Nianmei's Dao partner and came back with her. Why was he suddenly with Feng Chuanma? By the looks of it, they just came off bed. But she immediately regained her composure. Martial's sister Chuanma, Nianmei was looking for you and didn't find you. She's at the main palace now. Yes, Martial's sister Bingyu, I'll be going first. Feng Chuanma blushed and quickly left. Emo quickly said, if I'm still here you can come back at any time. The female cultivator said coldly. At Feng Chuanma left, the sect leader is waiting for you at the Extreme Sword main palace. I'm here to get you. Emo was confused. This Bingyu was pure cold and she didn't even talk much. How could she be told to get someone? This wasn't normal. BTU, no matter what, a Great Eternity Immortal sect wouldn't ambush him for no reason, right? Now that she was here to fetch him to the main palace, clearly the father-in-law wanted to see the son-in-law and test him. If he passes, he might be able to leave with the space laceration rune. Okay, lead the way. Emo nodded and didn't ask. Nianmei and Chuanma are both kind-hearted girls. I don't want you to hurt any of them. Bingyu suddenly said. Emo was speechless and shook his head, ignoring her. Seeing this, the female cultivator said no more and just went faster. A few minutes later, Emo followed this ice-cold female cultivator to a huge palace. As soon as he just got to the door, the dense immortal spirit chi came charging at his face, making Emo strongly desire to have such a cultivation grounds. There definitely was immortal range below here. The female cultivator walked towards a seat on the left. She saw that annoying figure next to her master was gone and breathed easy. The reason she opted to bring Emo here was because she didn't want to be with that person, but Emo found the palace was filled with people on the 2 sides. The top man sitting on the left and a face of smile, long beard, and quite an immortal-like being. Emo saw his power was already Great Eternity Immortal and Qin Nianmei was sitting next to him. Emo guessed this person was probably the sect leader. Other than him, there were 2 more Great Eternity Immortals. One was a beautiful female cultivator sitting on the side of the sect leader. Bingyu sat next to her. She was probably Bingyu's master. The other Great Eternity Immortal sat at the right. He was a man without facial hair. He seemed very ethereal and divine. There were 2 cultivators next to him, both abstruse immortal power. Emo guessed this was probably Gongsun and the 2 people next to him were probably his disciples. Other than this, there were about 100 people in here. There were people from Great Extreme Immortal to Great Unity Immortal. Everyone had immortal spirit fruit and immortal spirit wine before them. Just from here, Emo could tell this sect was extremely powerful.
EMO was studying everyone and everyone was studying EMO. Come here.
Qin Nianmei saw EMO was dazing and quickly said. EMO nodded and walked up to the long-bearded Great Eternity Immortal and bowed an ordinary immortal greeting before saying EMO greet Qianbei. The long-bearded Great Eternity Immortal frowned a little seeing that EMO's greeting wasn't up to standard and his smile faded a little, but he soon nodded and asked, "You're the person Mei likes? This straightforward?" EMO hesitated and said, "Yes, we didn't inform sect leader about our relationship. Please forgive us, sect leader."
No need for forgiveness. You're not dumb. I won't ask where you came from.
Extreme Sword Est is a Great Eternity Immortal sect and Gongsun Jiyu is a Wan Bei I like.
His talent is top grade and power is at Abstruse Immortal Primary Stage.
He's also an Immortal Pill Master. If you're willing to leave Meyer, I can give you the cultivation resource up to Great Unity Immortal. Hearing this, Qin Nianmei groaned, "Dad, EMO has the same goals as me and I chose according to Dad's principles. He's an Immortal Pill Master and I only like him, I wouldn't agree to anyone else." "Ha, Nianmei, you don't know, there are many Immortal Pill Master, but without a master the greatest prodigy would stop at level 3. He would never be able to reach Immortal Pill Great Master."
The no facial hair Great Eternity Immortal laughed. "Martial Uncle Gongsun is right, but Nianmei only likes EMO. If I abandon him now, that is just shameless. Plus, I believe EMO can reach Immortal Pill Great Master."
Qin Nianmei rebuked without hesitation. Feng Chuanma grinned in contempt behind a great extreme immortal. EMO was a level 5 Immortal Pill Great Master. That Gongsun might not even be able to beat EMO himself, much less his disciple. Unexpectedly, the sect leader didn't reproach his daughter and just looked at EMO as his tone went cold. "I won't blame you guys for determining this between yourselves, but as a man, don't you think you don't deserve her if all you do is let her speak for you?" Seeing Qin Nianmei glare at him, EMO knew she was warning him that if he didn't do anything there would be no space laceration rune. He saluted with his fists and said loudly, "Whether or not I deserve Nianmei is not something I just say. If anyone thinks he's more suitable for Nianmei than me, stand up. No matter what topic, I'll take it for Nianmei." EMO was sick of the bickering here, so he said this without the sect leader Qin testing him. Hearing this, sect leader Qin nodded. "Not bad, I like this decisive character. Martial Uncle Qin Jiyu truly likes martial sister Nianmei. Although I'm abstruse immortal, but cultivation is just the supplementary thing for me. Pill concoction is my main means. I believe that even reaching Immortal Pill Great Master isn't that far-fetched." One cultivator said, "MHM, great, cultivation is about competition. Compete with the heavens, people, anything. If you don't compete, you have no chance." The sect leader looked approvingly at Gongsun Jiyu. EMO scanned this cultivator, he was probably Gongsun Zihiyu. Abstruse Immortal Primary Stage power, a large state greater than him. He's also very handsome. EMO shook his head, he looked like he didn't intervene with mortal affairs. Then what's the point of getting a wife? Brother Peifu, Nianmei is very well talented, but she had only been cultivating in the sect. She hadn't seen much of the world, so she can't make a good decision for some things. Since both of them like Nianmei and are willing to compete for her, why don't they compete against each other and determine the results? Gongsun said, "Brother Yin's suggestion is good. What do everyone think?" Qin Peifu looked around. "Yes, maybe this test will allow Nianmei to know who is the true hero." "Of course." EMO sneered, these people weren't blind. Could they not tell he was golden immortal power and Gongsun Zihiyu was abstruse immortal? Just when Qin Nianmei was about to say something, Qin Peifu stopped her. Chapter 1566, Only Knows Battle of Mouths. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Clearly, these people were helping Gongsun Jiyu because he was an Immortal Pill Master and his master was Immortal Pill Great Master. A competition is a great way of resolving things, but I'm worried Gongsun Jiyu is already Abstruse Immortal Primary Stage and yet EMO is only Golden Immortal Primary Stage. The beautiful Great Eternity Immortal female cultivator said. Gongsun Jiyu saluted with his fists. "To everyone I've said, since I dare to ask to be Dao partners with martial sister Nianmei, I won't lose to anyone. I heard this younger martial brother EMO was an Immortal Pill Master too. I may not be anyone special, but I'm willing to compete with martial brother Yi in pill concoction." EMO was annoyed. This Gongsun Jiyu made it sound like he easily reached abstruse immortal and he wasn't going to lower himself to beat him with cultivation level.
Plus, Jiyu called him younger martial brother. Who did he think he was? Yimo Gonsun Zihiyu was willing to compete with you in pill concoction. What do you think?
Shin Peifu liked pill concoction cultivators because he felt only those cultivators could go further in the path of cultivation. Yimo thought that Qin Yanmei really knew her dad well. She knew that he would definitely be asked to compete in pill concoction.
Sect leader Qin, I like Jiyu's idea. Although I know a lot of things, pill concoction is my weakest link.
But since Jiyu said pill concoction is his main means, then it's best I beat him on this. I believe it would benefit his cultivation if Jiyu lost in his own pill concoction match.
Yimo said without hesitation. Everyone laughed to themselves. This Yimo didn't want to lose out on anything at all.
Gongsun Zihiyu called him younger martial brother, wanting to suppress Yimo with age superiority, but Yimo just called him Jiyu like a Qianbei talking to a Wanbei. Psish.
Xian Nianmei couldn't hold in her laughter.
She hadn't been in contact with Yimo for long, but she knew he didn't want to lose out one bit. She didn't expect him to even take this seriously. Gongsun Jiyu's face was calm and didn't seem angry at all. Shin Peifei nodded, clearly feeling Gongsun Zihiyu was more mature. The beautiful great eternity immortal female cultivator side. It looked like Yimo had the advantage in the battle of mouths, but in the sect leader's heart he lost a bit already. Gongsun nodded. He was very satisfied with his disciples' performance. They were above golden immortal and yet still wanted to win arguments.
Such opponent was not worth attention. How could Yimo not know this would make Qin Peifu dislike him? But he didn't care.
He wasn't going to allow others to act big in front of him.
Pill Master Yi, what level immortal pill master are you?
If you're just level 1 immortal pill master, I believe we don't need to compete. Gongsun Jiyu changed his words and didn't dare to say younger martial brother Yimo. Seeing this, Yimo didn't keep calling him Jiyu, but he interrupted. I wonder what level immortal pill master Gongsun is? After meeting my master, I became level 1 immortal pill master within 100 years, then I'm level 2 immortal pill master.
Gongsun Jiyu was interrupted by Yimo before he finished again. Yimo really disliked the way he talked.
He was going to crush his confidence. Gongsun Jiyu was annoyed. No matter how well his manners were, he couldn't take Yimo's insult again and again. He glanced coldly at Yimo. But I was level 2 immortal pill master a few hundred years ago, now I'm going to concoct level 3. What made Gongsun Jiyu even more furious was that Yimo interrupted him again. Then I'm level 3 immortal pill master. Then Yimo added, if you can concoct level 3, then I'm level 4 immortal pill master.
Gongsun Jiyu sneered. Pill master, ye can only fight with words? Did you not have a master teach you?
Level 4 is not immortal pill master, it's immortal pill great master. Oh, so I'm immortal pill great master. I thought I was immortal pill master. It seems it's better to have a master, otherwise I don't even know I reached great master.
Yimo sneered. Psch. A few female disciples couldn't resist laughing again.
Even the icy cold Bingyu wanted to laugh. Sigh, not a good match for Nianmei. Bingyu's master shook her head. She clearly didn't like Yimo trying to win a battle of mouth everywhere. Qin Peifu really disliked this and coughed. Since you're both immortal pill master, then begin pill concoction now. Say which pills you want to make and what herbs the extreme sword sect can provide at all. Then Qin Peifu looked coldly at his daughter, signaling she chose a bad Dao partner. Then I'll concoct abstruse essence pill. I need rootless floating lin, silver yellow grass, snow needle fruit.
Gongsun Jiyu brought up more than 10 herbs.
It was a rather hard to concoct pill amongst level 3 immortal pill. It was used for abstruse immortal cultivator cultivation and good for breaking through bottlenecks. Then I'll concoct abstruse essence pill. Then Yimo repeated exactly what Gongsun Jiyu said. Everyone was lost for words. Clearly Yimo was targeting Gongsun Jiyu, but everyone guessed wrong. Yimo really didn't this time. The reason he did this was so he would use the same immortal spirit herb and make the same pill as Gongsun Jiyu to end the battle quickly. That way, even those who didn't understand pill concoction would know, then he would be able to get his space laceration rune and leave.
Deal would be done.
He didn't have all that time to play with Qin Nianmei. Very well, I believe concocting the same pill would clearly decide the outcome between us in case someone finds all sorts of excuses. Gongsun Jiyu sneered. Gongsun Jiyu actually nodded in agreement. That's right, if I concoct some other pill and someone thinks the pill I concocted was too easy and won inappropriately, Nianmei would definitely help me. Yemo said this to push Gongsun Jiyu on the opposing side of Qin Nianmei. Indeed, Qin Nianmei sneered, "I'm not blind, I can tell whose pills are better." In fact, she was ready. The best outcome was of course Yemo winning, but even if Yemo lost, as long as he didn't lose too much, she had the confidence to let her father agree to her. Gongsun Jiyu looked hatefully at this pill master Yi who caused Qin Nianmei to dislike him. The immortal spirit herb were soon sent over and Gongsun Jiyu released his pill cauldron without even looking at Yemo and shot out a purple flame. Yemo didn't start immediately. His pill concoction speed was very fast. Seeing how he used a top-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron, Yemo sighed. Having a good master made all the difference. Top-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron was more expensive than top-grade flying immortal artifact. That purple flame was Li Ming fire. Ranked 9th Thamonst Heaven Flame in the cultivation realm and 33 in all 108 flames. Seeing everyone look at him, Yemo could only release a middle-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron. Yemo wasn't going to take out Shinnon cauldron, he felt it wasn't ordinary. Seeing this, everyone knew the outcome was already decided. Yemo then slowly took out Mist Lotus Heartfire. He didn't even want to expose this if it wasn't, its grade was too low. Mist Lotus Heartfire? Everyone recognized immediately. Gongsun Yin was a little surprised seeing this but immediately sighed. This flame had the wrong master, it was a waste for an ordinary solo cultivator to take it. Chapter 1567, I'll make you lose in frustration. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gongsun Jiyu was completely focused on pill concoction and didn't notice what flame Yemo took out. Yemo instead admired this guy. It wasn't easy to be fully focused on pill concoction under such circumstance. Yemo slowly chucked the immortal spirit herb in the pill cauldron and used Mist Lotus Heartfire to refine the immortal spirit herb. Seeing Yemo do things step by step while Gongsun Jiyu was so fast his movements couldn't be seen, everyone knew that Gongsun Jiyu was better than Yemo in every way except a flame. Qin Nianmei was desperate locoing at this. She knew Yemo was a level 3 immortal pill master, but she didn't expect his pill concoction skills to be this bad. The only one who knew that Yemo's pill concoction skills was too much stronger than Gongsun Jiyu was Feng Chuanma. Half an hour later, Gongsun Jiyu was using pull pill spell and pulled out 12 pills in 3 seconds. They immediately had a pill aroma and was placed in the bottle he prepared. Yemo's spirit sense immediately recognized the grade of Gongsun Jiyu's pills. When everyone was amazed with Gongsun Jiyu's proficient pill concoction method, Yemo took out a jade bottle and instantly took out 12 pills. Seeing Yemo finish too, Qin Nianmei breathed easy. Everyone thought Yemo would lose for sure and didn't notice that Yemo was only about 10 seconds slower than Gongsun Jiyu. He clearly moved so slowly before, but his pill concoction was no slower than Gongsun Jiyu, maybe even a little faster. Very well, Jiyu. Qin Peifu suddenly stopped as he found Yemo was done. He immediately changed his words, "Both of you are prodigies of pill Dao, finishing the same abstruse essence pill in under half an hour. Now allow Elder Yang of our sect and brother Gongsun to judge together." Gongsun Yin quickly said, "Martial sister Yang Zai can have a look, I don't need to. After all, Gongsun Jiyu is my disciple. In that case I'll have a look at their pills." The beautiful great eternity immortal female cultivator nodded. Seeing Yemo send his pills over to Elder Yang Zai, Gongsun Jiyu hesitated for a moment and gave his bottle to Elder Yang. Yemo wanted to laugh. Gongsun Jiyu was scared Elder Yang would cheat just because she said something fair. Yang Zai didn't seem to notice this and took both jade bottles. She looked very calm before, but after looking at it, she was shook. Seeing this, everyone wanted to know what would make a great eternity immortal so shocked. "Martial sister Yang, what are the results?" Qin Peifei asked desperately. Yang Zai side pill master Yi probably won by a little bit. What? Gongsun Jiyu called out in shock, but then he immediately realized his disrespect and quickly apologized. The cultivators started chattering. Clearly, they didn't believe Elder Yang's judgment. Thinking about how she helped Yemo before, clearly everyone felt she intentionally made Gongsun Jiyu lose, but no matter what they couldn't doubt her. After all, no one would be dumb enough to doubt a great eternity immortal publicly. Gongsun Yin's face was bad, but he didn't make any request and said, since Pill Master Yi can beat Jiyu a little, he's indeed not bad. Jiyu, come back. He immediately agreed to Yang Zai's judgment and didn't ask to see the pills. Gongsun Jiyu was unsatisfied, but he didn't argue and went back. Even Qin Peifu sighed. Since Yang Zai wanted to help Qin Nianmei, it meant that Qin Nianmei already asked for her help. Since Yemo could concoct abstruse essence pill, he wouldn't be that bad. Plus he was who his daughter liked, so he said nothing. Seeing Gong Sun Yin's face, how could Yang Zai not know what he thought? He gave the 2 jade bottles to him. Although I decided that Yimo won, but I'm no immortal pill master, I might have misjudged. Martial brother Gongsun is immortal pill great master, so it's better you have a look. No need, no need. Gongsunin said, but he still took the jade bottles. He really wanted to see what Yimo was concocting so slowly that could beat his disciple. The 2 jade bottles were opened again. Gongsunin rapidly looked at them and his face changed. Moments later he sighed. Pill Master Ye's abstruse essence pill is indeed a little better than Jiyu.
Pill Master Yi probably won.
Pill Master Yi wasn't bluffing, indeed his accomplishment would be unlimited in the future.
Master? Gongsun Jiyu looked at his master in confusion. Theoretically his master wouldn't help Yimo, so why did he say Yimo won?
Was Yimo's pills really better than his? Yimo saluted with his fists. That was just pure luck. That was the hardest cauldron of pills I've concocted so far. The win is truly due to luck. Seeing Yimo's genuine expression, everyone realized that Yimo's cauldron was probably really good due to his luck.
Perhaps this was fate between him and Qin Yanmei. Qin Peifu also looked at Gongsun Yin in confusion.
He really didn't believe Yimo would win. Seeing everyone look at him, Gongsun Yin pointed at the 2 jade bottles out of Jiyu's 12 pills.
There is 1 top grade, 8 middle grade and 3 low grade. Everyone looked at Gongsun Jiyu with awe.
The main signature of Immortal Pill Master reaching Immortal Pill Great Master was concocting 12 top grade level 3 immortal pills. Gongsun Jiyu had one meaning, that he was making progress towards Immortal Pill Great Master. This process might be long, but it was better than countless Immortal Pill Master who had no hope. Soon, everyone thought about GMO. Didn't that mean he had at least 1 top grade pill? Gongsun said Pill Master Yi also has 1 top grade pills, but there are 9 middle grade and 2 low grade. With this, everyone realized how Yimo won. He had 1 extra middle grade pill and 1 less low grade pill. This difference was really fine. If it wasn't that this control wasn't something people could control, people would even think Yimo did this intentionally, but not even level 6 Immortal Pill Great Master might be able to do this. Everyone could only sigh that Yimo was truly lucky. Gongsun Jiyu was immensely frustrated. Yimo won him by a mere middle grade pill. He would rather his cauldron have failed than to lose in such a frustrating way. Come, try the immortal spirit fruit of our extreme sword sect. Qin Peifu changed the subject. Qin Yanmei rejoiced. She didn't Yimo to easily beat Gongsun Jiyu like this. She didn't use the other cards she had prepared. She waved to Yimo. Yimo, quickly come over, sit here. Seeing his daughter's happy look, Qin Peifu smiled. He felt her eyes were quite keen to be able to find an immortal pill master better than Gongsun Yin's disciple. Yimo bowed to Yang Zai and then walked to the table next to Qin Peifu but didn't sit down. Okay, great. Qin Peifu started to like Yimo now. Seeing that he was going to say more, Yimo quickly bowed and said, Qianbei, Wanbei got news not long ago. There's something important that I need to go back for. So, Yimo was done with the mission, so he had to go. He was scared this Qin Peifu would ask things. Qin Yanmei didn't expect Yimo was leaving this quickly. She was grateful that Yimo helped her, but now Yimo was leaving without even sitting down. Seeing the questioning glance from her father, she felt uncomfortable. This guy was too heartless. He didn't even want to stay a little longer after the deal was done, but she could only help Yimo now. Yes, Dad, when he came he had things he didn't deal with. After he finishes it, I'll let him stay here. Chapter 1568, Immortal Music from the Heavens, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qin Peifu smiled. In that case send Yimo off first and then come back, I have some things to ask you. I know. Xian Yanmei quickly agreed and then pulled Yimo's hand as they walked out. How come Yimo not know what she meant? She was scared that not long after he left her father would try and help her find a Dao partner again. So she did this in front of everyone. Martial brother Yi, I'll come send you off too. Feng Chuanmo was very disappointed to see Yimo leave. She still wanted to ask Yimo to help with pill concoction again. What are you doing? Nianmei is sending Yimo off, you don't need to go join her. The non-dressed great extreme immortal next to Feng Chuanmo quickly stopped her. Only Bingyu knew what was going on. She clearly saw Feng Chuanmo walk out of Yimo's room with untidy clothes. She could only sigh. Feng Chuanmo could only sigh as well upon seeing her master stopped her. Now that Yimo left, she could only ask Qin Yanmei about him. Qin Yanmei sent Yimo to the door of the sect and said unhappily, "Aren't you a bit too desperate?"
You didn't even stay here for a day and you're going to leave. Yemo said plainly, the deal between us is done, I don't like staying here.
Yemo was being honest, he didn't know anyone here and they were all more powerful than him. It was fine if Qin Nianmei was really his Dao partner, but she wasn't. Never mind, I really didn't expect you to be able to beat Gongsun Jiyu in pill concoction. I thought it would take a long while for me to convince my father, but it succeeded so fast.
Thank you, Qin Nianmei said. Yemo waved his hand. No need to thank me, we're just doing a deal. Plus, there's something you haven't given me yet, aren't you? Qin Nianmei rolled her eyes. I didn't forget.
She took out a rune and a jade slip.
The map to the Chaos Star Realm is inside. This is the Space Laceration rune.
But I need to remind you, it's suicide to go there with your power. You helped me and I feel you're a good person, so I don't want you to die immediately. Thank you, whether or not I die is my business.
After our deal, you are you, I am me. Goodbye.
Then Yemo got on Blue Moon and disappeared. Serves you right to die in the Chaos Star Realm.
Qin Nianmei cursed behind Yemo's back.
Suddenly she felt a little sad, she truly didn't want Yemo to die. He was very cunning but he kept his promise. Plus, concocting that cauldron of pills was probably the hardest thing he had ever done. After Yemo left, Gongsun no longer had the mood to stay at his friend's place and left with Gongsun Jiyu. Qin Peifu had seen Yemo's overall performance was barely satisfactory. He wasn't mature but he had real capability. As for maturity, that was no problem. After some things it would change. Yang Zai took Bingyu and left the main peak of the sect. Then, she suddenly asked, Bingyu, you don't seem to be happy. You're rarely like this, is it because Hai Chuan Wu still pesters you? The ice-cold female cultivator quickly said, No master, it's because I feel like Martial's sister Nianmei and Gongsun Jiyu are a better match. That Yemo doesn't seem very mature and he won by luck. Yang Zai looked at her disciple in confusion. She rarely said anything usually, why did she suddenly exclaim about such things? Yang Zai sighed.
Do you really think that Yemo beat Gongsun Jiyu by luck? Did he not?
Bingyu asked in shock. Yang Zai said seriously, although I'm not certain that Yemo did it on purpose, his luck is a bit too good. He won with an extra middle grade pill and his procedure wasn't fast. How come he finished only 10 seconds later than Gongsun Jiyu? But master, if he could control pills to such extent, didn't this mean he was a top grade immortal pill great master or even an immortal pill grandmaster? Bingyu asked in confusion. Yang Zai frowned. This is something I don't understand either. Even an immortal pill great master might not have such accurate control. If Yemo did this intentionally, then he's too scary. He said that was the hardest cauldron of pills he had ever concocted. Didn't that mean he was just lucky? Bingyu asked in confusion. Yang Zai sighed. You can understand this from another perspective. Because he had to concoct a cauldron of pills just a little bit better than Gongsun Jiyu, it took him a lot of effort. I feel this is more applicable to Yemo's character. Plus, the instant Gongsun Jiyu finished pill concoction, Yemo's spirit sense quickly scanned his pills. Ha! Bingyu stared at her master in shock. Is this possible? It's impossible, so that's why I'm doubtful. If this is true, then that Yemo is an unimaginable talent. For such a person, it's not that he doesn't deserve Nianmei but that Nianmei doesn't deserve him. Yang Zai sighed, Master, cultivation needs a stable mentality. Yemo seems very impetuous and immature. Such a person shouldn't have such capability, right? Plus, even if he has some capabilities, it shouldn't be that Nianmei doesn't deserve him? Bingyu said. Yang Zai fell silent for a while and said, I feel it's very strange too. How could an impetuous person become an immortal pill master great master? Unless his actions were intentional. He had to beat Gongsun Jiyu and make the sect leader accept him as Nianmei's Dao partner but also needed to leave a bad impression. This is too conflicting. Bingyu fell silent. If her master's guess was right, then that Yemo was too insane. Why did such a prodigy come to the extreme sword sect and immediately get together with Feng Chuanma? Feng Chuanma usually wasn't such a woman either. Did she know that Yemo was extraordinary? Bingyu, don't underestimate any cultivator. Our sect is Great Eternity Immortal Sect and is insurmountable in Gonghua Heaven, but Gonghua Heaven is just a low heaven domain.
There are middle and grand heaven domains. In the vast immortal realm, there are too many prodigies. Your path is still long.
I hope to take you to see the prodigies of the middle heaven domains, perhaps there your view would broaden. Master, I understand. I plan to go out for trial anyways and come back when I reach Great Immortal.
Bingyu bowed, Yang Zai nodded.
Okay, the immortal realm is cruel, but if you can't survive in the environment yourself and always stay in the sect, you will never accomplish much. Before, I wasn't about to break through to Great Immortal, so I left the sect and found my own fortune. The Chaos Star Realm couldn't be reached through teleportation formation, one must fly there, but it could be reached from any heaven domain directly.
The time varies.
The slowest was using a low-grade immortal artifact which took a few decades, the fastest was just a few days. In the nearby domains, the cultivators realized that it was the fastest to go to Extreme Wind Heaven first and then go to the Chaos Star Realm from there. It would take at most 1 month using a low-grade flying immortal artifact that way. Yemo only had a low-grade flying immortal artifact, he would need half a month even flying to the teleportation formation.
But Yemo didn't mind.
He just wanted to improve his power. On the way, he met immortals using all sorts of flying immortal artifacts, some of them were riding immortal beasts. Yemo was very contemptuous towards this. Only a rare few were faster than flying immortal artifacts, most of them just looked cool. 10 days later, he was halfway to Gonghua Heaven's teleportation formation. Today, he stood at the front deck of Blue Moon studying the jade slip left behind by Feng Chuanma's brother. Then he heard a wave of immortal music. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very clear and comfortable. He scanned with spirit sense and didn't see anyone playing music. Yemo judged the direction the sound came from and sped over with Blue Moon to see what it was, but he only went a few hundred kilometers before an even faster dashing light stopped him. Yemo immediately knew it was a middle-grade flying immortal artifact.
So without hesitation, he released Zisu, Chapter 1569, Terrifying Freedom King, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, it's you?
Yemo saw that it was the icy-cold female cultivator Bingyu and put away Zisu.
The female cultivator glanced coldly at Yemo and asked, "You don't want to live?"
"What do you mean?"
Yemo raised a brow and questioned coldly. He almost released Zisu again. Did this woman think she was powerful just because she was an abstruse immortal?
She was a mere abstruse immortal primary stage, that's Gonghua Heaven's Freedom King's chariot. You don't move aside and instead you charge up. If you want to die, you might as well kill yourself without dragging our extreme sword sect into it. Bingyu said emotionlessly. Just when Yemo wanted to speak, he heard Bingyu sneer.
"Shut up."
Then she stood on her flying magic artifact and looked down, saying nothing. Yemo suddenly felt a powerful force sweep over. He uncontrollably shivered. There was an icy spirit sense that shivered even his soul. It was as though the next moment his soul would run out of his body and even his golden page world would seep out. Yemo was shook, and just when he wanted to use the 3 birth chant, he suddenly realized he must not use 3 birth chant here no matter what. If he did, everything was exposed, sweat dripped from his forehead, his entire body became drenched.
Just when Yemo didn't know what to do.
The spirit sense swept past his body. It was just a few seconds, but Yemo felt like it had been a few centuries. There was such a powerful immortal in the world. Just who was this Freedom King? The immortal sound left, and Yemo didn't even have the courage to chase up and scan with his spirit sense. He was certain that if he did, he would die. When the immortal music completely disappeared, Bingyu still stood there not moving.
Yemo didn't move seeing this.
5 minutes later, Bingyu glanced coldly at Yemo and was about to fly forward on her flying magic artifact. Yemo just realized that this woman just saved his life. Otherwise, if he charged up recklessly, he would have been killed by a beam of spirit sense already. Even if he wasn't killed, all his secrets would be exposed for sure. Martial Sister Bingyu, thanks for saving my life.
Yemo was truly thankful to her. Bingyu looked plainly at Yemo and didn't answer. She was prepared to leave. Yemo quickly asked again, "Martial Sister Bingyu, who is this Freedom King? What is his power?"
Bingyu frowned and said, "The Freedom King is called Fong Baiking. He's an immortal king. Even the Heaven Lord of Gonghua Heaven has to move aside when seeing him."
Immortal King power? Immortal King was this powerful? Yemo thought of that blue-dressed female cultivator. Wasn't she a status immortal too? Why wasn't she that powerful? Was she not an immortal king?
Seeing Emo days on the side, Bingyu ignored him and was prepared to keep going when another dashing light came. Martial's sister Bingyu, you went so fast.
When I went to find you, Martial uncle said you had left already. I finally caught up to you now.
A joyful voice sounded. Emo woke up and realized that he knew this cultivator. It was that male cultivator he met at the gates of Extreme Sword Sect, the abstruse immortal primary stage.
He seemed to be some martial brother Wu, so you came up with Pill Master Yi, that's good.
If it wasn't that Pill Master Yi's flying magic artifact is a little weaker, I really wouldn't be able to catch up to you.
The male cultivator saw Emo and smiled.
Emo suddenly really disliked this martial brother Wu. There was clearly a sliver of jealousy in his eyes, but he acted really happy. He said his flying magic artifact was bad, but his was only a middle-grade flying immortal artifact. Martial brother Wu.
Bingyu was surprised.
She didn't expect this guy to still catch up when she left early. Emo wanted to laugh. This martial brother Wu stuck to Bingyu everywhere.
Emo was thinking, what was anything good about this icy cold woman?
Although she was the #1 prettiest woman in the immortal realm he had seen so far, she was too lacking in facial expression. Emo didn't talk, he couldn't be bothered.
He was an immortal forgery master.
When he reached immortal forgery grade master, he could upgrade his flying magic artifact to middle grade at any time. Martial brother Wu was happy seeing Emo didn't answer him. Pill Master Yi will perhaps be our Extreme Sword Sect's member, so I'll introduce myself.
I'm Haichuan Wu, the great disciple of Green Fall Peak. Martial sister Nianmei is a bright jewel of our sect, congratulations.
How could Emo not know what he meant? He thought he came out with Bingyu.
Emo casually saluted with his fists. Ha ha.
Seeing that Emo didn't seem to welcome him much, Haichuan Wu thought that Emo was annoyed. He stopped the private time between him and Bingyu, so he said again, Pill Master Yi's luck is really good.
Winning with a middle-grade immortal pill.
Everyone in the sect is amazed at Pill Master Yi's luck. If I had Pill Master Yi's luck, sigh, Emo didn't offend this guy, but because he liked Bingyu he berated him in front of her.
Emo disliked this guy more and more.
Comparatively, Gongsun Jiyu was much better. He then said calmly, don't even think about my luck, you will never have it in your entire life.
Didn't your master teach you, luck is a type of power? Haichuan Wu didn't expect Emo to be so straightforward.
He frowned, but thinking about what Emo acted like at the competition, he immediately categorized Emo as vulgar. Bingyu was shook.
She thought of her master's analysis. Was this Pill Master Yi really keeping a low profile?
Was his luck really as he said, a part of his power? Haichuan Wu wasn't annoyed, however, he was happy.
Emo was immature like the Chen Bison the sect said.
He was like a little kid. There was no way Bingyu would like such a person. Thinking about this he said calmly, that's true, I rely on hard work, I don't have Pill Master Yi's luck power.
He then said, where does Pill Master Yi want to go? If you need my help, just say it.
No need, martial brother Wu, go where you please.
I can solve my own things. Emo rejected without hesitation. He thought Emo was with Shin Bingyu, how could he agree to go? He quickly said, how can that do?
Nianmei is the daughter of our sect leader and you're the one she chose, I must help. After helping you, I'll leave with Martial's sister Bingyu.
Emo frowned, he was going to Chaos Star Realm for trial.
Why did this Haichuan Wu pester him? I'm going to take a shit, martial brother Wu, do you still want to help?
Emo was annoyed, you. Haichuan Wu's face went green.
He didn't expect Emo would say such words in front of Bingyu, this was too insulting. Bingyu heard this and still had a calm face, but she didn't want to stay here anymore. She said to Haichuan Wu, martial brother Wu, you guys talk.
I'll be going.
Then she flew off and sighed, he didn't deserve martial sister Nianmei. She even began to disregard her master's suspicions. At this moment, Haichuan Wu realized that Emo wasn't with Bingyu. He glared at Emo and chased up, only then did Emo realize why Haichuan Wu had to follow him. This kid thought Bingyu must be on the same journey with him. Chapter 1571, Weakest One. Bingyu already felt it was strange that Emo came here at Golden Immortal Primary Stage, but seeing him about to go in alone after asking a few questions, her jaw dropped. She really didn't expect there to be someone this cocky. Even abstruse Immortal Peak Stage or Great Immortals rarely went in alone.
Did this guy come here to seek death? The nearby immortals were also dazed, but soon most of them realized that this new golden immortal primary stage didn't know the rules. He thought he could go in alone. What an idiot, but no one reminded GMO, it was a good show for them. People were too bored, a golden immortal primary stage cultivator's life meant nothing to them. GMO felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell where. He didn't feel that golden immortal cultivator was lying to him, and his instinct felt that he would reach the chaos star realm if he went any more forward. Just when he was about to go in, a faint blue figure stopped in front of him. You want to die? A crisp cold voice sounded again. Emo looked, and it was that Bingyu again. This was the second time she said you want to die, but this time, Emo didn't get angry. She had saved him before indeed. Marshall's sister Bingyu, I'm living quite well, why would I want to die? Emo asked plainly. Jin Bianjiu grunted, you think all the people here aren't going to the Chaos Star Realm? Why don't they leave? Why? Emo subconsciously asked. Jin Bianjiu said coldly, it's indeed the heaven domain void if you go in there. Unless you're a great immortal, going in alone is like suicide. And, the barrier for the Chaos Star Realm can only be activated when tens or even 100 people use their runes together. Emo looked around at the cultivators here and realized how bleak they were all watching him like a fool. No one came up to warn him. Thank you, Marshall's sister Bingyu, you saved me again. Emo didn't believe he would die going into the heaven domain void, but if he didn't go with anyone his space laceration rune would be useless. Jin Bingyu didn't look at Emo and just went back to where she was. Emo saw a skinny golden immortal tertiary stage cultivator just turn around too. He immediately politely called out to him, friend, you came to stop me going in, right? The skinny cultivator nodded. Yais, you can't go in there alone. You have to team up. I just wanted to stop you, but someone already did. Thank you. I'm Emo, a solo cultivator. Emo saluted with his fists. The skinny cultivator returned in the same manner. I'm Chuimingli, I come from Yuan Heaven's Great Extreme Immortal Sect Dao Star Sect. I've found a team already, you should hurry and find one. Seeing him go back, Emo breathed easy. This Chuimingli clearly was a warm-hearted cultivator. There were so many cultivators who saw him about to go in alone. But only Bingyu and this guy stopped him. But Emo knew why Bingyu stopped him, it was due to Qin Yanmei. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't come out, but even so, Emo was grateful to her. Even though Emo didn't want to form a team, he had to find one. Otherwise, no one would take him in with his power. Emo scanned around and was disappointed, he didn't match the requirements. The lowest requirement was Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage and have at least a low-grade Flying Immortal artifact. He had one, but he was a far cry from Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage. An ordinary Golden Immortal Primary Stage would take at least a few thousand years to reach Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage. Some talented cultivators would only need a few hundred years. Extreme examples could do this in a few decades. Emo could only walk towards a sign asking for Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage. It was a Golden Immortal Peak Stage cultivator. He saw Emo come over and frowned. Can I join your team? Emo saw the frown inside but still asked. The Golden Immortal Peak Stage was very polite. Sorry, the lowest requirement is Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage. You're only Golden Immortal Primary Stage. I believe I won't drag the team behind, Emo said. The Golden Immortal Tertiary Stage shook his head and said nothing. Emo asked a few more and he was rejected by them all. No one wanted to take a Golden Immortal Primary Stage who would drag the team down. Some squads had enough people and began to go in. Hai Chuan Wu saw Bingyu stare at Emo and asked, how about we let Pill Master Yi come to our squad? Bingyu asked coldly, did he ask for your help? Hai Chuan Wu felt uncomfortable seeing Bingyu stop Emo, but hearing this, he felt very satisfied. But he still sighed and said nothing. Bingyu indeed didn't want Emo to join her squad. To her, Emo would die no matter what squad he joined. It was better for him to not let him join a squad as he would go back and not die. Seeing that he still had to go in alone, Emo shook his head helplessly. Chuimingli saw Emo couldn't find a team and worried for him too. Marshall Brother Chen, that Golden Immortal Primary Stage. Chuimingli didn't even finish before he was interrupted by the abstruse Immortal Primary Stage Captain. Chuimingli, I took you because your perseverance is good yet you still want to help someone else? If you still want to say that, then please leave. Chuimingli's mouth was bitter but he didn't dare to say anything. Emo didn't hear Chuimingli trying to help him. but seeing the captain reproach him, he immediately knew what happened. Emo felt a little despondent seeing that no team willing to take him. Some cultivators admired Yemo's courage. Daring to go into the Chaos Star realm alone and thinking that he could join a team with Golden Immortal primary stage cultivation. If the captain wasn't brain dead, he wouldn't allow such a person. There were so many dangers out there, and if one person dragged the team back, it would be a ticking time bomb. As more and more teams left, Emo knew it was probably very hard to find someone to take him. At this moment, the teleportation formation lit up again and a few thousand people were teleported back. Emo was confused why so many cultivators came when he heard other people discuss, "This is the Extreme Heaven sect. Joining up to trial together, I didn't think there would be this many. Less than 3,000 for a heaven domain, this isn't much." True, it's said that the reward for the top 10 is very juicy. Emo scanned with spirit sense and found that the leading person was indeed a Great Eternity Immortal and a few Great Extreme Immortals. The Great Eternity Immortal said to the few thousand cultivators, "The time frame for this trial is 2 years. 2 years later we will be calculating results here. The Chaos Star realm is full of danger, I hope you guys can help each other." "Okay, I've said enough, time for you to form teams and go in." Soon, the cultivators formed into small groups and went in. Jinbingyu glanced at Emo and followed her squad into the Heaven Domain Void. Chapter 1572, How to be Immortal Without Competing. In a short time, there were only a few cultivators waiting to form a team, and there were the stall cultivators. These cultivators waiting were all higher cultivation level than Emo, so Emo clearly couldn't team up with him. Seeing Emo frown, a stall-keeping Golden Immortal sighed. "Friend, your power is currently too low. Even if someone takes you on a team, it might not be good for you to go in." Emo saluted with his fists to that cultivator. "Thank you." Then, he walked into the mist without hesitation. Everyone was dazed, they didn't expect this ordinary Golden Immortal primary stage was this persistent. No one took him on a team, so he was going in alone. He already knew the danger and yet he was still going in. Did he not fear death? There were many cultivators who didn't fear death in the immortal realm, but there wasn't a cultivator who knew certain death and still went its way. Those few great immortals were shook too. When they learned of the situation, they all shook their heads. Pity. One great extreme immortal looked at Yemo's figure disappearing into the mist. He has a heart of cultivation that dares to compete, but not a calm brain. Even if he doesn't die in there, he will die somewhere else. Nothing to feel pity about. That great eternity immortal shook his head. If it was before he saw the Freedom King, Emo might hesitate, but now he knew that if he couldn't improve his power rapidly, he was meat on the chopping block that anyone could cut. He didn't even have the right to form a squad with people here. Emo looked calm, but he wasn't on the inside. He needed power. He was going to tell everyone that he, Emo, could still go in the Chaos Star realm even if he didn't have a team. Plus, if he was scared of everything and didn't dare to fight for it, how could he be an immortal? After going into the mist, the far star castle immediately disappeared. Even his spirit sense couldn't see it. He was in a dull gray void. There were asteroid lights that colored the sky a little. Emo released Blue Moon and carefully charged into the void. He was very careful but not scared. He had been to the Void Fissure alone, ran amongst Void Windblades, took a shower in Void Flame, and practiced body refinement in Void Sand Whirlpools. Even though the Void here was countless times stronger than the Cultivation Realm's Void, his power was also countless times stronger. Half a day later, Emo saw no danger. There were just an occasional few Void Windblades and a few meteors, but they didn't harm him at all. Emo wasn't scared of these, he was scared of Void Disposition the most. It would be certain death for him. Emo believed there was no Void Disposition, as if there was, there wouldn't be so many Void Immortal beasts here. 2 days later, Emo didn't loosen up at all. He just dodged tens of meteors today and saw countless flashing red lights. Those red lights could blink and a foul stench came over. Emo knew these were the Void Immortal beasts. There were countless blinking red lights. They were probably the three-footed wolves. They lived in the void in large groups. They could cultivate in the void and loved eating cultivator flesh. They would be able to find cultivators who went into the void quickly and surround them. Just when Emo thought of this, countless three-footed wolves surrounded him. His spirit sense couldn't extend very far here, but he could sense up to a few hundred kilometers away. They were everywhere, other than a few that were at level 1, most were level 2 and a few were level 3. Seeing this, Emo breathed easy. At least there were no level 4 wolves. If there were, he would have to run. Level 4 was equivalent to great immortal power. Fighting against a great immortal wolf with his little golden immortal power was suicide, even though their offensive power was weak and they only knew a type of wind blade. Once it was a high enough level, wind blades could be lethal too. Howl. Countless wolves howled. Yemo released Zisu. He wasn't afraid of group battles. His lightning sword, illusion cloud domain kill strike and heaven flame 9 suns were abilities of mass slaughter. He even annihilated the few 100 million sand soul beasts. There were only tens of thousands of wolves here. Seeing Emo released Zisu, the wolves rustled and attacked at the same time. The circle closed in. Emo didn't dare to use Heaven Flame 9 Suns, it was too taxing on his spirit sense and too much of a waste to use it on wolves. Heaven Flame 9 Suns was best for those spirit bugs or those immortal beasts that feared fire. Of course, when his Heaven Flame 9 Suns reached great completion, he could use it against any immortal beast. Zisu was released, bringing out a faint purple sword ray. The sword ray was pale, but in this dull gray void, it immediately lit up the countless wolves. Those wolves seemed extra snarly under the purple beams. In order to maximize his illusion cloud domain kill strike, he didn't even release his octagonal cauldron. The purple sword she divided into tens of 100 meters wide, few 100-meter long sword veils and sliced out. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Level 2 and Level 1 wolves weren't able to survive under Yemo's sword domain at all. Just that strike and Yemo killed 200 wolves, but Yemo's heart sunk. He found that it was only effective against Level 1 and Level 2 wolves. The Level 3 wolves at most received a wound. But luckily, there were only tens of them. Before Yemo could release Zisu again, the countless wind blades tore his barrier and sword domain and struck on his body. Splurge. As soon as they touched Yemo, they drew blood. The Level 1 wind blades didn't affect Yemo at all. The Level 2 wind blades only could create some marks, but the Level 3 wind blades made a few bloody marks and a spray of blood. Yemo knew he couldn't defend now at all. Defending was only stalling. The longer it stalled, the worse it was for him. Who knew if there would be more to come? If he kept defending, he would eventually die. He could hide in his golden page world, but the Level 3 wolves were conscious, and if they spilled this news, it would spell huge trouble. Realizing this, Yemo used his God State body refinement to the fullest extent and hacked out with Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike again and again. In a short time, the surroundings were filled by Yemo's Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike strikes. There were purple whirlpools in the void space. Wolves were killed non-stop, but Yemo's wounds slowly started to pile up. Yemo kept eating pills and releasing the Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike. He was a bloodied man right now. Some of the blood was his, some belonged to the wolves. If he didn't have pills, he would have long collapsed already. As he killed more and more Level 3 wolves, Yemo knew that the scale of victory was leaning towards him. Chapter 1573, Crazy Cultivator. Void wolves were definitely a type of extremely crazy void immortal beast, but in this even crazier fighting style Yemo was using, they began to go into chaos. As more and more wolves died, their bodies piled up in the void. Some were taken away by the void chaos flow immediately. A few more Level 3 wolves were killed by Yemo, and he started to take less and less wind blades. The head wolf at the back felt things weren't right. If things went on like this, these wolves would all die. Just when the head wolf was contemplating whether they should retreat or launch one more ferocious attack, an explosion sounded in the void. In a short time, tens of lightning swords rained down. These lightning swords all struck the Level 2 wolves and another group died. The reason Yemo only used it now was because he was scared if he used it too early, his spirit sense and immortal essence would run out. Now that the wolf pack was disordered, they clearly weren't going to last long. Now was the perfect time to use it. Howl. The wolves finally realized Yemo's power. With the howl of the head wolf, the remaining 20,000 wolves rapidly retreated into the void. Yemo breathed easy. If these wolves still didn't retreat, he would be in a worse condition even if he won in the end. He would have to go into the golden page world to recover, but Yemo didn't want to go in. His spirit sense couldn't scan far here. Who knew if there was some powerful being who could see him? This possibility was very small, but he had to be careful. After eating a few pills, Yemo started to take the immortal beast cores of the wolves. After that fight, he killed tens of thousands of wolves. He didn't care about those Level 1 wolves, but he took nearly 10,000 Level 2 and Level 3 immortal beast cores. More bodies were taken away by the void. After an entire day of fighting, his entire body was covered in wounds. But Yemo wasn't worried. He knew that his shape looked bad, but the real wounds were those left by the Level 3 wolves.
The wounds left by the level 2 wolves were very shallow and begun to heal with the immortal pills.
The level 3 wolf's offensive power was far weaker than ordinary level 3 immortal beasts.
Otherwise, he would be in a much more serious condition. The void was indeed full of danger. Guillermo realized now why these people formed teams. If there was a team of a few hundred people, they wouldn't fear this wolf pack at all. He was by himself, so he was considered food to those wolves. The only reason he could beat so many wolves was because he was God-state middle-stage body refinement. Otherwise, what could he do but hide in the golden page world? Guillermo put Zissou on his back and not in his storage ring. There was too much danger here. With the experience of fighting those wolves, Guillermo made Blue Moon fly even faster. 3 days later, he encountered an asteroid group. These asteroids came at him like the wolf pack. Sealing all directions of escape, this time, Guillermo released the octagonal cauldron. Although he was heavily injured by the asteroid collisions, he still made it through. He encountered a few void sword rays, but they weren't very powerful and just gave Guillermo a few more wounds. After this series of void danger, Guillermo realized the importance of body refinement even more. If he wasn't God-state body refinement, he would be dead already. Half a month later, Guillermo emerged from a void formation covered in wounds. This void formation enclosed an asteroid that was tens of thousands of square kilometers and nailed it to the void. Some light seeped out of the formation. Outside the formation, there were the golden words Chaos Star Realm Asteroid Door. There was a wave-like barrier. Guillermo guessed it was the barrier to entering the Chaos Star Realm. Guillermo breathed easy. For the last half-month, he had been fighting with his life every day in the void, but it wasn't without its benefits. His immortal essence and spirit sense were trained, and so was his body. He was just one step away from God-state tertiary stage. Guillermo walked into the void formation and landed on the huge asteroid. He found there were more than 1,000 cultivators here. Some were resting and more took out their runes ready to go in. A few extreme ones came here to do business. This was both the entrance and the exit. These cultivators who came here risked a lot of danger, but their profits were huge. Many cultivators who come out would try to sell the extra things they had immediately. Guillermo's arrival caught the attention of almost all the cultivators here. These cultivators all came in groups. No cultivator below Great Immortal could come here alone. Even Great Immortals usually didn't want to cross here alone. Immortal beast packs, asteroids groups, wind blade waves, these all needed many people to stop, yet these cultivators saw Guillermo come here alone. Almost all cultivators were completely dazed. They didn't dare to believe what they saw. No one took Guillermo on a team. Many people knew this, but they didn't expect this golden immortal primary stage really dared to come. Guillermo was covered in wounds and blood. His ordinary low-grade immortal artifact hung across his back. He didn't look like an immortal, he looked like a mortal martial artist. Despite his blood and messy hair, the sharp ferocious chi that emanated from him was like a sharp sword that was pulled out of its sheath. Was he really this powerful? Or was he just too lucky? Some cultivators started to think. Some of them were injured, but none were injured like Guillermo or had such dense killing chi. Guillermo scanned his spirit sense out. He didn't see Chui Mingli and immediately knew he probably went inside the Chaos Star Realm. There were cultivators who died, but they were usually less than 10%. Guillermo didn't believe that Chui Mingli was that unlucky. He saw a few cultivators doing business and so he walked over. Thud thud. Guillermo's footsteps weren't heavy, but it felt like he stepped on the hearts of these cultivators. Those few captains who rejected Guillermo looked at him in shock. They believed that Guillermo was no match for them, but hearing his footsteps made them feel suffocated. He was probably lucky and only met a few level 1 or level 2 immortal beasts. Otherwise would he be able to get here? Huijin Bingyu hadn't gone in yet. Just when she was about to go in, Guillermo came here in such a shocking manner. She had seen too many crazy cultivators, but today she realized that compared to Guillermo those people were at most fighting with their lives. Guillermo was giving his life away but he crossed the void and didn't die. This pill master Yi is really lucky and bold. But if something happens to him, Martial Sister Nianmei will sigh. Hai Chuanwu saw Zhen Bingyu look at Guillermo with shock and said, "MHM." Zhen Bingyu just subconsciously nodded. She was still thinking about how Guillermo came here. She didn't feel Guillermo hid his power. Seeing Zhen Bingyu still stare at Guillermo, Hai Chuanwu felt bored and took out the rune. "Martial Sister Bingyu, should we go in now?" She even forgot to answer, but she clearly heard Guillermo ask for the price of an immortal beast core. the Golden Immortal even got up and saluted with his fists to Emo. A level 1 Immortal Beast Core is around 30 to 80 top grade Immortal Crystals, level 2 are around 100 to 300, level 3 about 1000 to 2000 Immortal Crystals.
So expensive?
Emo was dazed. Chapter 1574, only with power did respect come, those level 1 Immortal Beast Cores were wasted.
Emo felt pity. He didn't take them because he thought they weren't worth any money.
In the Blackweed town, a level 1 Immortal Beast Core was at most a few top-grade Immortal Crystals. Why was the price here so high? It's not. The Immortal Beasts here are Void Immortal Beasts. Their Beast Cores contain a sliver of Void Chi. If you concoct pills with such Beast Cores, the level of the Immortal pills will be higher and it's beneficial in helping cultivators cultivate space magic.
So this was it. Emo nodded. He took out 4 3-feet wolf Beast Cores and asked, "How much for these?"
He thought that Emo would take out tens of Immortal Beast Cores seeing that he was covered in wounds, but Emo only took out 4. He felt disappointed, but he still said politely, "These are the Beast Cores of the very common 3-feet Immortal Wolves. I'll give you 130 top-grade Immortal Crystals for these 3 level 2 ones.
As for this level 3 one, I'll give you 1100 top-grade Immortal Crystals, what do you think?"
Okay.
Then Emo waved his hand and a stack of Beast Cores appeared before this cultivator. Count and calculate. Those cultivators saw Emo only take out 4 wolf Beast Cores and more than half of the shock in their eyes disappeared.
It seemed that this Golden Immortal Primary Stage was only lucky, but no one scorned him. A Golden Immortal Primary Stage could kill 3 level 2 and 1 level 3 beasts. It was normal that he was heavily injured. Even Jinbingyu breathed easy. She finally realized why Emo could come here. It was luck. Any Golden Immortal Primary Stage who only encountered these would be able to get away, but when Emo stacked up such a large pile of 3-feet wolf beast cores, these thousands of cultivators took a cold breath in and looked at Emo in disbelief. No one would believe that Emo killed all these by himself. Even a teen wouldn't be able to do that. The wolves' attacks were weak and simplistic. But there were so many of them. There were nearly 10,000 beast cores here and most of them were level 2, some even level 3. Could one person kill all these? Even an abstruse immortal wouldn't be able to kill so many and get this many beast cores, but if he didn't do it, who did? The wolves liked to live in packs. They couldn't think that the wolves all spasmed upon seeing Emo, or that someone was nice enough to leave all these beast cores for this Golden Immortal Primary Stage. I finally understand why he said what a waste. One cultivator exclaimed, "Why?" He threw away all the level 1 beast cores and now that he realized the price was this high, he felt it was a waste. People took in cold breaths. There were so many level 2 beast cores, just how many level 1 beast cores did he throw away? If he was there at the time, he would be rich. Seeing the business cultivator still dazed, Emo frowned and asked, "Do you want them or not? If you do, hurry up and count, if not, I'll find someone else." "Yes, yes." The cultivator quickly said. The cultivator quickly finished and said respectfully, "There are 8,030 level 2 beast cores and 13 level 3 beast cores. This is 1,058,200 top-grade immortal crystals." Facing an immortal who could kill tens of thousands of wolves, he didn't dare to show any disrespect. This many immortal crystals? The cultivators took a cold breath in. This guy just went for a spin in the void and got so many immortal crystals. If there was so much to earn, why even go to the Chaos Star Realm? Emo took the million immortal crystals and was very satisfied. It seemed cultivation was about going around and finding cultivation resources, only then would he have more fortune. The cultivators around here fell silent. Even an idiot could tell that Emo killed all those wolves. I didn't expect him to be this strong, such crowd attacking power. He's even stronger than her. Jinbingyu took in a cold breath. But she knew Emo didn't hide his power or the great immortals at Extreme Sword Sect would know, to be able to kill so many. It meant that he either had a secret technique or a powerful rune. She doubted that Emo killed them with his own power. This was just too unbelievable. After all, Emo was only Golden Immortal Primary Stage. It was possible if he used other means. In the Immortal Realm, there were many powerful runes, but they were just very hard to get. If it was a rune made by an immortal emperor, then 10 times more of the wolves would still be nothing. Emo didn't go with other people to put the rune into the void immediately. He just closed his eyes, ate a few pills, and started to rest. He had been fighting non-stop in the void, and this asteroid door was for cultivators to rest. At this moment, no cultivators dared to disturb EMO. Even those few abstruse immortal cultivators who suspected EMO had some secret didn't come up to say anything. 15 minutes later, EMO suddenly got up. His immortal essence and spirit sense had pretty much recovered. He saw that many cultivators on here had gone and immediately took out his space laceration rune. A golden immortal peak stage standing at the entrance saw EMO and immediately asked, "Friend, come into the Chaos Star Realm with us?" EMO nodded and stood with this group of cultivators. Shin Bingyu sighed. This guy couldn't even find a team before, but now there were people inviting him. The leader of this group was an abstruse immortal primary stage. He saw EMO come over and nodded to him. When I say 1, everyone released their runes at the same time and opened the barrier. 3, 2, 1, 300 or so cultivators released their runes at the same time. EMO did so as well. It seemed there was nothing special about EMO, but those few abstruse immortal cultivators changed their faces. They were certain now that EMO killed all those void wolves by himself. EMO released his rune rapidly and the tier range was larger than multiple cultivators around him combined. These abstruse immortal didn't know that EMO only used half his immortal essence and spirit sense. He didn't want to show off too much. Yet even with this, his range was much greater than a few golden immortal cultivators combined. EMO immediately realized what happened. His battles in the void condensed his immortal essence and that Shin Peifu's power was great. His rune was more powerful than the other runes. Scourge, like a ripped cloth, the barrier opened a dark void fissure under the explosion of hundreds of runes. Go in, the abstruse immortal said and crossed over. The rest of the cultivators followed. When Jin Bingyu wanted to see EMO was already gone. She found in shock that she didn't even see when EMO went in. Martial's sister Bingyu, let's go in together, Haichuanwu said. Okay. Bingyu nodded. She was done resting. A cool sensation came. This was EMO's first impression here. He scanned around with his spirit sense. It still couldn't reach max range, but it was much better than in the void. Everything within 1,000 kilometers was encompassed within his spirit sense. There didn't seem to be any life nor danger around him. It was just chaos. A few distant stars decorated the sky, giving this place some life. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. The golden immortal peak stage saluted with his fists to everyone and flew off. The rest of the cultivators started to disperse. Just when EMO was planning to leave, there was a terrifying howl and the cultivators who hadn't left stared at the direction in shock. A golden immortal tertiary stage was ripped into bloody mist and fell over. Chapter 1575, Star Realm Killer. EMO looked dazedly at the place the cultivator died. His spirit sense didn't see anything. There were no void openings nor space wind blades. How could a cultivator die for no reason and in such a bloody manner? Shadowless Vulture. One abstruse immortal called out in terror. What is Shadowless Vulture? One golden immortal tertiary stage asked. The abstruse immortal said seriously, Shadowless Vulture is human-faced and vulture-bodied. It can fly in the void and is best at hiding its power. Below Great Immortal, no one can find Shadowless Vulture with his spirit sense. If a lone cultivator falls into the eyes of the Shadowless Vulture, it can only await death because it will follow you until it kills you. They love devouring cultivator essence spirit. That cultivator's essence spirit was devoured by Shadowless Vulture. It's one of the most terrifying beings in the Chaos Star Realm. It's also called the Star Realm Killer. Those cultivators who didn't know about it looked at each other. They just came in and encountered something this powerful. How were they to survive? Shadowless Vulture. EMO had seen this name many times. Feng Chuanma's Jade Slip mentioned it. It was just as this abstruse immortal cultivator said, but Feng Chuanma's brother said it was only in the depth of the Star Realm. Why was it here? I heard a Chenbei say it's only in the depths of the realm. Why did we see it as soon as we came in? That abstruse immortal primary stage asked heavily. What do we do? One golden immortal peak stage asked worriedly. We can only form teams and try not to be picked off. We can't fly here, stick to the ground. The Shadowless Vulture loves ambushing flying cultivators. They feel that they're the overlord of the skies. Any flying cultivator will be considered to be challenging their authority, one cultivator answered. Then, the cultivator looked at EMO. Before no one wanted to take EMO on a team, but now they guessed EMO's power was very powerful. If EMO could go on a team with them it would be great. Seeing that cultivator look at him, of course EMO knew what he meant. But he didn't want to form a team, and even if he did, he wouldn't form a team with someone he didn't know. EMO didn't answer. His spirit sense scanned to the void where the cultivator died. There was nothing there. But suddenly EMO used his spirit sense blade. Then, there was a faint shadow shrieking as it flew into the sky, so it feared spirit sense blades. Zissou brought out a purple light, splurge, just like that dying cultivator. A blood arrow shot out and the shadow in the sky landed on the ground. A human-faced vulture with huge wings fell to the ground. This bird was 3 meters long. Some cultivators who hadn't left saw EMO could kill the shadowless vulture and were even more shook. Now, no one doubted him about the wolves. The shadowless vultures had dominated the Chaos Star realm and no one had been able to kill them. Few had even seen what they look like, yet, this golden immortal primary stage killed one with one strike. Friend, you're good, you can even kill the shadowless vulture. Wang admires your power. That abstruse immortal treated EMO as someone equal to him now. Those few golden immortal tertiary stages looked at EMO with some reverence. One golden immortal tertiary stage said to EMO with admiration, "Martial brother, the shadowless vulture's beast core is the most valuable. The main feathers of its 2 wings are extreme-grade forgery materials best for flying magic artifacts."
Thank you.
EMO really didn't know what parts of it were worth money. EMO took the beast core and the 2 main feathers and told that golden immortal cultivator, "The rest is yours."
Thank you, Qianbei.
There was surprise and joy in the golden immortal tertiary stage's eyes and he quickly charged up, taking the entire body. To him, only a Qianbei wouldn't take such things. "I'm going." Then EMO quickly disappeared into the star realm, so powerful. That abstruse immortal looked at EMO's figure and approved. That golden immortal peak stage next to him nodded. "Indeed, I rarely hear people can kill a shadowless vulture in here, but a golden immortal primary stage could do it. It's too amazing."
The abstruse immortal shook his head. "I think he's not necessarily golden immortal primary stage. Can a cultivator who can force a shadowless vulture out of stealth and kill it be golden immortal primary stage?" EMO put Zissou on his back. He didn't go on Blue Moon or Zissou. Before understanding how the shadowless vulture ambushed, he really didn't dare to fly. A day later, EMO didn't find any valuable trial grounds nor any valuable immortal spirit herbs. He didn't even see a shadowless vulture again. This place was like that world where he ascended from. EMO didn't keep searching. He dug a cultivation home and went in, using the time formation disk to cultivate for a few days before coming out. He thought there was danger everywhere, but now it didn't seem so. 3 days later, EMO felt the immortal spirit chi here was getting denser and denser. At this moment, EMO realized that in order to undergo the trial, one had to go to the depths. On the 4th day, EMO stopped outside a huge valley. He felt the suction of this valley as though he was going to be sucked in and torn to pieces. Star Realm whirlwind? EMO murmured. This was one of the most dangerous places in the outskirts of the Star Realm. Ordinary cultivators who got sucked in would be twisted into pieces by the power of the whirlpool. This power was irresistible. It would gradually shed the cultivator layer by layer until bones were left. Even so, the bones would even be turned into fine dust. The strange thing about it was that no matter where you stood, it would take your flesh layer by layer. It wouldn't take your entire body suddenly, but you wouldn't be able to move at all. The force here wasn't something that cultivators below grade immortal could resist. EMO didn't retreat because of this. He had chosen a few places for body refinement and this was one of them. He put away Zissou and used God state body refinement to the max, slowly walking into the valley. EMO couldn't scan his spirit sense into the wind, it couldn't even reach out 3 meters. 10 steps later, the powerful suction ripped away EMO's armor. After a few more steps, that terrifying lacerating power came. He couldn't move at all now, he could only sit here and let the wind tear at his body. The force swiped from the surface of his body. He used his 3-birth chant to calculate the next steps of the body refinement cultivation method. EMO approximately knew the immortal realm body refinement cultivation method. In the immortal realm, when cultivators reached great immortal, their body was equal to God state, but the tenacity and recovery was far from God state body refinement. Chapter 1576, Hunting Shadowless Vultures. If a cultivator reached God state peak stage and continued in body refinement, the body wouldn't be able to take it. At this moment, the body refinement cultivator would face his greatest test, that was nirvana. Only after nirvana would the body go under fundamental evolution and become an immortal nirvana body, so nirvana was extremely important for body refinement cultivators. Many body refinement cultivators failed nirvana and forever regretted it their entire lives. After nirvana failure, a like consequence would be that they couldn't practice body refinement anymore and could only focus on Tao cultivation. The serious consequences would be that one would only have an essence spirit left. Even with an immortal essence spirit, they would have to find rare treasures to rebuild their body. After that, it was pretty much impossible for body refinement again. If nirvana was successful, the cultivator's body refinement would reach immortal nirvana body. But immortal nirvana body was only an intermediate state. This process was divided into 4 states: primary stage, middle stage, tertiary stage, and peak stage. Once an immortal nirvana body reached peak stage, the body refinement cultivator would officially reach immortal spirit body. This was the greatest hope for immortal realm body refinement cultivators and the greatest they could achieve. An immortal spirit body was also divided into 4 stages. Although for most immortal realm cultivators, immortal spirit body was pretty much the extreme, it wasn't the highest state of body refinement. After immortal spirit body peak stage, one could reach immortal god body, but rarely could cultivators in the immortal realm reach this. Even so, immortal god body wasn't the peak of immortal realm body refinement. After immortal god body peak stage, the body refinement cultivator would reach a peak, and that was divine body. Since the ancient times, it was said that only one cultivator had been able to reach divine body. Emo didn't plan to reach nirvana now, he just planned to reach god state peak stage and find another place to achieve nirvana. Nirvana not only needed dense immortal spirit chi, but it was also best if there were top-grade immortal spirit herbs. In this whirlwind, even Emo's body felt pain. Slashes on his body appeared, but Emo didn't move and kept using the 3 birth chant for body refinement while completing his body refinement cultivation method. 2 months later, Emo's bones cracked and he suddenly got up. He knew he had reached God state tertiary stage. Now, Emo felt that the tearing of the whirlpool was much weaker to him. He went a few thousand meters deeper into the whirlpool and continued body refinement. His immortal nirvana body cultivation method was completed and he even reached immortal spirit body primary stage. He just needed to reach God state peak stage and leave. Although he could reach nirvana in the depths of the wind whirlpool, this wasn't the best place nor the best time for nirvana. Plus, without top-grade immortal spirit herbs for nirvana, it wouldn't be good even if he didn't fail. 2 months later, Emo walked out of the star realm wind whirlpool with a ferocious temperament. He had reached God state peak stage now. He had been in here for a few months and still hadn't found a place for cultivating spirit sense and immortal essence. Body refinement, like cultivation, got progressively harder, even many times harder than ordinary cultivation. Emo released Blue Moon and started flying slowly. He didn't dare to go very fast, fearing there would be shadowless vultures. Emo didn't go very fast to begin with, but the deeper he went the faster he went. He formed a spirit sense domain around him. Emo thought that since spirit sense blades could reveal shadowless vultures, his spirit sense domain could prevent their ambush. It was far from reaching completion like his sword domain, but it could still allow him to sense things. Just when he was thinking about if this would be useful to shadowless vultures, there was a ripple in his spirit sense domain. Emo shot out multiple spirit sense blades without hesitation. 2 faint shadows appeared before him. Emo instantly hacked out with Zisu. Purple rays flashed and one shadowless vulture was instantly torn apart. The other flew away rapidly. Emo took the body and chased towards the other one instead. Emo was going to kill those who tried to kill him, be it cultivators or immortal beasts, no matter what. If he didn't have a spirit sense domain, he would have been ambushed already. Even though he was God state peak stage and didn't fear the ambush, who knows what would happen. He also heard that they were very vengeful and wouldn't let a cultivator go. No matter what, if he let this one go, it would follow him everyone in the darkness. So Emo brought Blue Moon's speed almost to the max, and in half a minute, he felt that shadowless vulture in his spirit sense domain again. But it was indeed very fast. Even though he brought Blue Moon's speed to the max, he still couldn't catch up to it, but he felt distance was closing. The shadowless vultures had never expected that they would one day be hunted by cultivators. It had always been them who hunted cultivators. Many golden immortals and abstruse immortals saw Emo hunting that shadowless vulture like crazy and were astonished. These cultivators couldn't see the shadowless vulture, but they could see Emo accelerating like crazy. In a place like the Chaos Star Realm, he dared to go so fast on a flying magic artifact. Did he not want to live? If people could fly in the sky, there wouldn't be all these cultivators walking on the ground. Near a pond, an icy cold female cultivator was holding off against 2 abstruse immortal cultivators.
Emo chased past here and the three saw Emo at the same time. They didn't know why Emo was flying in the air so fast and all showed expressions of shock. Emo saw the three too. He knew one of them, that female cultivator, was Bing Yu. The two standing off against her were both abstruse immortals too. One of them was the one who introduced the shadowless vulture when he first entered here. The three seemed to be about to fight. Emo didn't have the mood to care about it. He was determined to kill that shadowless vulture, Pillmaster Yi. Bing Yu called out in shock, but Emo was long gone. Seeing that Emo didn't even stop, Bing Yu frowned. Was Emo not afraid of death? Did he not know about the shadowless vulture? That shadowless vulture probably knew he couldn't escape this crazy cultivator and suddenly turned around instead, charging at Emo with rapid speed. Emo sighed. This was completely illogical. It was flying like lightning ahead and then suddenly turned 180 degrees without any pause or decrease in speed. Some ordinary cultivator might have fallen for this, but Emo was ready. He released Zisu and the shadowless vulture charged into his sword chi. A sharp howl swooshed across the void and that shadowless vulture was hacked in half, after taking its beast core and main feathers. Emo returned the way he came from. He would help Bing Yu if he could. After all, this woman saved him twice. Before he even got back, the three people had begun fighting. It was those two abstruse immortals attacking Bing Yu. Seeing Emo fly back, the three subconsciously stopped. Emo approved of this. Bing Yu, she wasn't bad, friend, long time no see. Seeing Emo land, that abstruse immortal who came with Emo here saluted with his fists. Chapter 1577, extremely shameless person. Bing Yu's face was cold and didn't say anything, but that abstruse immortal primary stage who didn't know Emo looked at his partner in confusion, not understanding why an abstruse immortal would greet a golden immortal primary stage. Emo smiled and saluted with his fists. Indeed, long time no see. I saw you were going very fast. You seem to be chasing something? That abstruse immortal primary stage asked in confusion. Emo knew there were shadowless vultures. Why did he still go so fast? I was ambushed by that thing and it annoyed me, so I chased up and killed it, Emo said. How could this abstruse immortal not know that the thing was the shadowless vulture? Hearing this, that abstruse immortal cultivator was extremely shook. Emo killed a lurking shadowless vulture, but now he could even chase up and kill them. This guy was probably the first to do this. Emo didn't feel he was very powerful to be able to kill the shadowless vulture. Shadowless vultures only had speed and expertise in stealth, but that was it. Why were the cultivators here so afraid of them? He really didn't understand. In the immortal realm, many cultivators began to use spirit sense attacks. Did the other cultivators not know shadowless vultures were scared of spirit sense cultivation method? Little did he know that there weren't many spirit sense cultivation methods in the immortal realm either. Most immortals could use their spirit sense to attack, as after reaching a certain level of cultivation, their spirit sense was powerful enough to be freely controlled to that extent. However, they wouldn't use it as a main method of attack. It was a method that higher-powered cultivators used to dominate low-level cultivators. Emo knew the importance of spirit sense cultivation method, so he never stopped perfecting his spirit sense cultivation method. Almost all his magic artifacts were related to spirit sense, and his spirit sense's power directly affected his power. Emo would always pursue anything that could improve his spirit sense. Even though he was a golden immortal primary stage now, his spirit sense was no weaker than that of abstruse immortal primary stage cultivators. I'm Wangi, I come from Yuan Heaven. This abstruse immortal primary stage immediately wanted to connect with Emo. He planned to do so when Emo first killed Shadowless Vulture, but Emo left too quickly and he didn't get the chance. That cultivator with Wangi heard this and looked at him with even more confusion. He thought Wangi knew Emo before, but now it seemed he didn't. I'm Emo, a solo cultivator, Emo replied and then asked, why did you three have conflict? Wangi quickly said, there are 4 6-winged purple radishes in the pond. 6 winged purple radishes? Emo thought and scanned his spirit sense. He immediately saw them growing under a strange rock. These were good things. 6 winged purple radishes were level 5 immortal spirit herbs and had 6 leaves that were like wings. They could be used to concoct the snow wing pill, a pill for curing pill poison. It was a true treasure for all cultivators in the immortal realm. Even Emo was touched. He had a few pill poison remedy pills also, including the stalagmite benefit pill, but the pitiful thing was, ever since he reached the immortal realm, the use of the stalagmite benefit pill dropped greatly. It was a bit useful when he was a hollow immortal, but when he reached golden immortal, it was negligible. He was an immortal pill great master, how could he not be interested? Yes, I saw them first and I was planning to split 2 each with my friend, but this woman saw them and wanted to take 2. Of course we wouldn't agree. Wang Yi respected Yemo greatly and said it all, Marshall's sister Bingyu, since brother Wang found them first, I think maybe you shouldn't take them. Yemo immediately said while thinking about how to trade them from Wang Yi. Jin Bingyu sneered. They found them? Did you see them? If I say I found them first, would you believe it? In reality I found them first. I saw them and immediately came over, they were close and arrived here about the same time. She found them first, but she was further away and so they got here at the same time. She only wanted 2 but they didn't want to give a single one to her. How could Yemo give up on such a thing? Yemo coughed. Marshall's sister Bingyu, brother Wang, and this friend. Since there are 4 here and you guys can't really divide them, I think everyone who sees them gets a share, so how about 1 each? Hearing this, everyone looked dazedly at Yemo. 1 each? This meant that he was asking one for himself? They had never seen someone so shameless, Jin Bingyu thought. Even if someone wanted this, only this Yi dude would be able to say something this shameless. More strangely, this guy was only golden immortal primary stage. If it was some other abstruse immortal, he would have slapped already. Wang Yi was dazed but quickly reacted. Clearly, to dare to bring up such proposal meant Yemo didn't fear anyone. Even if they divided 4 amongst 3 they would get at most 1 and a little bit more, so he might as well give 1 to Yemo. However, he heard his friend sneer, before his friend could say anything. Wang Yi quickly said, I agree. Brother Wang, you. The other abstruse immortal primary stage stared at Wang Yi in shock and confusion. You actually agreed to give 1 6-winged purple radish to a golden immortal primary stage? Wang Yi was very contemptuous on the inside. Although this partner came from the same heaven domain as him, he wouldn't care what he thought. If he had conflict with Yemo, he wouldn't intervene. He could use this to see Yemo's true power. I'm good friends with Brother Yi, plus Brother Yi's method is good, Wang Yi said. I disagree, that abstruse immortal said without hesitation. Yemo ignored him and looked at Jin Bingyu asking, Marshall's sister Bingyu. What do you think? Jin Bingyu calmed down. She wouldn't agree from the bottom of her heart, but thinking Yemo became friends with this Wang Yi and was Nianmei's Dao partner, she didn't need to offend Yemo. She fell silent for a moment and said, in that case, I'll just have 1. Yemo looked at the cultivator. It's 3 against 1, you still disagree? Keep dreaming. The abstruse immortal said coldly and looked at Wang Yi. Brother Wang, I'm going to teach this golden immortal primary stage a lesson. Are you okay with that? Wang Yi's face looked bad. You're both my friends, of course I won't help anyone, but everyone is friends. Please stay harmonious. Everyone knew what Wang Yi truly intended. But Yemo didn't care. He wasn't afraid of this abstruse immortal primary stage, okay. This abstruse immortal primary stage long had enough of this cocky golden immortal primary stage and released his magic artifact. Seeing both Wang Yi and Jin Bingyu retreat, he settled his heart. He was afraid that woman would help Yemo. Now that she didn't, he planned to kill this cocky golden immortal primary stage as soon as possible. Jin Bingyu didn't intend to help Yemo indeed, she had helped him many times already. Plus, even though she barely agreed to Yemo taking her purple radish, she still felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1578, not just fighting beyond his level, it was Yemo's first time seeing such a magic artifact. A fist. As soon as the abstruse immortal released this fist magic artifact, the space nearby seemed to be gathered around, making Yemo unable to move in the middle. Yemo smiled. For months ago, he would immediately release his octagonal cauldron and then hack out with Zisu, but now he didn't care. That fist wind area seemed like the Star Realm wind whirlpool. Yemo had been in there for a few months, so how could he care about this? The instant the fist space whirlpool formed, it made a loud thud. Countless immortal essence emanated from that huge fist magic artifact, forming countless immortal essence wind flows. They gradually formed into thousands of fist shadows, completely looming over Yemo. The distant pond water was stirred up by the explosive immortal essence power. Jin Bingyu and Wang Yi realized that this man wanted to kill Yemo with 1 move. Jin Bingyu's face changed, he didn't even use this move when fighting with her.
There was no way Emo could move now that he was caught in this. He could only watch as he got killed. Just when Jinbingyu wondered whether she should go help, she saw a purple ray hack out from the fist shadows, but it didn't seem to stop this endless fist barrage. The fist shadows still all hit Emo. Wang Yi was dazed. He thought Emo had something to be able to hunt shadowless vultures and kill all those wolves. Even if he couldn't beat an abstruse immortal cultivator, he shouldn't be killed in one move. With that many fist shadows, even if it hit an abstruse immortal, it was certain death, much less for Emo. How could Emo not know that this abstruse immortal wanted to kill him? Seeing this, he was going to show no mercy. He would take this and retaliate. This could indeed kill an ordinary abstruse immortal, but he was no ordinary abstruse immortal. He had reached God State peak stage. This level of attack might heavily injure him, but if he wanted to end the battle fast, he would trade injury with life. Emo used his God State body refinement to the extreme and hacked out with Zisu, Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain. He also wanted to kill this abstruse immortal with one move. The abstruse immortal saw that Emo could still counterattack under his barrage and was worried. He used even more immortal essence, but soon he felt something was wrong. His countless fist shadows seemed to have struck a very sturdy magic artifact. There were just thudding noises, not the shower of flesh and blood he had expected. Not good. A purple figure hacked down. He felt a powerful binding. The abstruse immortal was shook. This was the first time he saw a golden immortal primary stage use a sword domain. In his shock, he couldn't care about killing Emo. He used the immortal essence in his body like crazy, trying to shift his body away. Splurge. Blood flashed and this abstruse immortal primary stage's armor and half a shoulder were hacked down. Emo almost spat blood. He knew that the fist barrage had injured him. He sighed. An abstruse immortal was so much more powerful than a golden immortal. If it was a golden immortal peak stage, this strike would be enough to kill him, but he only took an arm. He could kill the void wolf pack that countless abstruse immortals couldn't kill, but that didn't mean he was stronger than abstruse immortals. That abstruse immortal stared at Emo in shock. He didn't consider this golden immortal primary stage a threat, but that was his full-powered attack. Even an abstruse immortal wouldn't be able to ignore it, and yet this golden immortal primary stage dared to take it and took off his shoulder and arm. He finally realized why Wang Yi was so polite to this guy. If he knew this guy was this absurd, he wouldn't think of trying to kill him even if he didn't get an immortal spirit herb. He knew his fist shadows trapped Emo and those terrifying attacks struck his body. Why was he fine? Unless, God State body refinement, or even beyond it. The abstruse immortal thought of this and there was terror in his eyes. If Emo was really God State body refinement or beyond, would he be able to run? Thinking about how he flew across the sky with his magic artifact, the abstruse immortal gave up trying to run. He looked pleadingly at Wang Yi and forgot to even take out a recovery pill. Wang Yi was still in shock. Emo's power was far beyond his control. Seeing his friend look over, he shook and saluted with his fists. Brother Yi, Wang Chun is my friend. Can you forgive him this time on my account? The cultivation realm and immortal realm were the same. In the wake of power, everything else didn't matter. There was no reason. Emo nodded. On Brother Wang's account, I'll let him go. Emo knew that although Wang Chun lost an arm, if they really fought again he would still be injured. It was best to end it here, plus it wasn't good to be heavily injured in here. Wang Yi was a good person, so he might as well give it to him. Plus, he didn't have to kill Wang Chun. If it was him, he wouldn't agree too. Thank you, Brother Yi. Wang Wai I didn't expect Emo to agree and immediately thanked Emo happily. He picked up the broken arm and gave it to Wang Chun. He felt happy. At least now when he was with Wang Chun he would have more power. Wang Chun quickly ate a few pills and connected the arm back. Jinbingyu looked dazedly at Emo. Now she didn't doubt at all that Emo killed all the wolves himself. Emo was clearly a God State body refinement or beyond to be able to take on that fist magic artifact. Body refinement cultivators were extremely rare and those with accomplishments were rarer. If her master guessed right, then Emo was an immortal pill great master too, regardless. Easily defeating an abstruse immortal primary stage as golden immortal primary stage, this was unheard of. There were cases of golden immortals beating abstruse immortals, but the most absurd case was golden immortal middle stage. Wang Yi saluted with his fists. I'll go collect the immortal spirit herbs. I'll go do it, Emo quickly said. That's fine. Wang Yi nodded and didn't move. He didn't think that Emo didn't believe him. After all, who could go as fast as Yemo in here? Yemo probably wanted to see if there was anything else, who wasn't smart here. Since level 5 immortal spirit herbs could grow here, who knew whether there was something special? Yemo went first, probably wanting to take whatever supported the growth of the immortal spirit herbs. From his battle performance, neither Jinbingyu nor Wang Yi wanted to offend Yemo. Yemo thought so indeed. Brother Wang, thank you for just now. Wang Chun saluted with his fists. Wang Yi was satisfied on the inside but waved his hand calmly. No need, we're all friends. Wang Chun hesitated in sound transmission. Brother Wang, who is this Yemo? He's golden immortal primary stage and yet he's this powerful? I'm certain he didn't hide his power. Wang Yi looked at Yemo's back but didn't use sound transmission, he said. If you know why Brother Yi flew over so fast just then, you wouldn't want to fight him. Why? Wang Chun whispered this time. Chapter 1579, just how cocky is he? Jinbingyu heard this and also listened in. She really wanted to know what Yemo was doing so cockily on the flying immortal artifact, because he went to hunt shadowless vultures. That shadowless vulture probably ambushed him, so he chased up and killed it. Wang Yi looked at Wang Chun and replied, "What?" Wang Chun was dazed. There were people here hunting shadowless vultures? Just how cocky was he that he went to fight something like that? Jinbingyu was dazed too. She didn't expect Yemo went to hunt shadowless vultures. Was that something that could be hunted? This was the first time she heard this. She felt there were more and more secrets about Yemo. She even wanted to ask if Yemo was Pill Master Great Master. If so, she really wanted to give her share to Yemo for pill concoction. Knowing this, Wang Chun completely lost his attitude. He even gave up the thought of revenge. Yemo was standing opposite the pond now and the 4-6 winged radishes were squeezed in a small rink. There was a mark on the outside and a thin stream of water flowed over. Seeing this, Yemo realized why they appeared here. This was a natural stealth formation and the rock was charged open by the water. After a long time, the rock fell into the lake and thus the 4 immortal spirit herbs could be found with spirit sense. Yemo carefully dug one up and immediately felt the extremely dense immortal spirit chi below it. Yemo felt it with his hands and a cool liquid flew around his finger. Yemo was shook. This was a low-grade hidden ice immortal well. There were many types of immortal wells: low-grade, middle-grade, top-grade, and extreme-grade. There were also elemental immortal wells. Other than the 5 elements in wind, lightning, and ice, there were also hidden immortal wells. The reason hidden immortal wells were good and favored was because their purity was high and easily to digest. A low-grade hidden ice immortal well was even better than an ordinary top-grade immortal well. It also had a special feature, and that was that it couldn't be moved away and one must stay here to cultivate. If it was moved, it would become an ordinary immortal well. Yemo calmed his excitement and took the 4 immortal spirit herbs before throwing a stealth formation disc here. Moments later, Yemo came back out. Jinbingyu and Wang Yi looked over immediately. Yemo took out 2 radishes and gave one to Wang Yi and one to Jinbingyu. Wang Yi gave one to Wang Chun and then saluted with his fists. Thank you, Brother Yi. If you don't have any plans, how about we go deeper together? He admired Yemo's power and it would be good if they could go together. Jinbingyu didn't leave and waited on the side. Yemo smiled and saluted with his fists. Brother Wang, I can't go with you. I found a low-grade immortal well down there, so I want to cultivate here for a while. Yemo knew he couldn't hide it from them, so he admitted it. He didn't say it was a hidden immortal well or there might be a battle. Now that Yemo said this, they understood. It was good, but they wouldn't fight over it with Yemo for it. Seeing Jinbingyu waiting on the side, he saluted with his fists. In that case, I'll be going first. Perhaps we'll meet again somewhere in here. Then the 2 left. Martial Sister Bingyu, thank you for your reminder and saving my life once. Yemo thanked. No need, Jinbingyu said, but she didn't leave. Yemo felt strange. Where was that Hai Chuanwu? Why wasn't he by her side? If you have nothing else, I'm going to cultivate. I just found a low-grade immortal well, Yemo repeated, but she didn't leave. How was he to cultivate? After she left, he would set up a stealth, defense, and even an attack formation. Jinbingyu could tell Yemo was implying for her to leave, so she could only say, Pill Master Yi, you said you were a level 4 immortal pill great master at the sect. Yemo heard this and immediately realized what she wanted. If it was before, he would agree without hesitation because she saved her, but ever since seeing the Freedom King, Yemo's attitude changed.
He felt that the reason he hadn't been caught was because his power was too low and he came into contact with low-level cultivators. If he suddenly became an immortal pill great master, many great immortals would come to him. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to keep his secret. He even regretted helping Feng Chuanma. Emo rejected without hesitation. Marshall's sister Bingyu, you should know that I said that intentionally.
Gongsun Jiyu is a love rival, of course I'm going to ridicule him.
If I was really a level 4 immortal pill great master, I would tell Nianmei's father straight up. Would I need to compete? Jin Bingyu thought and agreed. If Emo was truly a level 4 immortal pill great master, he wouldn't even need to compete. If the sect leader knew the son-in-law was level 4 immortal pill great master, he wouldn't even be able to stop laughing. How could he not agree? Jin Bingyu sighed in disappointment. Gong Sunin was a level 5 immortal pill great master. Even if he tried to concoct the snow wing pill, he might fail. She only had one. In that case, goodbye. Jin Bingyu saluted with her fists and was about to leave. Emo felt ashamed rejecting someone who saved him, but he wouldn't promise to help because of this. This concerned his life. After walking about 10 meters, Jin Bingyu suddenly turned back and asked, "Are you a body refinement immortal?" Emo didn't hide this, everyone could tell after that battle. That's right, I'm a body refinement cultivator. I haven't reached body refinement immortal yet.
Emo answered. Only after Nirvana was one considered a body refinement immortal. Then where did you get your body refinement cultivation method?
Jin Bingyu's eyes lit up. He thought she would ask what state he was, but instead she asked this. Emo answered, in a rare opportunity one got a jade slip and there was a body refinement cultivation method there.
Jin Bingyu said without hesitation, then can you copy one for me? Name your price.
If I don't have enough immortal crystals, you can give me a part and I'll give you more when I get back to the sect.
Emo looked at Jin Bingyu in confusion.
Such a beautiful female cultivator wanted body refinement. Emo had been through body refinement.
How could he not know that body refinement required one to be naked and facing life and death in terrifying conditions? If Jin Bingyu cultivated body refinement, would she be like this? Emo suddenly felt he was too shameless.
He subconsciously patted his head. Seeing Emo not talk and just slap his head, Jin Bingyu frowned and asked again, if it's not okay then never mind. Of course I can, but you saved me so I don't need immortal crystals. My body refinement cultivation method only reaches immortal spirit body primary stage, Emo said. There was extreme surprise and joy in Jin Bingyu's eyes.
She didn't expect Emo had an immortal spirit body refinement cultivation method.
Body refinement cultivation methods weren't abundant even in the immortal realm. Chapter 1580, Lust in the Eyes of the Ice Girl. I want it, Jin Bingyu said without hesitation.
Clearly Emo's body refinement cultivation method was not ordinary.
Cultivating to immortal spirit body primary stage was enough for Jin Bingyu. How many in the immortal realm could reach immortal spirit body? Emo nodded and took out a blank jade slip, writing down all his body refinement cultivation method. As for the body refinement cultivation method after immortal spirit body, it wasn't that Emo couldn't calculate it, but he wanted to do it after he reached immortal spirit body. That way, the cultivation method would be more perfect.
Pill Master Yi, thank you. How many immortal crystals for this cultivation method? Jin Bingyu just scanned it casually and rejoiced.
She came from a big sect. She knew Emo's body refinement cultivation method wasn't ordinary. Emo waved his hand.
I've said that this body refinement cultivation method is for saving my life.
Don't worry about the immortal crystals, I will take it the next time we have a deal.
Jin Bingyu carefully put the jade slip away and bowed to Emo.
Marshall brother Yi, thank you.
This was the first time she called Emo Marshall brother. Clearly she was very grateful to Emo for giving her the cultivation method.
Seeing that Emo had no intention to speak, she said, Marshall brother Yi, Nianmei and Chuanma are both kind-hearted girls.
Dao partnered dual cultivation is the cultivation of life. One is enough, more would only be harmful. Emo patted his head speechlessly. You've said it once already, I know. Seeing that Emo was annoyed, Jin Bingyu sighed.
Marshall brother Yi, you're not old but your power is absurd and you're an immortal pill master and a body refinement cultivator.
From this it can be seen that your future is limitless.
Other than competing, cultivation is also about self-discipline.
Lust is just temporary satisfaction.
If you hinder your great Tao due to this, you will regret greatly when you wake up. Yemo stared dazedly at this extremely beautiful cold woman. He didn't expect her to be so straightforward. This would be embarrassing for most female cultivators, but she said it so naturally. Did your master teach you? Yemo suddenly asked after being dazed for a while. Yes, because you don't have a master I am saying this to you, Jinbingyu said with her never-changing cold face. Yemo waved his hand. Thank you. He no longer had the will to talk. This woman only had good looks, but other than that she was cold inside and outside. One could imagine her master must be like her too. This time, she said no more and saluted with her fists before quickly leaving. Soon, she disappeared. Seeing her leave, Yemo finally breathed easy. He immediately came back to the well and started setting up formations. First was a stealth formation, second was a defense formation, third was a spirit sense barrier formation and an attack formation. There probably wouldn't be any great immortals here. Even if there were, they wouldn't so coincidentally see this pond. 3 days later, Yemo finished with the formations and set up another touch activation restriction before taking out the time formation disc. Yemo set up the time formation disc and sat on the hidden ice immortal well to start cultivation. Yemo devoured the dense immortal spirit chi. That extremely pure immortal spirit chi rapidly washed Yemo's meridians, purifying his immortal essence and condensing his essence spirit. Now, Yemo truly felt the power of 3 birth chant. It could digest any element immortal spirit chi to increase his power, from the pure lightning source to the hidden ice immortal well. At the same time, a blue figure passed the rock forest rapidly. This stone forest was the famous Windblade Stone Forest in the Chaos Star realm. It was one of the best body refinement places here. The wind blades were weaker at the border, but the deeper you went it would be filled with more space wind blades and even spaceblade tornadoes. This blue figure was Jinbingyu. There weren't many great eternity immortal sects with a body refinement cultivation method until immortal spirit body. Even some status immortal sects wouldn't have such things, and yet Yemo just threw one to her. Most body refinement cultivation methods were hard to start and many cultivators couldn't make the first step in their entire lifetime. So before body refinement, Jinbingyu was prepared for failure. Jinbingyu chose a place with space wind blades that weren't very powerful and let the space wind blades hit her body. She didn't stop them and instead used the cultivation method for the first state, bone state. Immediately, she was shook. She ran her immortal essence along the routes and there wasn't any blockage. In less than 2 minutes, she reached bone state. This body refinement cultivation method is fake? Jinbingyu frowned. But thinking of Yemo, it didn't seem like he gave her a fake. She didn't stop cultivation and continued to practice the cultivation method. 15 minutes later, she found in shock that she was bone state peak stage. How was this possible? Jinbingyu was almost about to curse, reaching bone state peak stage in 15 minutes? Even the best cultivation method and best talent wouldn't be able to do this. Jinbingyu looked at her torn clothes. In a moment she only had a very thin layer of armor, but she wasn't embarrassed at all. She let herself stand naked in the wind blades. That curvaceous body would make anyone admire it, but the blood gashes brought upon by such silky smooth body just seemed more shocking. However, Jinbingyu was frowning and thinking why Yemo gave her a fake body refinement cultivation method. She shook her head and was about to leave, but she found that her body formed a light golden wave as she used the body refinement cultivation method. The injuries instantly recovered. She knew that there would be a golden ripple when one reached bone state peak stage. This situation clearly told her that she reached bone state peak stage. It's real? Jinbingyu looked at the golden ripple and was completely dumbfounded. The golden ripple couldn't completely stop the space wind blades, but it could stop them from cutting open her skin. Jinbingyu couldn't control her excitement anymore. She shakily took out the jade slip Yemo gave her. No wonder Yemo's cultivation was so rapid. His body refinement cultivation method was definitely a treasure of this world. Since he could get this, it meant that he got other things such as his pill concoction skills, reaching bone state peak stage in 15 minutes. If this cultivation method was spilled, the entire immortal realm would go crazy. Jinbingyu subconsciously shivered and quickly destroyed the jade slip after memorizing it. She had decided to tell Yemo that he must not spill this body refinement cultivation method or he would die. Then, Jinbingyu decided to focus completely on body refinement. 6 days later, Jinbingyu successfully reached 4th state and she realized that the reason she cultivated so fast was not only due to Yemo's body refinement cultivation method but also because of her abstruse immortal power. After all, her abstruse immortal power meant that her body was far stronger than the 3 master states of body refinement. But even so, she knew this body refinement cultivation method was definitely a treasure. 2 months later, she successfully reached hollow state of the 3 king states. Half a year later, Jinbingyu reached king state peak stage before her cultivation speed slowed down. She knew that it was impossible to reach God state here. She just walked out of the stone forest naked and cleansed her body before putting on clothes. Chapter 1581, Skeleton at the Bottom of the Well. She didn't have much trouble reaching king state peak stage after this half year of cultivation. She felt that without a good cultivation method, you would be much worse compared to others no matter how hard you tried. Yimo was tortured by the space wind blades and chaos flows before reaching king state, but Jinbingyu was much stronger than Yimo, so she didn't have much trouble reaching king state. As soon as she left the stone forest, she wanted to go find Yimo and tell him he couldn't spill this jade slip. Not long after she left, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky and splat on the ground. Jinbingyu immediately stopped and released her black sword. She knew that the cultivator fell from the sky due to the shadowless vulture ambush. This was why she admired Yimo before. Yimo definitely was powerful to be able to hunt shadowless vultures here. It was a pity she only saved Yimo once and couldn't ask for his cultivation method for this. Half a moment later, Jinbingyu was certain the shadowless vulture was gone before looking at the dead cultivator. He was golden immortal tertiary stage and his storage ring was gone. Jinbingyu knew that the vulture took it. They were extremely smart. The dead cultivator also had a messenger flying sword, but it wasn't sent out. Jinbingyu scanned it and immediately saw the message inside. Extreme Star Swamp, 1,000 kilometers west, a Chaos Blue Reed appeared. I am being hunted, Chaos Blue Reed? Jinbingyu's hands shook and almost dropped this flying sword. This was extremely precious, more precious than a level 9 immortal spirit herb. If news got out, people would go crazy. A Chaos Blue Reed could not only allow any immortal to rebuild his body, but the body would be top grade. This was the weakest use of it. If directly consumed, it could allow a great eternity immortal to reach an immortal king. The reason there were so few status immortals in the 33 heavens was because it was too hard to reach. Having immortal crystals and talent alone wasn't enough. To her, she was most excited about it because it was the best immortal spirit herb for body refinement nirvana, but it was too extravagant to use it on nirvana. If one could get the Chaos Blue Reed, no one would want to use it for body refinement, so this meant that when this cultivator found the Chaos Blue Reed, another cultivator found it too. This cultivator tried to notify his friend but was killed to seal off the news. His body was here, so where was the cultivator who hunted him? Jinbingyu frowned and soon guessed that this cultivator wanted to run and in his desperation could only use his flying magic artifact. That cultivator also chased with flying magic artifact, so they were both killed by shadowless vulture. She quickly cast these thoughts aside. She was king state now, and even though god state was hard, she would be able to reach there in a few years' time with Yimo's cultivation method. Then, she would be facing body refinement nirvana. She must get the Chaos Blue Reed. Jinbingyu soon made up her mind. She had been in here for a few months and still hadn't gone to the depth because she wanted to get used to this place first, but now she was and reached king state too. It was time to go to the Extreme Star Swamp. After that, she would plan to go to level 2 for her trial. She would have to delay warning EMO. She knew about this Extreme Star Swamp. In the Chaos Star Realm, you couldn't use Immortal Essence and Spirit Sense in many places. But in the Extreme Star Swamp, the Spirit Sense and Immortal Essence suppression was almost non-existent. You can only rely on your own body. Of course, magic artifacts that didn't require Spirit Sense control were also good. Jinbingyu immediately thought of EMO. To him, this swamp was the best place. His body refinement cultivation was much higher than hers, and looking at his sword ray, it was more like sword technique rather than sword art, but she didn't dare to go call EMO. If there was only one Chaos Blue Reed, she was certain that EMO wouldn't give it to her. She was grateful that EMO gave her body refinement cultivation method, but she still went to the swamp alone without hesitation. After half a year of solitary cultivation, Yemo reached Golden Immortal Middle Stage and felt the exhaustion of the Hidden Ice Immortal Well. Another few days later, Yemo felt that Immortal Well had completely disappeared before putting away the Time Formation Disc in his formations. The cultivation effect of the Immortal Well was too good, but there was too little. Yemo didn't leave immediately. He felt that since the well came below the pond, he should go down and see. Who knew what good things could be down there? When Yemo carefully went into the pond, he realized how piercing cold it was. It was on par with the South Peace State's Ice God Forbidden Grounds. The only difference was that you couldn't feel it until you went inside it.
When Yemo dived for tens of kilometers without reaching the bottom, he felt things weren't right. He slowed down and released his octagonal cauldron. 5 minutes later, Yemo saw the bottom of the pond. He even suspected this place was more than 100 kilometers deep. This was the first time he had seen such a deep pond. There was no mud at all at the bottom. Instead, there were flat stone blocks. After walking for about 30 minutes, Yemo was getting more and more shocked. Before he went in, the surface of the pond was only about 10,000 square meters, but now, it seemed more than 1,000 times that. This place seemed like a perfectly flat square. Yemo searched for hours and found nothing meaningful. Just when he wanted to leave, he found an extremely weak stealth restriction. Yemo carefully entered it and immediately felt an ancient sensation. Yemo released Zisu and carefully scanned his spirit sense around. Moments later, he saw what it was. Tens of meters ahead of him sat an immortal. The ancient sensation came from him, but this immortal was just a skeleton now. He was definitely an ancient powerful being. Yemo exclaimed and carefully walked near this immortal. There was a faint golden color emitting from the skeleton. It was in this cold water for countless years and yet it was completely fine. There was a sliver of black in the front of the bones. The skeleton only had one hand left. Its only hand grabbed a golden staff, but it had no storage ring. Yemo carefully scanned his spirit sense on the skeleton. When his spirit sense reached the eyes, a terrifying power seeped out of the eyes. Yemo's body shook and his essence spirit loosened up. He couldn't even control his movement and took tens of steps back. There, Yemo stared at the bones in shock. He clearly felt no life. Why was there such terrifying killing chi? You're alive. After a while, Yemo asked, Chapter 1582, you idiot? There was no reply. Yemo breathed easy. Just what power level was this guy when he lived? He had been dead for all these years, but the remnant chi he had could force a golden immortal middle stage back so many times. This person was definitely countless times stronger than the Freedom King. Yemo's spirit sense fell on that staff. He knew it was definitely a top-grade magic artifact. He was an immortal forgery master but still couldn't tell what level it was. Although Yemo knew the golden skeleton was a priceless treasure, he had no interest in this body. He would take the staff and go. This wasn't a place to stay for long. Thinking about this, Yemo tried to take the staff with his spirit sense. You're not the fated one. Another extremely powerful force shook him further away. Those words were imprinted in his brain. Qianbei's essence spirit is still alive? Yemo asked with uncertainty. If this person even had just a sliver of essence spirit left, he wouldn't be able to get up from here. Only a status immortal can be fated. Come back after you become a status immortal. That message appeared in his brain. Yemo was certain that the skeleton had sliver of essence spirit left and quickly bowed. Wanbei was impulsive and broke into Qianbei's solitary cultivation grounds. Wanbei will leave now and promise not to spill this place out. If in the future you can go to Fandu Heaven's 9-fan immortal pond and kill Yu Jinxiang for me, I will immediately give you something you really need and another powerful heritage. A message appeared in his mind again. Yemo sneered. Fandu Heaven was one of the 11 Grand Heaven domains. Going there to kill someone was suicide. Plus, he already had enough good things. The staff was good, but dying for it was not worth it. Plus, this essence spirit didn't even force him to make an oath. Things clearly weren't ordinary. Seeing there was no resistance, Yemo accelerated and quickly left from this broken stealth formation. As soon as he came out, he received another message. Sai, you don't even care about the Chaos Blue Reed. Yemo was shook. As an immortal pill great master, he knew what it was better than anyone. It was the best body refinement nirvana immortal spirit herb. Its value wasn't something ordinary level 9 immortal spirit herbs could compare with. Yet this person knew he needed it the most now. If it was some other immortal who was God state peak stage, he definitely would turn back, but Yemo was used to seeing things much better than the Chaos Blue Reed. The Chaos Blue Reed was precious, but since there was life-threatening danger he didn't want to stay here. This essence spirit could send messages in his brain so easily. Even though he wasn't afraid of possession, he didn't want to stay here. Without hesitation, he turned his head back, fleeing with water mobility. The reason he turned back was to confuse the skeleton. Regardless whether skeleton tried to keep him or not, Yemo would leave first out of safety. If that skeleton indeed wanted to attack him trying to get him to go back, perhaps that action might buy a second for him. Indeed, as soon as Yemo used mobility, a powerful spirit sense charged into his octagonal cauldron.
Even though Yemo had a spirit sense cultivation method, he felt extremely weak and immediately spat blood.
This skeleton indeed wanted to harm him, but that spirit sense could only attack Yemo once and couldn't keep hunting him anymore. Yemo charged to the side quickly and fell to the ground panting for breath. That was too close. Luckily he was golden immortal middle stage and was vigilant and wasn't lured by the chaos blue reed. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be dead. He was certain that the skeleton used a spirit sense cultivation method. One that was more powerful than his. But Yemo didn't understand why the skeleton didn't attack when he first entered the stealth formation and instead attacked after he left. Yemo sat down after a while and found in shock that his spirit sense was extremely weak and couldn't even recover. Now, he realized why the skeleton didn't attack when he first went in. The skeleton could only use it once and he saved it for possession. Seeing that he was going, he got worried. More than half of his power was related to spirit sense. What would he do if his sea of consciousness was damaged just due to one attack? This person only had a sliver of essence spirit left and there was such a distance between them and in a rush. Yet he could still heavily injure his spirit sense. Just how powerful was this person? This cultivator's spirit sense was so powerful, meaning that he had a powerful spirit sense cultivation method. If he was closer, even a great unity immortal cultivator would be killed. Yemo panted. His body was still very weak and his spirit sense was greatly damaged. Now, he couldn't even gather up his immortal essence. He slowly got up. Despite knowing that skeleton couldn't come to the surface, Yemo didn't want to stay here anymore. If he knew there was such a terrifying skeleton below, he wouldn't dare to cultivate here for half a year. Luckily he had many corner soul weeds. He couldn't take them out now. But if he recovered a little spirit sense he could. He needed to find a place to recover his spirit sense now. He couldn't use his spirit sense so he couldn't connect to the golden page world and go in. Yemo was very careful. He knew that there was a huge blue rock on the way he came and there was only 5 minutes distance to it. As long as he got near there he would be able to hide inside, recover some of his sea of consciousness and go into the golden page world and use corner soul weeds. Yemo only walked out for less than 15 minutes when a blue figure rapidly came over. There was someone chasing behind the blue figure. The blue figure seemed heavily injured. Moments later, that figure was in front of Yemo. When he saw who that cultivator was, Yemo almost cursed. It was that cold-faced Jinbingyu. Her hair was messy and blood was all over her body. When he saw her, she also saw him. There was surprise and joy in her eyes and she quickly said, "Martial brother, ye please help." Yemo carefully moved to the side, meaning, "Keep running, this has nothing to do with me," but Jinbingyu didn't notice at all. She went to Yemo's side and stopped. She released her black sword and hacked over at the chasing abstruse immortal with a sword mist. This was an abstruse immortal middle stage. Jinbingyu was no match for him even if she wasn't injured, but now she was heavily injured. "I'll hold this person here, quickly attack." Jinbingyu thought Yemo would immediately attack as Yemo gave her the impression that he knew when to take the best opportunity. She believed that Yemo would help no matter what. This person was an abstruse immortal middle stage and if Yemo killed him, his storage ring would be a fortune. Plus, she knew Yemo, but what shook her was that Yemo didn't even move and yelled instead, "Help my ass, what direction can't you run to? Why do you have to run over here? You only haven't seen me for half a year, do you miss me this much? You idiot." Chapter 1583, Jinbingyu's state. Yemo could not be furious, this was his weakest moment. He was meat on the chopping block, but Jinbingyu brought over such a powerful enemy. And since Jinbingyu was no match for him, after she was killed, he would be next. But now, he couldn't even use his final means and go into the golden page world. How could he not despair? Jinbingyu frowned seeing that Yemo didn't attack, but when Yemo cursed, she felt something wasn't right. At this moment, her sword mist had been broken and before she could take her sword back, countless dark rays shot over. A huge black dragon magic artifact roared over. Jinbingyu knew that if she was caught by that she would be dead for sure. She didn't have the time to think and released a rainbow cloud stamp. It blocked the area in front of her. She knew it wasn't enough to stop it but she couldn't care that much anymore. Thud thud, the black rays shot on the rainbow stamp, but even so it couldn't block the rest. With a splurge, a dark ray pierced her right rib and another dark ray shot into Yemo's chest.
His body refinement was powerful, but he hadn't gone through nirvana yet. Jin Bingyu immediately realized why Emo called her an idiot. He was heavily injured too, much more serious than her. The cultivator she brought over was going to kill Emo. Realizing this, Jin Bingyu spat out essence blood and released a rune. The sky rattled heavily and the rune brought about a space windstorm as though about to tear the person caught in it to countless pieces. The abstruse immortal middle stage knew the terrifying power of this rune and immediately released a defense magic artifact while retreating. He didn't believe she would be able to get away. So what if she had a rune? Did she have more? Jin Bingyu took out another rune however and spat another mouthful of blood of essence blood, instant transmission rune. Emo cursed, after she left with that rune he would still have to die. Having a great eternity immortal master was good indeed. She even had a rune that only status immortals could make. But he clearly thought too lowly of Jin Bingyu. When she activated the rune, Emo felt a faint aroma come over and a soft body took him. The next moment, there was a feeling of dizziness. Emo relaxed a little. He knew his life was saved. In an extremely ordinary cave, Jin Bingyu took Emo inside with a pale face before setting up a few simple low-level stealth restrictions before sitting down and panting. At this moment, she had used up almost all of her spirit sense and immortal essence. She was very weak due to repeated burning of essence blood. It was my bad before, sorry. When I came I didn't know you were injured, Jin Bingyu said. Emo felt a little embarrassed. Not long ago, he called her an idiot but now she saved him again. Emo coughed and waved his hand. Never mind, you saved me. How did you offend such a powerful guy? Even if I wasn't injured, I would most likely lose fighting this guy. As he spoke, Emo pulled the dark ray out from his chest while thinking whether he should ask for some pills from her. What shook him was that Jin Bingyu changed her clothes in front of him. That blue dress was quickly taken off. She seemed to be about to take off her inner clothes. Of course Emo wasn't going to look, but Jin Bingyu didn't seem to intend to avoid him at all. After the blue dress was gone, there was an extremely thin inner armor made with heaven meridian worm silk, but that shockingly curvaceous body and silky white skin was revealed. The sturdy two hills in front of her chest were half revealed too. If this woman wasn't always cold and never flirted, Emo would almost think she was trying to seduce him. Wait. Emo stopped her. Seeing her turn back, Emo coughed. Martial sister Bingyu, you don't avoid people when you change clothes? Hearing this, Jin Bingyu frowned and said coldly, it's just a body, nothing worth avoiding. If you almost succumb to this corporal lust, you will forever be like this. Your body refinement cultivation method is indeed powerful, but your cultivation level is only, Jin Bingyu stared at Emo in shock. You reached golden immortal middle stage in half a year, how is that possible? Then as though thinking of something, she nodded. The cultivation method heritage you got is very substantial. If you focus on the pursuit of Tao, then she shook her head as though knowing that Emo wouldn't be able to do that. Mu Wuxuan was that powerful but he was still ganged up and killed. If he focused on his Tao, would this happen? She didn't try to persuade Emo anymore and continued to take off her inner clothes. She used a cleansing spell before taking out a new set and changed into it in front of Emo. I know your heritage is very powerful, but what I need to tell you is that you must not spill it or you will be dead for sure. She finally realized why this woman knew he came out with Feng Chuanma but still acted so calm. To her it was just corporal lust. It wasn't that she didn't understand the things between men and women. But she didn't care. She knew how to protect herself. Facing a goddess with such a beautiful face and body, Emo suddenly felt at a loss. So this means you would be willing if someone wants to sleep with you? Emo suddenly really wanted to know if she would agree. Jin Bingyu had finished changing her clothes and sneered. Keep dreaming. I'm not someone as innocent as Feng Chuanma. I would never give my virginity essence chi to someone. Jin Bingyu looked at Emo in contempt. Do you do this often in front of other people? Do you do this out in the open? Emo asked, would you change your clothes on the streets when you're heavily injured? Idiot, I'm changing here because you're more injured than me and you can't do anything to me. Jin Bingyu cursed back. Emo was completely speechless. This female cultivator seemed extremely cunning and was much more persistent in cultivation than most cultivators. Was she really an emotionless goddess? Emo felt a little strange. Perhaps she thought her perception was correct. True, the body was just flesh and bones, but many cultivators came from being immortal and couldn't change their perspective. But Yemo immediately shook his head. He felt if he really reached Jinbingyu's state it would be sad. He would rather die of old age than be like Jinbingyu. Nothing else mattered except for reaching the top of Dao. Can you lend me some pills? Yemo asked. Jinbingyu nodded and gave a jade bottle to Yemo. When you recover we can do a deal. Yemo ate a few pills and finally recovered some spirit sense. Then he took out his pills without hesitation and ate them in big handfuls. His pills were much better than hers, all top grade or extreme grade. The power of the three birth chant was shown. Yemo felt his immortal essence and sea of consciousness recover rapidly. But Yemo felt there was a shadow in his sea of consciousness that gave him an extreme sense of danger. Then, Yemo took out a few formation flags and looked at Jinbingyu. I need to change clothes too, but my state isn't as high as yours. I need to set up a stealth formation. Jinbingyu's face was cold and she closed her eyes to cultivate. Yemo didn't care. Yemo threw down tens of formation flags, and when his figure disappeared, Jinbingyu suddenly got up and murmured, "He's a level 2 immortal formation master? How is there someone this insane?" Chapter 1584, Luring the Enemy into Formation. After Yemo went in the stealth formation, he immediately took out a jade white dark weed and started repairing his spirit sense and sea of consciousness. Only now did he feel the true power of the dark weed. His sea of consciousness was being repaired rapidly. It was many times better than pills. Yemo was shaken. He didn't feel the corner soulweed was anything special when his sea of consciousness was fine, but now that it was injured he realized why it was so precious. If he concocted it into the dual spirit pill, wouldn't the effect be even better? Dual spirit pills were level 6 immortal pill. Yemo had decided to concoct them as soon as he reached level 6 immortal pill Great Master. After more than half of his sea of consciousness was repaired, a black dot appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yemo was shaken. He didn't even notice a skeleton who was about to die plant a mark in his sea of consciousness. If he didn't have corner soul weeds and other pills, it would be countless years before he could repair his sea of consciousness. After that, who knew what would happen? Perhaps this spirit sense mark would have fused with his spirit sense. Would that skeleton know everything he thought by then? If that was really the case, then if that skeleton revived or possessed someone else, he would be caught anywhere. Thinking about this, Yemo was covered in cold sweat. He quickly forced out the dark shadow and sealed it with layers of restrictions before sealing it in a jade box. Then, he carefully sealed the jade box in the golden page world. Yemo didn't destroy it. He never liked to take such things passively. He would pay this skeleton back in the future. After this, Yemo quickly stripped himself naked and burned everything with Mist Lotus Heartfire before searching all over his body with it. Only when he was certain there were no more marks left did he feel assured. At the same time, he felt an increasingly desperate need for power. Just when Yemo was about to put on his clothes, Jinbingyu suddenly charged in. Yemo was dazed but then quickly put on his clothes and stared coldly at Jinbingyu. I know your Dao heart is different than mine, but my body isn't just flesh and bones. I've set up a stealth formation. Don't you think you should ask before you come in? Jinbingyu said expressionlessly, when you reach the great Dao you will realize that what I said is true. Body is just flesh and bones, that's it. Plus, I came in for a reason. That abstruse immortal middle stage just passed here not far away. How do you know? Yemo asked. His body hadn't fully recovered yet. If that guy caught up, it would be very dangerous. I didn't get to take back my black sword and rainbow stamp. He is using them to sense my location. He didn't notice before, but if he passes here again he will, Jinbingyu said calmly. Why does he have to kill you? Yemo asked with a frown. I will tell you when you recover. This also concerns our future cooperation. Jinbingyu nodded. Yemo was helpless and could only continue his recovery. Half an hour later, his wounds had pretty much recovered. Now he breathed easy. Even if that abstruse immortal middle stage came now, he wasn't scared. He then said to Jinbingyu, I'm going to set up a formation now. When I'm finished, make that trash formation you set at the cave. At least it will allow him to be able to sense you. You want to draw that abstruse immortal over and trap him with a formation? Jinbingyu immediately knew what Yemo meant and didn't feel unhappy at Yemo for calling her formation trash. Yemo laughed. That's right, I didn't do anything and this bastard hit me. I don't like it, I'm going to get him back. Hearing this, Jinbingyu sighed. It seems I was correct, my master overestimated you. You're not mature indeed, you're very impetuous, you're still not over something this small. No matter how powerful your heritage is, you won't be able to achieve the great Tao.
Small thing? Yi Mo looked speechlessly at this woman. He was almost killed and this was small? There was nothing in common between them. Yi Mo couldn't be bothered talking to her and started setting up formation flags.
She clearly knew something about formations and was surprised looking at the way Yi Mo set them up. This was because she couldn't see them with her spirit sense after Yi Mo set them up. Half an hour later, Yi Mo finished a stealth attack formation. Now, he just needed to wait for the abstruse immortal to come over and die. Which cultivation realm did you ascend from? There was still no sign of that abstruse immortal, so he asked Jin Bingyu this question. I'm not an immortal ascension cultivator. I was with my master at the extreme sword sect ever since I was young. Jin Bingyu shook her head and said. Yi Mo was a little confused. Even if she was an immortal realm cultivator, there were no female cultivators who had the same perceptions as her. You want to ask why I don't care about the things between men and women, right? Jin Bingyu was very smart. Seeing Yi Mo not talk, she sneered. If you want to say I'm shameless, be straightforward.
You don't understand my Tao heart, it's pointless to tell you.
Of course, if you can show me your formation jade slip so that I can easily set up a stealth formation, I would do it too.
Yi Mo sneered and couldn't be bothered talking to her.
Her wits weren't small either and she wanted to use this opportunity to get his formation jade slip. Who did she think she was? He gave her the body refinement jade slip because she saved him before. Although she saved him just now, she brought the danger here too. Seeing Yi Mo ignore her, Jin Bingyu didn't care. She knew that Yi Mo wouldn't agree anyways, but the body refinement cultivation method Yi Mo gave her was too powerful. If Yi Mo's formation jade slip was this powerful, then she would soon become an immortal formation master too. She didn't really intend to use Yi Mo. The two didn't talk anymore. The silence didn't last for a few minutes before a spirit sense scanned into the cave and a dashing light came. It was that abstruse immortal middle stage indeed. Jin Bingyu changed the formation a little and that person sensed the two here. Sensing this abstruse immortal's ferocious chi, Yi Mo knew that if he didn't use his formation, he wouldn't be a match for this guy if he was still golden immortal primary stage, but now, he was golden immortal middle stage and had this formation. He believed he would be able to easily kill this abstruse immortal middle stage. The abstruse immortal came to the cave, but didn't come in immediately. He threw out some formation flags and sealed the space nearby. Fearing that Jin Bingyu would use an instant transmission rune again, he looked at the cave for a while. That golden immortal primary stage was nothing, but this woman was quite powerful. He had to ensure there was no danger here, but now Jin Bingyu was looking at Yi Mo in shock. He controlled his power to be golden immortal primary stage and she couldn't tell at all. That meant if Yi Mo was an abstruse immortal and kept his power at golden immortal primary stage, she still wouldn't be able to tell. The abstruse immortal checked around and didn't find anything before smirking and coming in. His black dragon magic artifact was spinning above his head. Chapter 1585, Fighting the enemy together. The dragon above his head roared. This wasn't Yi Mo's first time seeing such a magic artifact. It was made with a beast soul. Such magic artifacts had an artifact spirit that couldn't grow, but it was much stronger than ordinary magic artifacts without an artifact spirit. The sound made by this black dragon was heavy and powerful. Attack. The abstruse immortal cultivator didn't look at Yi Mo anymore and just stared at Jin Bingyu before roaring. The black dragon morphed into black lightning and shot out. It formed a 3-meter-long grinder above Jin Bingyu. If it wasn't that this cave was too small, it definitely would be bigger. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound in the abstruse immortal's body. Black rays shot from his body. Yi Mo sneered. He was injured by this before. Before that dark ray could shoot up, he threw out his formation flag. The instant the formation closed, the abstruse immortal cultivator felt it. He wasn't good at formations, but he could tell he was trapped. He finally realized why Jin Bingyu took the small golden immortal primary stage when she ran. He was an immortal formation master. But he didn't care even though he was trapped. He pushed with his dark rays, but soon he noticed something was wrong. They disappeared in the small cave hole. That huge black dragon magic artifact was also stopped by the formation and didn't do any damage to the abstruse immortal female cultivator. Not only that, the black dragon wouldn't be able to help him for a while. The abstruse immortal immediately realized that Yi Mo was an immortal formation master who knew very well how to use formations to fight. He had to kill this golden immortal insect first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything while trapped here. Just when he thought of this, that black dragon rattled and smashed over at Yimo's formation, but as soon as it did, the abstruse immortal immediately noticed a powerful killing force coming his way. He didn't even notice this before. He was very familiar with this killing force. He had fought with Jinbingyu more than once. It was another magic artifact that she could control. Each time this woman attacked, he could feel it beforehand. But now he only sensed it when it was before him. This must be due to this formation. He quickly took back his black dragon to block Jinbingyu's blue flute. At this moment, this abstruse immortal didn't care about Jinbingyu at all. When the black dragon blocked Jinbingyu, he charged over at Yimo like crazy and smashed a rune over. He felt very embarrassed to use a rune against a golden immortal cultivator, but he knew clearly that if he didn't kill this immortal formation master, it would be hard for him to even stay alive, much less win. This small golden immortal primary stage posed a much greater threat to him than this abstruse immortal primary stage female cultivator. Rumble, the rune exploded on Yimo's formation, rattling the space nearby. The space of the Chaos Star Realm didn't seem as stable as outside. The abstruse immortal cultivator realized that his rune only rattled Yimo's formation a little and did nothing. The golden immortal primary stage wasn't in the blast radius at all. Before he could release his magic artifact, another faint light swept over. It wasn't that woman, it should be the golden immortal. The abstruse immortal released a low-grade immortal artifact and grabbed at the direction the faint light came from. Yimo sneered. A mere abstruse immortal middle stage who was in his formation dared to try and grab him with his hands. He threw out a few more formation flags and Zisu struck the abstruse immortal cultivator's shield. Crack. The abstruse immortal didn't expect Yimo's immortal essence was this strong. His shield was hacked away without him using it at full power. A small crack even ran down the middle. You're not golden immortal primary stage. As soon as he said this, a bloodlight flashed and Zisu hacked into his chest. The abstruse immortal was shook. He was heavily injured now and wanted to run without hesitation. From that clash, he could feel that Yimo's immortal essence was even a little stronger than abstruse immortal primary stage. He was trapped in a formation and faced two abstruse immortals. This was asking to die. As soon as the abstruse immortal turned, countless invisible sword rays shot out of the formation and surrounded him. The abstruse immortal activated the huge black dragon like crazy, wanting to use it to charge out of the cultivation home. However, he wouldn't be able to get out of Yimo's trap formation quickly. He knew he shouldn't have come inside. If he wasn't in the formation, he wouldn't fear this immortal formation master. There was a terrifying pressure coming from the black dragon. Yimo knew this guy was about to detonate his magic artifact to get out. A magic artifact with an artifact spirit had even more terrifying detonations. How could Yimo let him detonate his magic artifact? He circulated his immortal essence and spirit sense like crazy as Zisu burst out. The purple went from faint to dense in less than half a second and hacked down from the abstruse immortal's head. The abstruse immortal didn't even have time to release his explosion rune and was cut in half by Zisu. Seeing Yimo kill this abstruse immortal middle stage in such a short time with the formation, there was a sliver of shock in Jinbingyu's eyes. She knew Yimo would win, but didn't expect the win to be this clean. After this abstruse immortal died, his essence spirit seemed to have been devoured by a black shadow. She didn't even see what it was. From this, it was clear that Yimo still had trump cards he didn't use. Jinbingyu went up to that cultivator and took her black sword. Yimo took the formation flags and easily broke the restrictions on the storage ring. However, Yimo was greatly disappointed. There were only about 500,000 immortal crystals. An abstruse immortal was this poor, but soon, Yimo realized what happened. There were a few bottles of level 3 immortal pills and quite some level 4 immortal spirit herbs and materials. Seeing Jinbingyu look at him, he quickly found her rainbow stamp and threw it back to her. Seeing her take it, Yimo was about to leave here. Wait, I said there was something we can collaborate on. Are you willing? Jinbingyu suddenly stopped Yimo. What is it? Yimo asked plainly. Jinbingyu said, I know a place with chaos blue reeds, if you're willing. Yimo suddenly looked coldly at her. That's exactly what the skeleton that almost killed him said. What did she mean by saying this now? Yimo was ready to release Zisu at any time. If this woman dared to let him go down that pond, he would kill her without hesitation. Feeling Yimo's killing intent, Jinbingyu took 2 steps back and frowned. She didn't understand why Yimo would have killing intent towards her after he said this, so she watched. If Yimo dared to attack, she would protect herself. She was thinking that Yemo probably wanted to take it all for himself, thus, Jin Bingyu didn't want to tell Yemo anymore. She couldn't get it herself, but she hadn't even said the location and Yemo wanted it all for himself. This made her very uncomfortable. Never mind, I don't want to collaborate with you, Jin Bingyu said and was about to leave here. Yemo was confused instead.
Did he guess wrong? If he did, then this was a missed opportunity. Where is it? Yemo couldn't resist asking. Chapter 1586, A Secret Everyone Knows. I thought only I knew about it, but after I went there I realized that wasn't the case. That abstruse immortal middle stage who tried to kill me was scared of news spreading, so he came to kill me. He had two other abstruse immortal primary stage friends who stayed there, Jin Bingyu answered. Hearing this, he immediately asked, how do you want to cooperate? Before that I have two conditions, Jin Bingyu said upon seeing that Yemo's wariness towards her reduced. Yemo said plainly, first, the chaos blue reed you mentioned might not exist. Even if it does, we might not get it. Second, you don't need to tell me your conditions, I won't agree to it before seeing the chaos blue reed. Jin Bingyu realized it was pointless to mention the cultivation method again, so she fell into silence. After a while she could only say, then how would we divide things if we get the chaos blue reed? He knew the chances were slim, but the chaos blue reed was too much of an enticement to Yemo. If he found one, he would definitely not want to give it up. He fell silent for a while and said, if there's more than one we can share them evenly, but if there's only one, then there's none for me, right? Jin Bingyu sneered, but she was angry. This guy hadn't even got the chaos blue reed and already acted like this. If he got it, then wouldn't he kill her? Yemo was lost for words. If there was only one he really wouldn't know how to split it. I'm already God state peak stage, I'm about to go through nirvana. I need it more desperately than you, so if you help me with this, I will compensate you elsewhere, Yemo said helplessly. Jin Bingyu knew Yemo's greed inside. If she didn't work with him there was no way she would get the chaos blue reed, but she felt unsatisfied collaborating with him. I'm also king state middle stage, plus, everyone wants something like the chaos blue reed. You don't need an entire one for body refinement. If there's only one, give half to me, Jin Bingyu said without hesitation. Yemo wasn't surprised she reached king state in half a year. She was powerful and the body refinement places here were really good too. Seeing that Yemo didn't talk, she added, if there's only one, I want the top part of the chaos blue reed. I can give the bottom half to you. For something like the chaos blue reed, the lower the part, the more valuable. Yemo nodded. Okay, we'll do that. Now where is the chaos blue reed? It's in the extreme star swamp, 1,000 kilometers west, Jin Bingyu said. Yemo released Blue Moon and said to Jin Bingyu, get on, let's hurry. Yemo knew this place too. This was the perfect place for him. One couldn't use spirit sense nor immortal essence here. A body refinement cultivator like him had a natural advantage. Jin Bingyu got on Blue Moon without hesitation. Yemo controlled Blue Moon while expanding his spirit sense domain out. Blue Moon darted across the sky in a blue figure. It was many times faster than running on the ground. Jin Bingyu's face was still very cold, but she envied Yemo quite a lot. Even though she came from a great eternity immortal sect, she was like a hillbilly compared to Yemo. Other than her more adamant Tao heart, her cultivation method and capabilities were all lower. Just when Jin Bingyu was thinking, Yemo suddenly hacked out with Zisu. A shriek sounded and blood fell. Yemo grabbed a beast core and 2 feathers. Jin Bingyu saw a shadowless vulture quickly disappear. Jin Bingyu was shook looking at this. The other parts of the shadowless vulture were worth some immortal crystals. This guy was too wasteful. For the first time, Jin Bingyu became curious about Yemo. She would never be interested in any cultivators, but she asked this time, are you a cultivator from the cultivation realm? Yes. Yemo nodded. Then someone like you would have quite some Tao partners in the cultivation realm? Jin Bingyu asked. She really felt it was a pity that someone this talented couldn't focus on cultivation. Yemo nodded awkwardly, thinking this woman was quite accurate. Jin Bingyu knew it was like this and hesitated before saying, your fortune must be astounding. My master said before that Nianmei didn't deserve you, now I believe it. With your current situation, if you focus completely on cultivation, I believe you can reach the top of Tao. Yemo waved his hand. He didn't want her to remind him. Seeing Yemo lost the interest to talk, Jin Bingyu said, I'm just reminding you, whether you listen or not, it's up to you.
I just feel pity for that unparalleled heritage of yours. Emo looked at her plainly and said, then I'll remind you too. If you don't undress yourself in front of a man, you might reach the top of Tao. Listen or not up to you, I just feel pity for such an extremely beautiful woman. Jinbingyu smiled and said no more. Although she didn't care about her body, this was the only time she undressed herself in front of a male cultivator. This was because she had never teamed up with someone before. Even though she came with Hai Chuanwu, she still chose to trial alone. She was heavily injured this time and Yimo was in a worse state. There were people hunting then, she wouldn't care about exposing her body. Yimo was dazed. Ever since he met this woman, this was the first time he saw her smile. Her smile was many times prettier than her cold face. Yimo sighed. Thinking that such extremely beautiful woman took her clothes off casually in front of other people, and how her body had been seen by countless people. There was a sense of disgust in Yimo's heart. You are disgusted by me? Jinbingyu scanned and saw the disgust in Yimo's heart. We're here. Yimo still needed to collaborate with her, of course he couldn't admit it. Looking down, the extreme star swamp was shrouded in what seemed like mist or chaos chi. There were many immortals here, from golden immortal to abstruse immortal. There were constantly more cultivators coming over. In half a day, there would be more than 2,000 here. This is your private news? Yimo looked at Jinbingyu in confusion. A sliver of awkwardness appeared on Jinbingyu's face. When I left, there was not a single person here. Now that so many came, the Chaos Blue Reed must have been exposed. Yimo got off from Blue Moon and many immortals saw it. They all turned around. There were people flying in here, but it was usually abstruse immortal cultivators with a top-grade defense magic artifact. When they saw it was only a golden immortal primary stage landing, they were shocked. Golden immortal primary stages could fly in here? But then they saw Jinbingyu behind him who was an abstruse immortal. Yimo didn't like Jinbingyu seeing that he was golden immortal middle stage, so he hid his power back to golden immortal primary stage as many of the cultivators here knew he was golden immortal primary stage. I know that golden immortal cultivator, no one wanted to team up with him but in the end he got to the asteroid door himself. A golden immortal primary stage past the heaven domain void, are you sure? It's true, I saw it too. He not only crossed it but also killed more than 10,000 level 2 and level 3 3-feet wolves. Chapter 1587, Extreme Star Swamp. Everyone discussed and soon determined Yimo to be a master who could fight beyond his level. Thus, no cultivators dared to scan Yimo with spirit sense. Martial Sister Bingyu, a joyful voice sounded. Yimo and Jinbingyu looked at Hai Wuchuan at the same time. Seeing Yimo next to Jinbingyu, Hai Wuchuan's eyes flashed with discomfort. He didn't expect she rejected to go with him and instead went with Yimo. But that sliver of discomfort quickly disappeared and he sped up to them. Martial Sister Bianjiu, did you hear there was Chaos Blue Reed here? Hai Wuchuan asked immediately. Jinbingyu nodded. Yes, how did you know? I heard that a golden immortal cultivator got his friend's messenger flying sword and immediately knew his friend was killed due to this. In his fury, he spread this everywhere. I think half of the cultivators here know now. Many more are still coming over, Hai Wuchuan said. Martial Sister Bingyu, didn't you say you were going to trial alone? Why are you with Pill Master Yi? Hai Wuchuan felt that Jinbingyu wouldn't be interested in Yimo and she said to him that she didn't want a Dao partner. But these few times he saw her, she was with Yimo. Jinbingyu said, I happened to see Martial Brother Yi here so we came together. Pill Master Yi, I didn't expect you could cross the heaven domain void alone. I wanted to greet you at the time but you left too quickly. Hai Wuchuan realized that Jinbingyu changed from calling Yimo Pill Master Yi to Martial Brother Yi, but he still smiled, so it's Martial Brother Hai. Hai Wuchuan was polite and Yimo couldn't say much. Seeing Yimo not interested in talking, Hai Wuchuan said to Jinbingyu again, I heard that the Chaos Blue Reed is 1,000 kilometers west of here. These people are going over in teams. There might be conflict if it's found. One can't use spirit sense and immortal essence in the extreme star swamp. Why don't us two find 2 more abstruse immortal cultivators and go together? Jinbingyu said apologetically to Hai Wuchuan, sorry Martial Brother Wu, I'm grouped with Martial Brother Yi. Hai Wuchuan looked at Yimo in confusion and then said to Jinbingyu, but Martial Sister Bingyu, Pill Master Yi is only golden immortal power. If Jinbingyu's face was getting colder and colder.
She didn't like talking about the same thing again and again. Hai Wuchuan clearly knew her character, and seeing her annoyance, he immediately stopped and said again, "Then I'll join your team. Teams are usually 4 to 6 people." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Jin Bingyu again. "Marshal Brother Wu, just Brother Yi and I are fine. You can find someone else to team up with, we'll be going inside first." Yi Mo didn't care about what Hai Wuchuan said.
He knew that Jin Bingyu would definitely not team up with Hai Wuchuan.
He noticed that a lot of immortals were making magic artifacts. Just when he didn't know why they were doing so, Jin Bingyu had gone in already. Seeing this, Yi Mo immediately followed. There were water ditches and weeds everywhere as well as some small hills. Yi Mo immediately felt the suppression of spirit sense and immortal essence when he came here. This wasn't a complete suppression. An extremely small amount of immortal essence could be used, and spirit sense could only see around 10 meters.
One might as well use their eyes, but this little immortal essence was like nothing.
They didn't even have Qi gathering level 5 power.
One could only use magic artifacts at such a power level. Yi Mo realized why body refinement cultivators here had the advantage. In such places, Golden Immortal could definitely challenge Great Immortals. He also realized why people were making magic artifacts. It was to fly. Despite this, no one really used magic artifact to fly, it was just for backup. There were few shadowless vultures here, but it didn't mean there were none.
1,000 kilometers wasn't far.
Despite being suppressed to Qi gathering middle stage, they were still very fast. Plus, it was just suppression, it didn't mean that the rest of their immortal essence was gone. Cultivators could run like this for a few years without tiring at all. Yi Mo wasn't going to run. He released his top-grade flying magic artifact and said to Jin Bingyu, "Get on."
Jin Bingyu realized now the benefit of cooperating with Yi Mo.
Everyone else had to run, but they could fly. Many cultivators saw Yi Mo dared to use his flying magic artifact and all looked contemptuous, but Yi Mo didn't care. He sped up the flying magic artifact. Yi Mo didn't waste time on the ship. He used the 3 birth chant to see if he could release some of his suppressed immortal essence. Yi Mo was just testing, but what shocked him was that his immortal essence immediately started to be released. Even his spirit sense started to recover slowly. Yi Mo was overwhelmed with shock. The 3 birth chant was too insane. In a place where even immortal emperors couldn't resolve the problem of suppression, he could recover some of his immortal essence.
Who would be able to beat him here? What happened to you?
Jin Bingyu's power was suppressed, but it didn't lower her senses. Yi Mo smiled. "I'm still a little injured, I'm going to slow the ship down." "Okay, but watch out for shadowless vultures."
Jin Bingyu nodded. "How about this, let's stop at a quiet place, and once I recover, we'll go." Yi Mo asked.
He didn't want Jin Bingyu to see that he could recover his power, but he couldn't give this flying magic artifact to Jin Bingyu. After all, shadowless vultures here wouldn't be suppressed. Jin Bingyu frowned but still agreed. Yi Mo clearly said he had pretty much recovered, so why did he need to recover now? Yi Mo changed the direction the ship went and found some brush to sit in. He threw down a few stealth formations and a few defense formations discs. Jin Bingyu could only watch Yi Mo do this. Seeing that Yi Mo still used stealth formation disc, she felt very contemptuous. Yi Mo immediately used 3 birth chant at full power inside the stealth formation disc. His immortal essence and spirit sense grew rapidly. Soon, he was foundation establishment state. 5 minutes later, he was body condensation state power. 15 minutes later, Yi Mo's power recovered to golden immortal primary stage.
Half an hour later, Yi Mo completely recovered his power. Yi Mo got out in joy. "Can we go now?"
Jin Bingyu asked plainly. "Of course, I'm fully recovered, let's go." Yi Mo really wanted to show off and release Blue Moon, but he knew if he did, he would die for sure. Unless he could kill whoever saw him on Blue Moon, the powerful beings of the 11 Grand Heaven domains might come for him. This time, Yi Mo released a middle-grade flying magic artifact. Seeing Yi Mo use a worse one, Jin Bingyu looked strangely at Yi Mo but still said nothing. 15 minutes later, they arrived 1,000 kilometers west of Extreme Star Swamp. After getting off, he saw that this place was filled. Seeing nearly 2,000 cultivators look for the Chaos Blue Reed, Yi Mo knew the hopes were slim. Chapter 1588, Mirage. With this many immortals searching here, even a needle would be found. Yi Mo didn't scan with his spirit sense.
The Chaos Blue Reed wasn't a needle and he wasn't blind.
There were so many people here, if someone found the Chaos Blue Reed, it would be very obvious. There was only endless water ditches here and some small hills. At an ordinary place like this, even low-level immortal spirit herbs would be hard to find, much less the Chaos Blue Reed. I think we've been tricked. How can there be a Chaos Blue Reed here? There's no immortal spirit chi here.
Everyone think about it. What sort of thing is the Chaos Blue Reed? Can it appear at the outskirts of the extreme star swamp? Some cultivators asked. There's Chaos Blue Reed here. My friend definitely wouldn't lie.
If he lied, he wouldn't have been killed, one golden immortal peak stage immediately said. Only now did everyone realize that this person spread the news.
If he spread fake news, he wouldn't be coming here himself. Did you remember wrong? We didn't find anything.
No, my friend remembered clearly that there was a huge water ditch 1,000 kilometers west of extreme star swamp. See, there's a huge water ditch here. My friend said the Chaos Blue Reed was to the side of or inside the water ditch. Then, almost everyone looked at the huge water ditch. Was the Chaos Blue Reed really in here? Splash! Someone had already jumped in, wanting to check if it was in there. Seeing the water ripples, Yemo suddenly thought of something. He realized what happened. He had been to deserts and knew there would be mirages there.
Was the Chaos Blue Reed that cultivators saw a mirage too? This meant that there was definitely a Chaos Blue Reed, but it wasn't here.
There might be some sudden light that reflected the Chaos Blue Reed here. Yemo knew the actual place might be really far from here. Thinking about this, Yemo was planning to leave. Just as that immortal said, there was no way Chaos Blue Reed would be here. The extreme star swamp was boundless, but he had recovered his power. He had some hope of finding it. Yemo said to Jinbingyu, since there's no Chaos Blue Reed here, I'm going other places here for a spin.
Martial sister Bingyu, let's split off here. Good luck, Martial sister Bingyu.
However, when he turned around, Jinbingyu followed him. There's definitely no Chaos Blue Reed here.
Why are you still following me? Yemo asked in confusion. Before Jinbingyu could reply, a voice sounded. I know what's going on, it's definitely a mirage. That's right, mirage, yeah, how come I didn't think of it?
Some cultivators clapped. Now, most cultivators here realized what was going on. Yemo felt his nose.
As soon as he thought of it, someone else did too. Now, Jinbingyu probably thought he wanted to do it alone. Indeed, Jinbingyu looked coldly at Yemo. You knew this was a mirage, so you wanted to avoid me, right? Yes, indeed. But now that you know, then let's go if you still want to team up with me. Yemo admitted it. Jinbingyu said nothing and followed Yemo without hesitation. She knew that in here, Yemo was much more powerful than her. This was the Chaos Blue Reed, so she wasn't going to go alone. Realizing this was a mirage, many immortals started going around searching. Where do we go? Jinbingyu looked at Yemo and asked, where there is dense immortal spirit chi. Yemo flew even faster. When he left the crowded place, he changed to a top-grade flying magic artifact and brought the speed to max. 5 days later, Jinbingyu finally couldn't resist it anymore and said, we can't keep going in. My power has been suppressed to almost nothing. I can only use my own bodily power. I'm weaker than an ordinary martial artist. There are martial artists in Immortal Realm? Yemo asked. Did you think the lowest in the Immortal Realm are all hollow immortal? Jinbingyu asked coldly. No, I've seen some disaster transformation state and truth realization states. I just didn't expect there were martial artists. There are not only martial artists, but if they cultivate to the extreme, they are no weaker than status immortals. It's just that we haven't touched their world yet. In here, martial artists are the most suited. Their power wouldn't be suppressed at all. Why do no martial artists come? Because powerful martial artists don't care about it and low-level martial artists can't make it here. Yemo nodded and said slowly, I'm going to search further in. If Martial Sister Bingyu doesn't want to team up with me, I can give you my magic artifact. I have some spirit stones here, you can have them too. This way, you can still leave here. You want me to die? Jinbingyu's tone grew cold. Yemo had killed 3 shadowless vultures on the way here. Telling her to go back was telling her to die, then stop talking. Since we're a team, you go where I go, Yemo said. Jinbingyu's face was ice cold, but she couldn't be bothered saying anything to Yemo. The two didn't talk, but Yemo's flying magic artifact was getting faster and faster. Eventually, he even changed to an extreme-grade magic artifact. Jinbingyu felt her power was being suppressed more and more. But she said nothing.
She was suspicious of Yemo theoretically. The further they went, the more they would be suppressed, and the flying magic artifact should be slower, but Yemo was getting faster and faster. He even changed his top-grade magic artifact to an extreme-grade magic artifact. Seeing the top-grade spirit stones attached in the extreme-grade flying magic artifact, she realized what was going on. People could forge extreme-grade magic artifacts here, but where would they get top-grade spirit stones? Other than a rare few immortals, most immortals wouldn't prepare spirit stones. The worst they had were low-grade immortal crystals. But in here, spirit stones were useful. 2 days later, Yemo suddenly stopped. He looked at the purple in front of him and fire popped out of his eyes, 6-winged purple radish. Shinbingyu called out in shock. She fought with 2 abstruse immortals over 4 before, but now there were 100. She even heard Yemo gulp. She looked back at Yemo and shook her head. This pill master Yi was too lacking in maturity. The 6-winged purple radish was indeed very valuable, but as an immortal, he was about to drool when seeing good things. He didn't have the mannerism of an immortal at all. It was no wonder he couldn't control himself. What do we do with these? Shinbingyu asked, 1 to 9. I take 90%, you take 10%. Yemo said without hesitation, chapter 1589, did I ask you to save me? Yemo thought Shinbingyu wouldn't agree, but unexpectedly she agreed without hesitation. Okay, I agree. Yemo was dazed, but he immediately realized Shinbingyu couldn't do anything here. Even if he gave her nothing, she could only succumb to fate. Despite realizing this, Yemo didn't change his mind. He wasn't going to change his promise, I'll go collect them. Shinbingyu was very proactive. She knew she pretty much got these for free while doing nothing. As soon as she took 2 steps forward, Yemo pulled her and she fell back. If Yemo didn't move back, she would be in Yemo's arms. What are you doing? Shinbingyu asked coldly. She wasn't afraid of Yemo insulting her body but scared that Yemo would take her virginity essence. That way, her cultivation would be greatly compromised. Virginity essence was good for cultivation. Plus, her heritage cultivation method had a strict requirement on this. Yemo wasn't going to be interested in such a boring woman. He said coldly, can't you see what I'm doing? Without a need for Yemo to say anything, Shinbingyu saw that there were tens of level 2 immortal spirit beasts and 1 level 3 around the immortal spirit herbs, swamp tiger crocodile. Shinbingyu called out in shock, these were immortal spirit beasts in the depths of the swamp. They couldn't fly but they were extremely fast. Their hide was tough and had immeasurable strength. Their beast essence power wouldn't be limited by the swamp and were much more powerful than ordinary immortal spirit beasts. Even a golden immortal peak stage might not be a match for a level 2 swamp tiger crocodile, much less tens of level 2 swamp tiger crocodiles and 1 level 3. Even though they couldn't fly, cultivators with flying magic artifacts might not be able to get away from them. They could jump 10 meters high and could join up to form space bindings. Yemo knew the value of swamp tiger crocodiles. They didn't have beast cores, but they had beast essence crystals. They were worth much more than beast cores. High-level beast essence cores could be used to concoct some special pills as well as high-level runes. They could even help immortal spirit beast pets break through. The swamp tiger crocodile's skin and bones were top-grade forgery materials. These swamp tiger crocodiles had dispersed, surrounding them. What do we do? Shinbingyu looked worriedly at Yemo. She had used her only instant transmission rune. Yemo frowned. He wasn't afraid of them, but if he fought his power would be exposed and Shinbingyu was here. But he really couldn't kill her to keep his secret. The swamp tiger crocodiles roared. They were slow, but they didn't stop, probably because they didn't know the two's power yet. What are you thinking about at this moment? Shinbingyu suddenly asked. Yemo knew he wasn't going to die, so of course he thought of nothing. But now that she asked, he thought of Susu, Qingxue, Jingwen and them. Yemo's face also appeared in his mind. I'm thinking, if I don't die here today, perhaps I might accomplish Master's wish and become a status immortal one day. Shinbingyu murmured, seeing that Yemo didn't answer her. Yemo sneered. You won't die today, but if you want to become a status immortal you should wake up. His Dao heart was completely different to Shinbingyu. He felt the Dao meant experiencing all facets of life. He definitely didn't believe that someone who thought their body was just flesh and bones would reach the top of Dao.
Just when Yemo was about to attack, laughter sounded.
That speed was countless times faster than his extreme great flying magic artifact. Good, good, these swamp tiger crocodiles are trash, but these 106-winged purple radishes are good.
My Fong Timo's luck is indeed the best.
A gray-robed man appeared. Yemo didn't scan him, but from his ferocious chi Yemo knew that this man's cultivation level might be much higher than his. A level 2 swamp tiger crocodile heard this and charged over with a roar. That man didn't care at all and punched. Seeing this punch, Yemo's eyes narrowed. He clearly saw that space itself was about to condense under this punch. Thud, blood flew, and this level 2 swamp tiger crocodile was punched to a bloody mist by this man. There was no beast essence core nor bones. Yemo took in a cold breath. He knew he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Immortal nirvana body immortal. Jin Bingyu called out in shock,
That Fong Timo looked at Jin Bingyu and suddenly said, such an exquisite immortal. Good eyes, you can tell that I have an immortal nirvana body. He then scanned Yemo and shook his head.
What a waste, he doesn't deserve you.
You should be my concubine. Jin Bingyu's face was calm. She didn't seem unhappy at all. Instead, with this man's arrival she might be saved. Yemo's face was calm too, but he was shaken that this man was immortal nirvana body. He could tell this man wasn't immortal nirvana body primary stage. On top of that, this man was at least great immortal level, a great immortal with immortal nirvana body refinement. Even if he was a great unity immortal, he could run away from a great eternity immortal. The swamp tiger crocodiles realized the power of this man but didn't want to just retreat like that. Seeing this, the man howled and attacked the swamp tiger crocodiles. Thud thud, blood mist sprayed in the air. The ferocious swamp tiger crocodiles turned into nothing under this man's punches. That level 3 swamp tiger crocodile was very smart and ran away. The rest of the swamp tiger crocodiles followed. The man didn't chase but looked back at Yemo and Jin Bingyu.
Yemo was feeling that those beast essence crystals would be worth some money. An abstruse immortal primary stage and a golden immortal primary stage dare to come here. The man said coldly, if Xianbei has no other thing, then we'll go first. Jin Bingyu saw that Yemo didn't talk, so she spoke. She knew that the 6-winged purple radish wouldn't be theirs. The man waved his hand.
You're just going to leave like that after I saved your lives? Then what does Qianbei want?
Jin Bingyu didn't know why Yemo said nothing. Yemo was thinking what his chances of victory would be if he ambushed this man. You stay.
On your account, he can go. The man nodded. You're very good. Good looking and calm. I like such concubines. Sorry, I won't be your concubine. My Dao heart is firm. No one can stop me from pursuing the great Dao, Jin Bingyu said coldly. You want me to kill you? How can you cultivate without a life?
I never force anyone to be my concubine, but I saved you just then.
If you don't be my wife, you need to die again.
The man sneered. Yemo sneered back.
Did I ask you to save me?
If I say those swamp tiger crocodiles were my beast essence crystals and you just destroyed them all and I want you to compensate, what are you going to do?
Jin Bingyu looked at Yemo with a face full of shock, not understanding why Yemo was aggravating this man.
Chapter 1590, You have guts, huh? Interesting.
Fong Timo laughed but didn't get angry. He studied Yemo.
A golden immortal dares to come here and dares to say you didn't ask me to save you. You indeed have balls.
But you're right, I did come save you on my own accord. Then thank you, Qianbei. Yemo saluted with his fists. Since Qianbei doesn't mind, we'll go collect the 6-winged purple radish and leave.
Hearing this, Jin Bingyu was even more worried.
Yemo seemed very cunning. Did he have no awareness of the situation?
This Fong Timo was a rather clean person. Since he didn't plan to kill them, they should hurry up and leave.
Why did Yemo still want the 6-winged purple radish? You still want the 6-winged purple radish? Fong Timo also looked at Yemo with disbelief.
It was as though he heard the funniest joke in the world. A golden immortal primary stage dared to talk back to him and mention the 6-winged purple radish in front of him.
Did he really not fear death? Yemo smiled.
Look at your words, Qianbei. We found the 6-winged purple radish first.
We were planning to harvest them and you came. Do I have to throw down my own things? What logic is that? You have balls.
After a long while, Fong Timo spat out these 3 words. He thought that GMO saw through what character he was, so he dared to say such words.
He wasn't very annoyed.
He was proud of himself for being a clean character.
Now that it was approved by EMO, how could he not continue to feel good about himself?
If it was some ordinary immortal spirit herb, he might really give it up, but he really didn't want to give up the six-winged purple radish. Little did he know that EMO didn't see through his character, but that he wasn't afraid of him. EMO had calculated that even if this was an immortal spirit body, great unity immortal, he didn't fear a fight here. Shen Bingyu sighed.
She was prepared to help EMO if EMO wanted to fight Feng Timo.
They were still in a team and she didn't want to go against her promise. But with her current ability, there was no difference whether she helped or not. Just when Feng Timo looked at the flying sword, there was joy on his face. He turned to leave, but after he walked a few meters he turned back and said, "You both owe me a life.
This small golden immortal can use six-winged purple radish to pay me back. As for this goddess, you can be my concubine, otherwise you can only give that life back to me." Before Jinbingyu could react, EMO said plainly, "Jinbei, you're wrong.
You owe me 10 tiger crocodiles, I don't feel I owe you anything." Feng Timo, who was a few hundred meters away, almost fell over hearing this, but he didn't stop. He sped off faster. Seeing Feng Timo leave, Jinbingyu took a long sigh of relief. She even felt she was sweating cold.
She then looked coldly at EMO. "Did you know you almost made me die with you?"
"At most I would die, he would still want you to be his concubine."
"He probably wouldn't kill you," EMO said, "and then he went to harvest the six-winged purple radish, be his concubine? I'm not that low. My life pursuit is the great Tao, not anything else," Jinbingyu added coldly. Then, she looked at EMO and said, "You don't seem dumb, why are you seeking death? If we stay in a team, I don't want you to be like this next time." "Sorry, if Feng Timo comes back I would still do the same thing. If you don't want to team up with me, then go where you please." EMO collected the six-winged purple radish. Jinbingyu shook his head and said no more.
She really didn't understand why Qin Yanmei and Feng Chuanma would like such a person. She didn't even consider that Hai Wuchuan who followed her everywhere and sucked up to her, but compared to this EMO, he was 10 times better. But today that Feng Timo is a rather good person, next time I see him I will help him.
EMO praised Feng Timo.
But if they really fought, he would kill this person. Jinbingyu shook her head speechlessly. Feng Timo was not only great immortal but also immortal nirvana body.
Who would be helping who?
Yet a golden immortal dared to say he would help a great immortal. Wait, EMO suddenly thought something and said, "What's wrong?"
Jinbingyu asked.
EMO said calmly that Feng Timo could have taken the six-winged purple radishes, but why didn't he?
Why did he leave in such a hurry? Why did he tell me to use six-winged purple radishes to pay him back? Feng Timo is great immortal power, why is he here? EMO asked. Jinbingyu was very smart, and now that GMO asked she immediately realized, "You're saying he came for the Chaos Blue Reed? If I'm not wrong he probably is. What else would be more precious than 106 winged purple radishes in here?" EMO asked, "You're saying that the messenger flying sword he got was about the Chaos Blue Reed?"
Jinbingyu immediately asked. EMO released his extreme grade flying magic artifact and said, "Get on quickly, let's go look." Jinbingyu got up but asked worriedly, "It's not too good for us to go like that, right?" "We can't beat that Feng Timo," EMO said coldly. "If you don't want to go I'll give you this flying magic artifact and I'll go alone." Jinbingyu put on a cold face and ignored EMO. She had no choice but to follow EMO. She had quite a high possibility of dying here if she left alone. Before the ship could fly very far, a black figure charged over. There were a few more figures behind them, swamp tiger crocodile. Jinbingyu didn't expect them to be this cunning. As soon as that immortal nirvana body immortal left, they came back for revenge. Before Jinbingyu could feel despair, EMO released Zisu, Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike. The purple sword ray swiped across the dull sky with a faint purple ray, blood splashed, and those few crocodiles were killed. Only that level 3 crocodile barely dodged EMO's purple sword ray. The level 3 crocodile immediately realized that this guy who seemed to be waiting for death before wasn't easy to mess with and immediately turned to run away. Since EMO exposed his power, how could he let this crocodile go? He flew out from the flying ship and hacked out again. Multiple purple rays blocked off the crocodile's escape path. At this moment, this crocodile was truly worried, and in his roar shot out tens of sword chi. There was the screeching sound of space. If those sword chi landed, even Emo would be injured. But Emo wanted to desperately kill this guy, so even if he got injured, he would have to kill it quickly. Emo didn't dodge the sword chi at all and released Zisu as well as multiple rays of lightning. When the crocodile was struck by the thick lightning, it couldn't keep attacking Emo and spat a few more sword chi before running away. Emo almost spat blood when the sword chi hit him. There was a huge hole in his armor, a blood arrow shot out. Meanwhile, the crocodile was also hacked open into a bloody mist. Emo threw the bodies in his storage ring and got back on the ship and flew rapidly towards where Feng Timo went. Jinbingyu just realized and looked at Emo in shock. Your power isn't bound? How did you do it? You're a lightning spirit root cultivator too? She finally understood what Emo meant before. Yemo's power wasn't bound, and with his ability to kill those high cultivation level than him, he really didn't fear that Feng Timo. If the two fought, Yemo might be able to kill that Feng Timo. Chapter 1591, Chaos Blue Reed, How I Did It Is My Business. Yemo frowned at Jinbingyu. Jinbingyu seemed to know what Yemo wanted to say next and said, "Don't worry about me spilling it. I know your heritage isn't ordinary. If I would spill it, I wouldn't remind you to be careful about your body refinement cultivation method." Yemo nodded. He believed Jinbingyu, but even so he had decided to leave Feng Ji Heaven immediately and never return to Gonghua Heaven. The flying ship flew for about 6 minutes before Yemo suddenly stopped. His spirit sense scanned Feng Timo, but there wasn't just him, there were at least 3 cultivators with him. They all didn't seem to have their powers suppressed. There was a small lake in front of them, but there was an extremely tall mountain in the middle. The mountain was shrouded in mist, but when Yemo's spirit sense saw clearly, he was struck with a fit of excitement. He almost charged up, as not far from the top of the peak, there was a rock that bulged out. Below it was a blue immortal spirit herb. It was the Chaos Blue Reed. Luckily, he controlled himself. There were 4 people over there, including Feng Timo. Yemo knew that his power wouldn't be weaker than his despite being suppressed. Those 3 could have a standoff against Feng Timo. Clearly, they weren't ordinary, plus, Feng Timo was definitely called over by one of them. That meant that if he charged up, he would need to face against 2 Feng Timos or the gang of the 4 of them. No matter how powerful Yemo was, he didn't dare to do this. Yemo changed the direction of the flying ship, and 10 minutes later, Yemo found a small hill full of weeds and landed there. Seeing Yemo land the ship at such a corner again, she frowned and asked, "Why did you stop here?" "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your body. If you want to go, then please do." Yemo said this again. Jinbingyu shook her head speechlessly. This was all Yemo could say. She watched Yemo silently as he set up a trap in stealth formation. "How long are you going to stay in the Chaos Star Realm?" Yemo suddenly asked. He wanted her to go immediately, but he was also afraid she would leave before him. Jinbingyu looked coldly at him and said, "At least until I reach abstruse immortal peak stage. It might be a few hundred or 1,000 years. You don't need to worry about me going out first and exposing the secret on you. Plus, I don't know what secret you have, I just know you have a powerful heritage." Yemo didn't mind her seeing through what he thought. He had to ask clearly about this, or he wouldn't mind planting some restrictions on her. "How long will you stay?" Strangely, Jinbingyu asked him the same question back. In Yemo's impression, she only cared about her cultivation, she never asked him about private things. Yemo fell silent for a moment and said, "Perhaps I will go out after reaching abstruse immortal. With your progress, you should be faster than me." Jinbingyu's face eased up. She paused and said, "There are 9 levels of the Chaos Star Realm. We're only at the 1st level, the further you go the harder it is. Rarely can cultivators reach the 9th level, not even great immortals can. It's not that the further you go the better the resources and ease of cultivation. The 1st level has a lot of resources and cultivation grounds. However, the further you go, the cultivation resources doesn't increase much, but the difficulty dramatically increases." Yemo nodded. "I heard there's another saying. There are 36 levels of the Chaos Star Realm. Which one is correct?" Jinbingyu shook her head and replied, "I don't know which one is correct. My master told me there are entrances to here in the middle and Grand Heaven domains. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to figure out if the level 1 we go to at the lower heaven domain would be the same as the middle heaven domain.
The Chaos Star Realm is too big.
Even for the first level, no one has been able to reach the end.
Yemo's spirit sense noticed that Feng Timo fought with one of the people.
He was a body refinement immortal, but the other person seemed to be able to release magic artifacts.
The other two cultivators seemed to be in a standoff and were about to fight. Yemo felt assured that the four didn't take away the Chaos Blue Reed because they weren't on the same grounds. These are yours. Yemo took out 10 six-winged purple radishes and gave them to Jinbingyu.
He promised these to her. It felt uncomfortable keeping them on him. Thank you.
Jinbingyu took them and said, after we leave the extreme star swamp, I still want to team up with you for trial, is that okay? She had some understanding of Yemo.
She knew that Yemo valued cultivation resources greatly and may intervene in ones that didn't belong to him. However, he was very trustworthy and wouldn't turn on people in danger. She thought about this for a while.
If she teamed up with Yemo, she didn't have to worry about backstabbing.
Plus, the two pursued the same thing, and that was body refinement.
She felt she would be able to get more benefits teaming up with Yemo.
The six-winged purple radishes were a good example. Yemo gave her 10 casually without hesitation.
If it was some selfish cultivator, she might have been killed already, Yemo rejected without hesitation. Jinbingyu was useless to him and he had too many secrets.
He hadn't exposed them yet, but Jinbingyu knew his heritage was substantial. Plus, she came from a great Eternity Immortal sect and had a great Eternity Immortal master.
Yemo didn't want to have contact with such a person, at least not now.
Plus, Jinbingyu's Dao heart made him feel uncomfortable. I can take you from the first level to the fourth level. I know a lot of places here, which places are for body refinement, which places are for spirit sense, which places are for immortal essence, and where there will be immortal spirit herbs.
I know most of them.
Plus, I know there's an immortal spirit herb mountain at the fourth level. It's very hidden. My master went there once, tens of thousands of years ago. After all these years, there will definitely be many more immortal spirit herbs there.
Jinbingyu knew what Yemo thought. What level? Yemo immediately asked.
He lacked level 5 and level 6 immortal spirit herbs the most right now. Jinbingyu immediately said, from level 1 to level 6, there are more level 4 to level 6.
But I must say this first, ordinary people can't find it at all.
My master told me so I can collect some immortal spirit herbs back. You can only take a small part.
Then how much is that?
Yemo didn't know how big the mountain was and how much was a small part. Jinbingyu was lost for words.
I don't know, I think at least a few hundred. Yemo fell in silence and said, let me think about it.
Then, he got up and said to her, stay here and wait for me. I'm going to leave for a while. This formation is a level 2 immortal formation.
If you don't go out, there won't be any danger. Jinbingyu was certain that Yemo was going to find the Chaos Blue Reed and immediately nodded.
Okay, I'll definitely wait for you here. Chapter 1592, Two dogs strive for a bone, a third runs away with it. Yemo believed in his stealth cultivation method, but against a great immortal like Feng Timo, he didn't dare to be careless. The difference between a great immortal and heaven immortal wasn't anything like the difference between golden immortal and abstruse immortal. 6 minutes later, Yemo crept near the four. He chose to come at this time because the four had started fighting. Now was the safest time, Zhong being, keeping on fighting like this won't resolve anything.
That Chaos Blue Reed isn't something that one person can take down alone. So what if you and Feng Timo win? Plus, you two can't kill both me and Tan Tong.
I think we should discuss how we can divide it, one fat man said. The fat man fought a ferocious-looking gray-robed man. Hearing this, he said to Feng Timo immediately, Timo, this Han Weichen is right, we should discuss things and see if we can cooperate better. Cooperate my ass, this fat pig wants us brothers to take charge, and when we divide things we get the least. He's dreaming.
Feng Timo rejected without hesitation and attacked even more ferociously. Yemo saw that Feng Timo and Zhong Being were both body refinement cultivators, both reaching immortal nirvana body.
Meanwhile, Han Weichen and Tan Tong seemed to have used a secret technique to be able to use part of their power here, but one thing was certain, these four were all great immortal power. Humph, Timo, how do you know things won't work if we don't discuss? Plus, even if you two win, do you think you two body refinement cultivators can get to the top? Do you dare to go from the bottom of the lake? Tan Tong sneered.
His face was very white. If we can't go up, can you guys go up?
Feng Timo rebutted. Emo just realized now that it wasn't so easy to get up this peak. While the four were having fun fighting, Emo quietly got near the other side of the lake. Emo worried too much. These four were busy fighting, but even if they weren't, their power was suppressed and it was very hard to find him. Emo didn't dare to release flying his magic artifact. The ripples in space brought by the flying magic artifact would be caught by these four. The lake water seemed very cold, but when Emo stepped foot on it, this terrifying temperature almost instantly melted his shoe. This temperature was countless times higher than the void flame. If he wasn't God state body refinement, he might be heavily injured already. Thinking about that cold pond before, Emo suddenly shivered. That pond looked normal, but it was freezing cold inside and he found the skeleton of an ancient being there. There were 4 6-winged purple radishes outside that one. Here, the water was extremely hot and there was a chaos blue reed. Would the two be connected? He thought about when he was running. That skeleton told him he knew where the chaos blue reed was.
Was that skeleton talking about here?
Did that skeleton not want to possess him but make him get the chaos blue reed for him so he could rebuild his body? Thinking about this, Emo shivered. He really wanted to dash up into the sky. This searing lake felt like a monster's mouth to him, but Emo resisted that urge. He just sped up a little. If he flew up now, it would be signaling to those four that someone else was here. Luckily,
Emo wasn't swept in by the lake water. Emo landed on the peak while the four were still fighting like crazy.
It seemed that they were evenly matched. Emo just wanted to speed up to the mountaintop, but an invisible sword ray hacked over. The higher he went, the more dense these sword rays were.
On top of that, the higher he went, the greater the pressure.
It was as though the pressure wanted to push him into the lake water. Emo cursed. He couldn't release his octagonal cauldron nor Zisu to block them. He could only let the sword rays tear his body. Even though he was God state body refinement, he was covered in wounds when he was only halfway up. Even so, Emo didn't dare to expose himself and gritted his teeth, bearing the cuts on his body as he carefully climbed up.
6 minutes later, Emo came before the chaos blue reed bloodied, but he noticed the four had stopped fighting. Emo carefully ate a few pills, but he didn't dig out the chaos blue reed.
He hid on the side waiting. The four seemed to have started discussing.
Emo hoped the four wouldn't come to an agreement. Otherwise, even though he was next to the chaos blue reed, he wouldn't be able to take it away. Luckily, after a while, the four started fighting again. Emo breathed easy. Emo took away the chaos blue reed extremely quickly and went through the sword mountain before coming down to the lake. Emo wasn't scared of the sword mountain. He was scared of this lake. He felt there was some connection to the really cold pond. Emo darted next to the lake and carefully crept away a few kilometers before quickly releasing Blue Moon and disappearing instantly. Not good, the chaos blue reed is gone? That pale-faced Tan was the first to notice. It was clearly there when they stopped fighting, but in a short while it was gone. Clearly someone had stole it. With it gone, the four no longer had the mood to fight. What is going on? Feng Timo frowned and asked. The chaos blue reed was very important to body refinement cultivators.
It wasn't just used for nirvana, it could also allow him to reach immortal god body. There were definitely 2 people who stole the chaos blue reed. One person can't get it unless his spirit sense and immortal essence are both intact, and he is also a body refinement cultivator. It hasn't been more than 15 minutes since the chaos blue reed disappeared. The 2 didn't get far, the fat cultivator said. Search. Feng Timo said coldly. It was the first time he was so furious. Someone dared to steal the chaos blue reed in front of him. If he knew who this person was, he would eat him bite by bite. No matter how smart the fat man was, he wouldn't know that Emo could release Blue Moon in here and was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Jinbingyu was in the stealth formation, but she didn't have the mood to cultivate. She was thinking about where Emo got his heritage from. She didn't feel it was strange that Emo became duo cultivation partners with Qin Yanmei. If the heart was connected, duo cultivation could indeed improve one's power, but using this method made it hard to achieve Vindicate Dao. Since Emo had such good heritage and a Dao partner, he shouldn't be immersed in something as meaningless as lust. Other than some rare cultivation methods and some demon cultivators, rarely did immortals immerse themselves in lust. She was certain that Yemo's cultivation method wasn't that type of cultivation method, but she saw Yemo and Feng Chuanma come out the room that day and Feng Chuanma's clothes were messy. Her face seemed excited too, yet, Yemo was heartless to Feng Chuanma afterwards, leaving without even saying goodbye.
She knew that Yemo didn't truly like Feng Chuanma.
In that case, why did Feng Chuanma still want to send him off? She knew Feng Chuanma, she seemed really goofy but her character was strong. She would definitely not chase up on a man after being played, the only possibility was that there was some sort of deal between them. Feng Chuanma used her virginity essence to trade something with Yemo. Chapter 1593, forming a team. Suddenly, Yemo charged in, covered in blood. Before Jinbingyu could say anything, he quickly put away the formation flags and said, "Get on the flying magic artifact.
Leave now." Jinbingyu knew things weren't right and she got on Blue Moon without hesitation. Blue Moon quickly disappeared in a blue ray. "What happened? Did you fight with that Feng Timo?"
Jinbingyu asked. "No, but if we don't leave quickly then we'll really be fighting when they chase up. You control Blue Moon, we'll go to Chaos Star Realm 2nd level immediately," Yemo said quickly. They had spent a few days coming in, but now Yemo put Blue Moon on max speed and they left the extreme star swamp in half an hour. There were no cultivators at the outskirts now. These cultivators had all left, okay. Jinbingyu was smart and knew that since Yemo let her lead the way,
it meant Yemo agreed to team up with her.
She took control of Blue Moon. Half a month later, Blue Moon was still speeding rapidly. Yemo killed quite a few shadowless vultures, but Jinbingyu said they still weren't at the 2nd floor. Yemo finally couldn't resist and asked, "How far is it from level 2?
2 more months of flying," Jinbingyu answered.
Yemo thought with Blue Moon's speed they would arrive in a few days, but now they still had so long to go.
Yemo looked at her speechlessly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?"
Yemo's wounds had recovered, but he needed to change his clothes. Plus, he needed to organize the 6-winged purple radishes he found.
More importantly, Yemo felt Blue Moon was too slow.
He wanted to use the shadowless vulture's main feather to upgrade it once. He was planning to do this at level 2, but now that it was so far away he could only do it now. "Since it's cooperation, of course I'm going to listen to you."
"You didn't ask me, I thought you only wanted me to lead the way," Jinbingyu said. Yemo was dazed. He didn't agree to the cooperation, he just said he would think about it. He was planning for her to take him to level 2 and give part of the Chaos Blue Reed to her before separating. Yemo really wanted to go to that Immortal Herb Mountain, but Yemo realized that even if he didn't go, he would be able to find a bunch of level 5 Immortal Spirit Herbs here. He realized what Jinbingyu meant. He didn't say anything, so she purposely took it as accepting the cooperation. Yemo thought about it. Cooperation was fine. He was only going to be cultivating and collecting immortal spirit herbs. When he cultivated, he would set up a formation. Jinbingyu wouldn't be able to see through it. Plus, Jinbingyu had some secrets. He didn't feel secure letting her leave. "Find a place to rest first, then we'll go to level 2. Yemo nodded. Jinbingyu spoke very coldly, but she was very nervous inside. She was afraid Yemo would reject her on the spot.
If Yemo rejected, it would really be hard for her to bring this up again. If she used her flying magic artifact, it wouldn't take 2 months.
But she didn't remind Yemo.
She wanted to waste more time, that way it would be harder for Yemo to reject. Now that Yemo said this, clearly it meant he agreed. Half an hour later, Jinbingyu found a seclusive valley and flew Blue Moon inside to the depths. "This place is good, we'll open up a cultivation home here."
Yemo pointed at a small mountain in the valley. It was very simple for them.
In 15 minutes, the simple cultivation home was set up. 2 rooms were opened up in the cultivation home.
Yemo set up a defense formation and immediately took out the Chaos Blue Reed. "Chaos Blue Reed, you really got it."
Jinbingyu's tone was shaky. Yemo really got such rare treasure. Yemo felt unsatisfied to give her half, but he didn't say much. "We'll split it now,"
Yemo said. Jinbingyu shook her head. "I only need 1 small branch. I didn't do anything to get this, I just told you the news."
"If it wasn't that this is too important for me, I wouldn't even take a small branch."
Yemo looked at Jinbingyu in confusion. Since when did this woman become like this?
But Yemo wasn't going to be polite with her since she asked to have less. Jinbingyu said, "You don't need to give it to me now.
The Chaos Blue Reed is different than other things. It's best to use it when you go through Nirvana. Cut off a small branch for me when I Nirvana."
Yemo heard this and thought that if she could only use a small branch.
Could he as well? That way the Chaos Blue Reed could stay in his golden page world. It seems I only need a small branch too and the Chaos Blue Reed can be grown. Yi-Mo nodded. Jin Bingyu shook her head. That would work to break through, but if you want to reach higher levels of body refinement, I suggest you use the whole thing. Then, Jin Bingyu sighed. If she didn't need to achieve nirvana, she really didn't want to take Yi-Mo's small branch. Using the entire Chaos Blue Reed for nirvana was the best, but Jin Bingyu knew that even if she didn't take the small branch, Yi-Mo wouldn't be able to reach that final step. If body refinement could reach divine body, then there wouldn't be only one person to get to that step in the entire history of the immortal realm. Even for the immortal god body, there were only a few people in the entire immortal realm and some people couldn't even reach the peak. Jin Bingyu's Dao heart was firm. She didn't do anything to get such rare treasure and she already felt uncomfortable. She couldn't convince herself to take half. Okay then. Yi-Mo nodded and went into his stone room. Yi-Mo was scared that she would charge in again, so he not only set up stealth and barrier formations but also a defense formation. Then, Yi-Mo went into the golden page world and cleansed himself once before changing into a new set of clothes. The first thing Yi-Mo did was transplant the 6-winged radishes and his Chaos Blue Reed into his immortal spirit herb garden. There were more and more good things in the golden page world. Yi-Mo satisfied himself by looking at it before taking out Blue Moon and 10 pairs of mane feathers from the shadowless vulture. He killed 18 on the way, but he only took out 10 because Jin Bingyu said the shadowless vultures at the second level were much better and faster. Half a month later, Yi-Mo used up all his forgery materials and successfully changed Blue Moon into a level 3 flying immortal artifact. The mane feathers could be used to forge the lowest level middle grade flying immortal artifact, but Yi-Mo's immortal forgery skills were too low and could only bring it to a level 3 low-grade immortal artifact. Yi-Mo spent another half a month using the corner soul weeds to improve his spirit sense before leaving the stone room. You didn't cultivate? Yi-Mo saw Jin Bingyu sitting outside the stone room and asked in confusion. No. If we can go, let's go find a body refinement place at level 2. You have the Chaos Blue Reed now, so you can go choose a place for nirvana. I need to reach God's state too. Jin Bingyu still had a cold face and tone. Okay. Yi-Mo nodded. Since cultivation level was too hard to improve, then he could only reach nirvana body refinement to improve his power. If he was an immortal nirvana body now, he could fight abstruse immortal middle stages head-on. Chapter 1593, Forming a Team. Suddenly, Yi-Mo charged in, covered in blood. Before Jin Bingyu could say anything, he quickly put away the formation flags and said, "Get on the flying magic artifact, leave now." Jin Bingyu knew things weren't right and she got on Blue Moon without hesitation. Blue Moon quickly disappeared in a blue ray. What happened? Did you fight with that Feng Timo? Jin Bingyu asked. No, but if we don't leave quickly then we'll really be fighting when they chase up. You control Blue Moon, we'll go to Chaos Star Realm second level immediately, Yi-Mo said quickly. They had spent a few days coming in, but now Yi-Mo put Blue Moon on max speed and they left the extreme star swamp in half an hour. There were no cultivators at the outskirts now. These cultivators had all left. Okay. Jin Bingyu was smart and knew that since Yi-Mo let her lead the way, it meant Yi-Mo agreed to team up with her. She took control of Blue Moon. Half a month later, Blue Moon was still speeding rapidly. Yi-Mo killed quite a few shadowless vultures, but Jin Bingyu said they still weren't at the second floor. Yi-Mo finally couldn't resist and asked, "How far is it from level 2? 2 more months of flying," Jin Bingyu answered. Yi-Mo thought with Blue Moon's speed they would arrive in a few days, but now they still had so long to go. Yi-Mo looked at her speechlessly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi-Mo's wounds had recovered. But he needed to change his clothes. Plus, he needed to organize the 6-winged purple radishes he found. More importantly, Yi-Mo felt Blue Moon was too slow. He wanted to use the shadowless vulture's main feather to upgrade it once. He was planning to do this at level 2, but now that it was so far away he could only do it now. Since it's cooperation, of course I'm going to listen to you. You didn't ask me, I thought you only wanted me to lead the way, Jin Bingyu said. Yi-Mo was dazed. He didn't agree to the cooperation, he just said he would think about it. He was planning for her to take him to level 2 and give part of the Chaos Blue Reed to her before separating. Yi-Mo really wanted to go to that immortal herb mountain, but Yi-Mo realized that even if he didn't go, he would be able to find a bunch of level 5 immortal spirit herbs here. He realized what Jin Bingyu meant. He didn't say anything, so she purposely took it as accepting the cooperation. Yi-Mo thought about it. Cooperation was fine.
He was only going to be cultivating and collecting immortal spirit herbs. When he cultivated, he would set up a formation, Jin Bingyu wouldn't be able to see through it. Plus, Jin Bingyu had some secrets, he didn't feel secure letting her leave. Find a place to rest first, then we'll go to level 2. Yi Mo nodded. Jin Bingyu spoke very coldly, but she was very nervous inside. She was afraid Yi Mo would reject her on the spot. If Yi Mo rejected, it would really be hard for her to bring this up again. If she used her flying magic artifact, it wouldn't take 2 months, but she didn't remind Yi Mo. She wanted to waste more time, that way it would be harder for Yi Mo to reject. Now that Yi Mo said this, clearly it meant he agreed. Half an hour later, Jin Bingyu found a seclusive valley and flew Blue Moon inside to the depths. This place is good, we'll open up a cultivation home here. Yi Mo pointed at a small mountain in the valley. It was very simple for them. In 15 minutes, the simple cultivation home was set up. 2 rooms were opened up in the cultivation home. Yi Mo set up a defense formation and immediately took out the Chaos Blue Reed. Chaos Blue Reed, you really got it. Jin Bingyu's tone was shaky. Yi Mo really got such rare treasure. Yi Mo felt unsatisfied to give her half, but he didn't say much. We'll split it now. Yi Mo said. Jin Bingyu shook her head. I only need 1 small branch. I didn't do anything to get this, I just told you the news. If it wasn't that this is too important for me, I wouldn't even take a small branch. Yi Mo looked at Jin Bingyu in confusion. Since when did this woman become like this? But Yi Mo wasn't going to be polite with her since she asked to have less. Jin Bingyu said, you don't need to give it to me now. The Chaos Blue Reed is different than other things. It's best to use it when you go through nirvana. Cut off a small branch for me when I nirvana. Yi Mo heard this and thought that if she could only use a small branch, could he as well? That way the Chaos Blue Reed could stay in his golden page world. It seems I only need a small branch too and the Chaos Blue Reed can be grown. Yi Mo nodded. Jin Bingyu shook her head. That would work to break through, but if you want to reach higher levels of body refinement, I suggest you use the whole thing. Then, Jin Bingyu sighed. If she didn't need to achieve nirvana, she really didn't want to take Yi Mo's small branch. Using the entire Chaos Blue Reed for nirvana was the best. But Jin Bingyu knew that even if she didn't take the small branch, Yi Mo wouldn't be able to reach that final step. If body refinement could reach divine body, then there wouldn't be only one person to get to that step in the entire history of the immortal realm. Even for the immortal god body, there were only a few people in the entire immortal realm and some people couldn't even reach the peak. Jin Bingyu's Dao heart was firm. She didn't do anything to get such rare treasure and she already felt uncomfortable. She couldn't convince herself to take half. Okay then. Yi Mo nodded and went into his stone room. Yi Mo was scared that she would charge in again, so he not only set up stealth and barrier formations but also a defense formation. Then, Yi Mo went into the golden page world and cleansed himself once before changing into a new set of clothes. The first thing Yi Mo did was transplant the 6-winged radishes and his Chaos Blue Reed into his immortal spirit herb garden. There were more and more good things in the golden page world. Yi Mo satisfied himself by looking at it before taking out Blue Moon and 10 pairs of mane feathers from the shadowless vulture. He killed 18 on the way, but he only took out 10 because Jin Bingyu said the shadowless vultures at the 2nd level were much better and faster. Half a month later, Yi Mo used up all his forgery materials and successfully changed Blue Moon into a level 3 flying immortal artifact. The mane feathers could be used to forge the lowest level middle grade flying immortal artifact, but Yi Mo's immortal forgery skills were too low and could only bring it to a level 3 low-grade immortal artifact. Yi Mo spent another half a month using the corner soul weeds to improve his spirit sense before leaving the stone room. You didn't cultivate? Yi Mo saw Jin Bingyu sitting outside the stone room and asked in confusion. No. If we can go, let's go find a body refinement place at level 2. You have the Chaos Blue Reed now, so you can go choose a place for nirvana. I need to reach God's state too. Jin Bingyu still had a cold face and tone. Okay. Yi Mo nodded, since cultivation level was too hard to improve. Then he could only reach nirvana body refinement to improve his power. If he was an immortal nirvana body now, he could fight abstruse immortal middle stages head-on. Chapter 1595, Lu Jingxuan's actions. It was him indeed. Yi Mo nodded and saluted with his fists. Everyone, I will be going to level 2. The pill concoction ends now. Reluctant voices sounded around. Yi Mo's pill concoction quality was top-notch.
Despite knowing he would eventually leave, people still felt reluctant. Marshall's sister Bingyu, why are you here? Are you here to undergo trial too? A crisp voice sounded and a pretty woman walked over. There was a man next to her who was abstruse immortal primary stage. That woman was only golden immortal peak stage. Yes, Marshall's sister Shangwan should be here for the same too, right? Jin Bingyu nodded. She didn't show surprise and joy, but the coldness on her face melted a little. Yes, I really didn't expect to be able to see Marshall's sister Bingyu here. You're already abstruse immortal now and I'm still golden immortal peak stage. Sigh. Shangwan said dejectedly, but soon, the dejection was gone and she said happily, Marshall's sister Bingyu, it's so good to see you. We can trial together. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my Marshall brother Liao Nancheng. Marshall brother, this is Marshall's sister Bingyu I often talk about, she's from Gonghua Heaven's Great Eternity Immortal Sect. Extreme Sword Sect. He is? Shangwan just wanted to ask who Yemo was and saw the sign that Yemo hadn't put away yet and asked, this Marshall brother is an immortal pill master? She called Yemo Marshall brother, completely due to Jin Bingyu. Yemo's power was lower than hers and Jin Bingyu never stayed with male cultivators. Now that she did, there must be something going on. Yes, he's Yemo, a solo cultivator and also a level 3 immortal pill master. Jin Bingyu nodded. Great, if we trial together we can ask Marshall brother Yi to help with pill concoction. Shangwan clearly didn't have many calculations and said things straightforwardly, I've long heard of Goddess Bingyu's fame. Now that I see you, it's indeed true, Liao Nancheng greeted her. Jin Bingyu was cold but she didn't ignore people, she greeted back, but Jin Bingyu didn't introduce Shangwan to Yemo. Yemo didn't ask as well, it had nothing to do with him. Marshall's sister Bingyu, let's go to level 2 together. I will get to abstruse immortal before coming out, Shangwan repeated. Hearing this, Yemo immediately knew she was simple-minded. She will reach abstruse immortal? Didn't that mean she had the level 3 immortal pill abstruse will pill? If she went out alone, just with what she said there would be many golden immortals waiting for her at level 2, abstruse will pill was a pill that could allow golden immortal peak stages to reach abstruse immortal. It was one of the most sought-after pills by golden immortals. Before Jin Bingyu could reject, Shangwan came up to Yemo and said, Marshall brother Yi, I'm Shangwan. I come from Yuhong Heaven. Hearing this, Yemo was shook. He was very sensitive to Yuhong Heaven. Yemo immediately smiled. I come from Gonghua Heaven, but I'm just a solo cultivator. My sect is the Great Extreme Immortal Sect Cloud River Sect. If you and Marshall's sister Bingyu go to Yuhong Heaven, you must come. I heard that Yuhong Heaven is very big and that the Heaven Lord there is a status immortal. No, who did you hear that from? He's still Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage, but it probably won't be long for Heaven Lord Lu to reach status immortal. He's inviting all the immortals in the Heaven domains who are good at fortune telling. It said he wants to calculate the fortune of Yuhong Heaven. Hearing this, Yemo was shook. Calculate? This guy definitely wanted to find him. Thinking about this, he quickly asked, what are the results? They're just starting now. It said that this calculation will take decades or even centuries, Shangwan said. Jin Bingyu and Liao Nancheng didn't expect Yemo and Shangwan would talk so much after meeting for the first time. Jin Bingyu immediately reacted. Yemo had this passion, he seemed to like pretty immortal girls. Didn't he do this at the Extreme Sword Sect? No wonder Feng Chuanmo was so reluctant to let him go. Just look at the gentle way he spoke to Shangwan. Liao Nancheng frowned and looked displeased. He wanted to talk some more to Jin Bingyu, but she didn't have the mood to do that and instead looked at Yemo as though waiting for Yemo to talk to her. After a long while, she saw they were still talking so she could only interrupt. Are we going to level 2 now? Yes, of course. Yemo came back to his senses realizing that Jin Bingyu was getting suspicious. Okay, Marshall's sister Bingyu, let's go together. I enjoy talking to Marshall brother Yi, Shangwan quickly said. Seeing that Yemo didn't object, Jin Bingyu could only nod and the four walked towards level 2 together. Yemo wasn't going to actually trial with them together. But they could walk together for a while. He still had some questions to ask Shangwan. There was a barrier between level 1 and level 2 and it was very simple. Any golden immortal would be able to tear it open. After going in, Yemo didn't feel it was much different than level 1 other than the gravity increasing by quite a bit. Seeing Yemo still ask Shangwan all sorts of questions non-stop, Jin Bingyu was really speechless. She would have already left if she didn't want a trial with Yemo. Not just Jin Bingyu and Liao Nanchong, even Shanwan noticed something wasn't right. Yemo seemed to be getting too close to her and clearly finding nonsense questions to ask. For example, which immortal city did Lu Jingxuan live in? How many years has Lu Jingxuan been cultivating? Which were the biggest sects in Yuhong Heaven? Would these sects listen to the Heaven Lord? At least to Shangwan, it seemed like Yemo was finding ways to talk to her. Shangwan didn't object against this. Yemo was not only an immortal pill master, but he also seemed very amicable. He didn't seem arrogant due to being an immortal pill master at all and knew how to respect people, so despite knowing that Yemo was sucking up to her, she still enjoyed talking. Wan, come over. Liao Nancheng couldn't take it anymore and didn't even call her martial sister. What is it, martial brother? I'm talking to martial brother Yi. Shangwan didn't even look back and kept introducing all the rules of the number 1 immortal city, Fenggang Immortal City in Yuhong Heaven, and where the Heaven Lord's estate was in the city. Martial brother Yi, do you really like Yuhong Heaven? Shangwan laughed. Yemo was shook. He knew he was being too desperate. If he kept asking, she might notice that he cared about Lu Jingxuan. Yemo quickly smiled. No, I want to know about every heaven domain. By the way, where is your Cloud River sect? Is there a big immortal city nearby? Can you tell me about it? Yemo quickly asked some other questions. Just when Yemo thought he asked enough, Jin Bingyu couldn't take it anymore and asked, Yemo, do you still want to undergo trial? Right, I'm going to other places to trial. Martial sister Shangwan, we'll meet again, Yemo quickly said. Martial sister Bingyu, aren't we going to undergo trial together? Shangwan looked at Jin Bingyu in confusion. Jin Bingyu frowned.
Martial sister Shangwan, I still have some other business with martial brother Yi. We can't go with you guys for now.
We'll be off first, we'll meet again. Oh. Shangwan looked at Yemo reluctantly.
She felt she could really get along with martial brother Yi. No matter what she said, martial brother Yi was a very good listener and asked a few questions sometimes for her to explain. This satisfied her pride greatly. She wanted to undergo trial with Yemo, but martial sister Bingyu seemed to be getting jealous. But she thought too much. She at most had a good impression towards martial brother Yi. Seeing the two leave, Liao Nancheng breathed easy. That pill master Yi was too shameless. He had a goddess like Jin Bingyu with him but still tried to chat up his martial sister. Yemo sat on the rainbow stamp with his brows locked tightly. Lu Jingxuan was using immortals to calculate where he was. From this, it was certain that this bastard was trying to search for Luoyu continent. What if he went there? At this moment, Yemo felt he was so tiny. He knew where his enemies were, but he didn't have the power to touch them. Chapter 1596, Fire Forest Nirvana. Seeing Yemo frown and not talk, Jin Bingyu sighed helplessly. Martial brother Yi, you just got the Chaos Blue Reed and have such a good heritage. I don't feel you should put your mind on such things. Yemo couldn't be bothered explaining, so he said, I like lust, mind your own business. Just take me to the body refinement place, I'm preparing for nirvana. Jin Bingyu shook her head and couldn't be bothered persuading him. A month later, Yemo killed 8 more shadowless vultures before coming to a dark red forest. Where is this place? Yemo asked in confusion. There was nothing in his jade slip about the second level of the Chaos Star Realm. Feng Chuanma's brother only went to trial at the first level. This is the Star Realm Fire Forest. The deeper inside, the higher the temperature. At the center of the forest, even immortal spirit body immortals won't be able to handle it. There are also fire beams in the depth. They can't be seen, and with one mistake you would be heavily injured. If you want to achieve nirvana, this is the best place, Jin Bingyu said. Yemo nodded. It seemed teaming up with Jin Bingyu had its benefits. At least he was very happy with this place for nirvana. Nirvana came from the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancestor of the Phoenix race had the first nirvana in the flames. Jin Bingyu continued, if I was to come here alone, I would need a few years. You can't fly in the air at level 2 either, but there's also danger walking on the ground. There's a lethal force called Whirlpool Void. If cultivators accidentally go in, they will be swept to some unknown space and disappear. There's no sign to tell when it will appear. It might just be below you and you won't even know. Yemo sighed, okay, thanks.
Without you leading the way, I wouldn't be able to find this place. Let's go in.
Jin Bingyu slowed down the rainbow stamp and charged into the fire forest. A day later, Jin Bingyu put the flying immortal artifact away as they landed on the dark red earth. This temperature was intolerable to ordinary immortals. If Jin Bingyu wasn't king state and abstruse immortal, she wouldn't be able to bear it too. After walking a while, Jin Bingyu couldn't take it anymore. She was covered in sweat and her clothes stuck to her body, outlining her beautiful curves. Seeing Emo look at her, Jin Bingyu said plainly, "No need to look at me, and you don't need to say what you said to Shangwan to me. I won't do those sort of things with you."
Emo replied plainly as well, "Didn't you say your body was just flesh and bones? You didn't mind before. Since it's so hot here, why don't you take off the clothes on your flesh and bones? This isn't something that can be solved by taking clothes off. Plus, I feel you're right.
Even if it's just flesh and bones, one still needs to consider embarrassment.
So, don't even think about me taking off clothes in front of you again," Jin Bingyu said coldly. "Since when did I say that?" Emo dazed, Jin Bingyu sneered and said no more.
She was greatly disappointed in Yemo's cultivation will. After walking for another half an hour, Jin Bingyu stopped and announced, "I'll practice body refinement here, you can go in further." Yemo nodded and kept walking deeper. After another 15 minutes, Yemo stopped at a space made up of 4 huge gray trees. The trees surrounding this area had fire rays that zoomed past from time to time. When Yemo stopped, the scorching heat turned all his clothes and armor to air. Yemo knew this was his limit. This would be where he reached nirvana. Invisible scorching flames surrounded Yemo. Even all his hair turned to dust now. The fire burned Yemo's body, making sizzling sounds. Yemo didn't care at all and just ran his body refinement cultivation method, trying to reach nirvana. As Yemo used his body refinement cultivation method, more invisible flames swept over. Even the invisible flames here had developed some consciousness after countless years. Yemo was having nirvana here, so he needed to gather immortal spirit chi, which in turn caused more fire rays to come. Countless fire rays struck him and Yemo's God state body refinement defense started to cripple. A blood arrow shot out, but it soon turned to nothing. Yemo kept using his body refinement cultivation method, controlling the refinement of his body from his blood to his bones. When Yemo felt that his body couldn't take that terrifying laceration, he cut off a rather large branch from the chaos blue reed and immediately fused the entire chaos blue reed into his flesh. The dried up blood and flesh revitalized with boundless life force. Blood, flesh, and essence. Blood was born again and refined. Eventually, Yemo's essence, spirit, and flesh fused together again like a new life. His hair started to grow slowly without being destroyed in the flame. At this moment, Yemo was completely asleep. His body floated up between the 4 trees. Yemo didn't know he would sleep during nirvana, or he would set up a defense formation no matter what. Eventually, Yemo didn't even need to consciously use the body refinement cultivation method as it ran itself. An invisible powerful chi started to emanate from Yemo's body and slowly cover him. Eventually, it formed a plain mist on Yemo's body while more scorching heat rushed over from the fire forest. The mist didn't dissipate no matter what and kept circulating Yemo. 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Yemo didn't seem to wake up at all while the mist around him was weakening. Jin Bingyu walked a few steps in joy. In half a year she had reached God state. She was planning to spend about 10 years to reach God state and use a few more decades to bring it to God state peak stage and then reach nirvana here. Yet she reached God state in half a year. The body refinement cultivation method of Yemo was too absurd. She was certain that not even the 11 grand heaven domains had such absurd body refinement cultivation methods. Looking at her smoother and silkier skin, Jin Bingyu didn't care. She didn't care if her skin looked good or not. If reaching God state meant her skin would turn dry, she would still choose it. However, she knew that body refinement would only make one's body more and more perfect. Did he succeed with nirvana? Jin Bingyu muttered and took out a set of clothes. She felt she seemed to have been affected by Yemo. Even though it was just flesh and bones, it was her privacy. Jin Bingyu's cultivation level was higher than Yemo and she had reached God state body refinement, so she could barely match Yemo's God state tertiary stage. She walked for about 15 minutes and saw Yemo hanging between 4 trees. There was a faint mist around Yemo and immortal spirit chi circulating around his body. Clearly he hadn't finished nirvana yet. Nirvana causes sleep? Jin Bingyu asked herself in confusion and walked a few steps closer. As soon as she did, more terrifying flames instantly turned her clothes to ash. Looking at Yemo hanging in the air naked and looking at herself. She felt very strange. Chapter 1597, Breakthrough to Immortal Nirvana Body. Emo was not only lustful but also a madman.
If he wasn't a madman, he wouldn't cross the heaven domain void alone.
If he wasn't a madman, he wouldn't steal the chaos blue reed from those great immortals. Jinbingyu thought of this and subconsciously quickly moving away. When she was at a place where she was unaffected, she quickly changed into a set of clothes and continued body refinement on the side, waiting for Emo to wake up. 3 days later, Emo felt a coolness in his sea of consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes and a powerful and free feeling surged up his mind. It was as though his body and soul fused together. His spirit sense and immortal essence greatly improved. His nirvana was successful. Emo flipped up in surprise and joy. Looking at his perfectly shaped body, Emo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What surprised him more was that not only did he successfully nirvana, but his spirit sense and immortal essence were greatly increased. He was golden immortal middle stage peak, just one step away from golden immortal tertiary stage, so he hadn't reached this level before because his body wasn't strong enough. Immortal nirvana body was indeed hugely different from God state. This indescribable feeling made GMO very satisfied. The terrifying temperature here and the dense fire rays were like nothing to him now. This powerful feeling was good indeed. GMO howled, releasing the excitement in his heart. Even if he fought with that abstruse immortal middle stage again, he could kill him with formations. GMO howled, wanting to find someone to share his joy. Nirvana was as important to him as reaching great immortal. He knew that using the Chaos Blue Reed to achieve nirvana, his body refinement future would be very smooth. By the way, Jinbingyu was here. How is she now? At least she could share the joy of his nirvana. Thinking about this, Emo used a few cleansing spells and changed into a new set of clothes and walked out of the 4 trees. But then he turned back and wrote the words, Emo reached nirvana here. He finally shared some of the joy in his heart before leaving slowly. Emo didn't go very far and saw Jinbingyu standing not far away. Emo was in a great mood. Even Jinbingyu didn't seem as annoying as before. Martial sister Bingyu, since you can come here, you must have reached God state, right? Congratulations! Emo saluted with his fists and smiled. Jinbingyu coldly said, you want to congratulate yourself. If I'm not wrong, you probably successfully went through nirvana. That's right, thanks for the news of Chaos Blue Reed you provided. Otherwise, even if I reached nirvana, it wouldn't be this perfect, Emo answered. By the way, did you long reach God state? Emo asked. Jinbingyu was indeed happy for Emo in her heart. She had seen Emo's efforts. Although he had a bad hobby, his pursuit for Tao and cultivation was no weaker than hers. Going through the heaven domain void, coming back bloodied for the Chaos Blue Reed, he must have gone through a lot, but she didn't like to show expressions and emotions. Her tone was still cold as she said, thank you for your body refinement cultivation method. I indeed have long reached God state. I still went to see. Suddenly she stopped. Emo frowned. He was naked in body refinement cultivation. Plus, she wasn't at God state before and spirit sense couldn't expand in the forest, so he didn't worry. Now that she was God state, she could get to him. Didn't that mean she saw everything? Thinking about this, Emo was a little uncomfortable. He glanced at her and said, you looked at me when I was sleeping in nirvana? No, Jinbingyu said and blushed for the first time in her memory. She wasn't embarrassed for seeing Emo naked. It was her first time lying and she wasn't used to it, no? Emo sneered. Did you know your face gets red when you lie? Or do you not know your face is red? Jinbingyu was lost for words. Of course she knew she blushed, but she didn't understand. She was an abstruse immortal and a God state body refinement. How come she couldn't control her blushing? I've already warned you that my body isn't just flesh and bones to me. Our Tao heart is different. If you're still going to be like this, we can only split up, Emo said. This time, Jinbingyu was truly angry. If it wasn't for her great Tao, she would have left already. There's nothing to see, you saw my flesh and bones too. If you want to see it, I'll show you again. Jinbingyu spoke coldly but added uncomfortably, no matter how firm your cultivation will is, your Tao heart predestines you won't be able to reach very high. Emo couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore. Although Jinbingyu really wanted to cultivate till nirvana before leaving, Emo was planning to leave so she could only follow. She knew the benefits of staying with Emo, so no matter how much Emo raged she would follow him. She wouldn't mind as long as it would speed up her cultivation speed. Yi Mo needed Jinbingyu too, she knew this place much better than him. If he wanted good trial grounds in here, he would need her to lead the way. Where do you want to go next? Jinbingyu asked, seeing that Yi Mo ignored her. Is there a place to cultivate spirit sense? Yi Mo knew cultivation state took a long while to improve and spirit sense was very important to him, so he had to improve that quickly. You have a spirit sense cultivation method as well? Jinbingyu called out in shock. She had long suspected Yi Mo of this. Yi Mo shook his head. No, can one not cultivate spirit sense without it? Yi Mo wasn't going to reveal it to Jinbingyu. Jinbingyu sighed but was still suspicious. Not really, but without a spirit sense cultivation method, it's extremely hard to cultivate spirit sense. There are many places here to cultivate spirit sense. The most famous place is the Corner Soul Domain. In the Corner Soul Domain? Yi Mo suddenly interrupted her. He thought of corner soul weeds. Why did the two sound the same? Yi Mo looked at Yi Mo in confusion and nodded. That's right, Corner Soul Domain. What about it? I'm an immortal pill master, you know. I've seen a jade slip about an immortal spirit herb that can repair soul and spirit sense. It's called Corner Soul Weed. Have you heard about it? Yi Mo asked casually. Jinbingyu nodded. Of course I have. In the immortal realm, it's the highest level item for cultivating spirit sense. Clear weed can be used to concoct dual spirit pills. It's a level 6 immortal pill and the best pill to repair spirit sense for those below status immortal. Dark weed is very hard to get, but it can be concocted into the level 9 immortal pill, Emperor Spirit Pill. Even status immortals have great difficulty getting it, it's extremely precious. I heard that Corner Soul Weed's appearance is related to the Corner Soul Domain. But I don't know if it's true or not because no one knows where there is Corner Soul Weed. Jinbingyu continued. Hearing this, Yi Mo's heart rustled. Other people didn't know but he did. He had large amounts of Corner Soul Weeds too. Chapter 1598, Wushuang Immortal Emperor. Talk about the Corner Sea Domain. Why is it related to Corner Soul Weed? Yi Mo asked. Jinbingyu agreed. It's said that in the ancient immortal realm, there was an unparalleled powerful being, a person called Mu Wushuang. He was solitary and didn't like to start trouble, but he liked the thing between men and women just like you. Yi Mo sneered. Since he liked that, then he shouldn't have been able to become a powerful being. How did he become one then? Jinbingyu didn't seem to realize Yi Mo's scorn and continued. It's because of this flaw that he didn't become the pinnacle powerful being and his end was tragic. Mu Wushuang had 18 concubines and every one of them was extremely beautiful. He loved them all until one day he was invited by the Heaven Lord of the number 1 heaven domain in the 33 heavens, Qingwei Heaven's Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor was the number 1 immortal emperor of the 33 heavens. Although he wasn't necessarily the strongest, Mu Wushuang had to show him face, so he brought his 18 wives with him. Other than Mu Wushuang, he also invited the other 10 heaven lords of the 11 grand heaven domains. They were all immortal emperors. This immortal fruit party was supposed to be very good, but there are some things that even immortal emperors can't control. Just when the party was about to end, something happened. Yi Mo asked, what happened? After the part, Wei Feng Immortal Emperor brought the guests to enjoy the view in his garden, but the problem happened there. Mu Wushuang saw the woman that he couldn't forget the most there. That was the person he loved the most before he reached Great Immortal. Then, that female immortal disappeared and he had never been able to find her. However, that woman was in Wei Feng Immortal Emperor's garden and was his concubine. Mu Wushuang was emotional and just charged at that female immortal and grabbed her, asking why? Jinbingyu sighed and shook her head. Yi Mo knew that Wushuang Immortal Emperor's actions were indeed too agitated. But then Yi Mo asked himself, if that was him, would he be able to calm down? If he saw Mu Xiaoyun at some immortal emperor's place, would he be able to calm down? Yi Mo shivered. He knew he wouldn't even if he knew the consequences. Then they fought? Yi Mo sighed. Jinbingyu nodded. They didn't fight on the spot, but Wei Feng Immortal Emperor was furious. The other few immortal emperors there persuaded him and finally calmed his anger, but Wushuang Immortal Emperor needed to compensate him. Originally, if he compensated, this would be over. However, Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor didn't care and was still going to take Wei Feng Immortal Emperor's concubine. He said he needed to ask her face to face why this would be. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor was furious and said Wu Shuang had to leave all his 18 concubines behind or this wouldn't be over. The end result was that they all fought. Yi Mo sneered. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor and the other Immortal Emperors didn't know that woman was Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor's woman before? Since they did and they still let them accidentally meet each other, I don't think things are so simple. Jin Bingyu looked coldly at Yi Mo and said, if you dare to say this in front of someone else, I can promise you won't live for more than 3 years. Yi Mo knew Jin Bingyu said this out of goodwill, so he didn't argue. Seeing this, Jin Bingyu breathed easy and said, because reason was on Wei Feng Immortal Emperor's side, when the two fought, the other 10 Immortal Emperors all helped Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. Yi Mo was shook. This meant that Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor was just too powerful. Otherwise, even if he was wrong, the other Immortal Emperors didn't need to gang up on him. That battle was heaven shaking and earth rattling. They fought from Qingwei heaven to the void, then the void to middle heaven domains, and then to low heaven domains. Even countless planets in the cosmos were destroyed. If they weren't fighting in the void, perhaps even heaven domains would be destroyed. Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor hadn't attained the Tao, but his power was indeed unparalleled. More than 10 people attacked him, but he killed 9 Immortal Emperors and escaped into the Chaos Star Realm, heavily injured. Hearing this, Yi Mo was shook and immediately asked, you're saying Wu Shuang is in the Chaos Star Realm? Yes, he had nowhere to go so he came here, but those Immortal Emperors chasing him were also heavily injured. They knew Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor was dead for sure and didn't want to go in and die with him. The Chaos Star Realm at the time was different to now. Those who went in would die for sure, Jin Bingyu said. Then Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor is certainly dead? Yi Mo asked again. Jin Bingyu nodded. Probably, because a few 100,000 years ago, a few more Immortal Emperors went in here together and saw the corpse of Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor at level 2. The Corner Soul Domain is a small world of Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor. It's said there is Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor's heritage in the Corner Soul Domain. Over the years, countless people have gone there in search of Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor's heritage, but no one has ever been able to find it. Then how did the Corner Soul Weed appear? At the beginning, people found Corner Soul Weeds at the Corner Soul Domain, but as more and more people went, there were less that could be found. Eventually people couldn't find any. It was too easy to die in the Corner Soul Domain, so few people went. Tens of thousands of years later, people from the cultivation realm brought Corner Soul Weeds here. It's really easy to die in the Corner Soul Domain? Yes, at the beginning, there was less than a 50% chance of dying, and when the Corner Soul Weed was found, the chances were even greater. Later on the chances decreased, but people could only refine their spirits since there so few people went. Does Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor have something very important? Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor had multiple small worlds, and it's said he also had a true spirit world. When he went into the Chaos Star Realm, his true spirit world disappeared. How could Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor fight so many Immortal Emperors at the same time? It's because he has the best spirit sense cultivation method. An Immortal Emperor who had the same cultivation level as him wouldn't be able to survive at all due to his spirit sense cultivation method. So that's it. Yi Mo nodded. He realized why he would be ambushed. A true spirit world wasn't as good as a chaos world, but it was countless times better than a small world. The truth spirit world could allow up to truth realization state cultivators to stay in. That Wei Feng Immortal Emperor was definitely a sinister person. Is Wei Feng Immortal Emperor still alive? Yi Mo disliked this Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. This guy was a harm to the world. Jin Bingyu looked speechlessly at Yi Mo. The most authoritative figure in the 33 heavens is Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. You tell me if he's alive. 100,000 years ago, he personally went to the Corner Soul Domain to check and learned that Wu Shuang Immortal Emperor was indeed dead. The 18 imprisoned concubines all disappeared too. Some say they committed suicide, while some say they ran away. Then what about the woman who started the trouble? How would I know? Jin Bingyu rolled her eyes and continued, when you were at the Far Star Castle, did you see a few thousand Jifeng Heaven Domains immortals? I did. What's wrong? Yi Mo nodded. They're going to Corner Soul Domain to trial. I heard the conversation between two of them at level 1.
They want to go find Wushuang Immortal Emperor's heritage there, Jin Bingyu said. Yi Mo asked in confusion, didn't you say that in these few 100,000 years, no one has been able to find it?
Jin Bingyu frowned. I thought so too, but for some reason Jifeng Heaven is doing this. I was planning to go see too, but I met you in body refined until now.
If you go in the corner soul domain, your spirit sense will be limited.
So, immortals will try to extend their spirit sense. If they really did, then it meant your spirit sense was improving.
Yi Mo said without hesitation, let's go there now.
Chapter 1599, Eerie Corner Soul Domain. Ever since the death rate of the corner soul domain dropped, a little less than half the immortals at level 2 went there. Although spirit sense cultivation methods were very rare, every cultivator knew about the importance of spirit sense. 10 days later, Jin Bingyu's rainbow stamp landed outside some rubble. This is the corner soul domain?
Yi Mo looked at this endless ruin and asked.
At this place he thought of the Heartless Sea's lost soul ruins. This place gave him a very eerie feeling. It didn't seem like a place for refining spirit sense. Yi Mo didn't expect that there had been a city here, but it was destroyed. Yes, this is corner soul domain. Some people say it's Wushuang Immortal Emperor's small world and some say it's his true spirit world. But a long time ago, people indeed found some good things here. There were high-level immortal spirit herbs and top-grade cultivation methods, but more importantly, this was the best place to refine spirit sense, Jin Bingyu explained. There were some immortals here who hadn't gone in. Seeing Yi Mo and Jin Bingyu come down from the sky, they were all amazed. The shadowless vulture at level 2 was so much more powerful than at level 1.
Although many people were curious, none came up to ask.
Yi Mo looked like he was golden immortal primary stage, but his ferocious chi was denser than ordinary abstruse immortals. Jin Bingyu was extremely beautiful, even immortals would take a few extra glances. Yi Mo didn't know what others thought, he just went through nirvana and couldn't hide his ferocious chi. Friend, are you not afraid of the shadowless vulture? An extremely bulky-looking golden immortal peak stage walked up to Yi Mo and saluted with his fists. Yi Mo didn't mind and answered, my flying magic artifact can sense the shadowless vulture, so with preparation you can kill shadowless vulture as soon as they attack, so that means you've killed quite a lot of shadowless vultures?
The golden immortal peak stage asked desperately. Yi Mo nodded. Not much, just 8.
Friend, I have many immortal spirit herbs and forgery materials.
Can I exchange some for some shadowless vulture cores and mane feathers?
Then the golden immortal peak stage showed a few immortal spirit herbs and pulled out a pile of materials.
Seeing these materials, Yi Mo was immediately interested.
He couldn't forge a middle-grade immortal artifact yet, but there were some level 4 immortal-grade materials here. How much do you want to trade? Yi Mo asked, how about 5 pairs? No, just 4 pairs of mane feathers and 4 beast cores. The golden immortal peak stage asked desperately. Yi Mo thought for a moment. The value of these things were far higher than shadowless vulture mane feathers, but it was hard to hunt shadowless vultures and the value wasn't easy to evaluate. 3 pairs plus 3 beast cores.
Yi Mo said, deal.
The golden immortal peak stage gave his things all to Yi Mo. Seeing this, people all came over wanting to trade with Yi Mo. Seeing Yi Mo was willing to take forgery materials, people all used forgery materials to trade. After all, immortal spirit herbs were far more useful for cultivation. In a short while, all of the leftover shadowless vulture mane feathers were traded away. As for the shadowless vultures he hunted at level 2, Yi Mo didn't plan to trade them for the moment. The longer Jin Bingyu stayed with Yi Mo, the more she felt she didn't understand him. She knew Yi Mo might be an immortal pill great master and was a level 2 immortal formation master. He was at least golden immortal middle stage and was an immortal nirvana body refinement cultivator. Now she began to suspect Yi Mo of being an immortal forgery master, an immortal forgery great master, but she didn't ask this as she knew Yi Mo wouldn't say anything. After the exchange, even some abstruse immortal looked at Yi Mo with respectful glances.
Yi Mo used genuine shadowless vulture materials to trade.
This meant that he could hunt shadowless vultures whenever he wanted. How could someone like that be simple? Yi Mo walked to the bulky golden immortal peak stage and saluted with his fists.
Friend, may I ask if you're going to corner soul domain for trial?
Of course. The golden immortal peak stage was happy with Yi Mo and said, I come from Jifeng Heaven's great extreme immortal sect, Golden Light sect.
This is a trial and tournament for all the sects in Jifeng Heaven. How does it work? Yemo asked. People can't extend spirit sense out in the corner soul domain, but immortal essence remains unaffected. Whoever can find the most corner soul mushrooms is the winner, the golden immortal peak stage answered. Corner soul mushroom? Yemo frowned and looked Jinbingyu.
Jinbingyu shook her head. The golden immortal peak stage smiled.
It's nothing strange that you guys don't know.
Corner soul mushroom haven't appeared in the corner soul domain for long, at most a few years.
It's because they appeared that we're having this tournament. What's the use of the corner soul mushrooms? Yemo asked.
They can be used to concoct spirit sense recovery pills, level 2 immortal pills. It has little use for great immortals but are rather good for abstruse immortal and below.
It can also be directly consumed and one can even learn the use of spirit sense from it, the golden immortal answered. Yemo asked, then have you found them? The cultivator shook his head. It's very hard to find them, I haven't even seen one yet. Then he passed a picture to Yemo.
Look, this is corner soul mushroom.
Yemo looked at the dull gray mushroom and saluted with his fists.
Thank you, friend, we're going inside to refine spirit sense, farewell.
Then Yemo followed Jinbingyu into the ruins.
As soon as they came in, he felt his spirit sense was suppressed to a meter, but he wasn't worried. With the experience in the extreme star canopy, he would use his 3 birth chant and see if it could recover. Even if he couldn't, he wasn't scared now that he was an immortal nirvana body cultivator. But the only thing he worried about was that when he came in here, the eerie feeling grew more intense. Jinbingyu went with Yemo for a while before saying, Martial brother Yi, my master had come in here a few times and our sect leader has too, but they've never heard about some corner soul mushroom. I feel this is very strange. If they could repair spirit sense, then it would be very precious no matter what level they are.
How can there be no news of them? Yemo nodded. This is strange indeed, but we haven't found one yet, so we don't know what's strange about it. We'll know after we find one.
3 days later, Yemo and Jinbingyu came to the depths of the corner soul domain. In a broken down house, Yemo set up a stealth restriction and said to Jinbingyu, I'm going to see if I can recover my spirit sense. Jinbingyu nodded and just sat on the side, waiting for Yemo. After a day of trying, Yemo found his spirit sense extended over 2 meters, but it was harder to go any further. Yemo took out a clear weed and started using it while trying to extend his spirit sense. What shook Yemo was when he used corner soul weed. His spirit sense extended rapidly. After one was used up, his spirit sense could extend to a distance over 100 kilometers away. A day later, Yemo's spirit sense had completely recovered. He realized that this place could refine spirit sense for other cultivators, but not him. If his spirit sense could recover anywhere, then no place would be good for him. Chapter 1600, Fighting a Great Unity Immortal. Just when Yemo wanted to leave, his spirit sense scanned that Jinbingyu was fighting with a fatty. Jinbingyu wasn't inside the house anymore, but clearly she was no match for that fatty. If that fatty wasn't toying with her, she would have been killed already. Yemo sneered and put away the formation flag. Jinbingyu was struck by the fatty and spat blood in the air before flying back towards Yemo. So you have an entry gun, no wonder you didn't want to leave here. The fat man saw Yemo come back. Yemo caught Jinbingyu and gave her a pill. Rest for a while. I know this fat man, you're no match for him. Jinbingyu knew Yemo's power and nodded while retreating. What Yemo didn't expect was that when the fat man heard his words, there was shocking fury in his eyes. He said coldly, so it's you too. Yemo frowned and didn't talk, but the fat man asked, did you steal the Chaos Blue Reed? This shocked Yemo. Did one have remnant chi of the Chaos Blue Reed after using it for body refinement? He didn't feel it at all. Jinbingyu was shook. She didn't expect Yemo stole the Chaos Blue Reed from this fat man. Yemo had such guts. This fat man was at least a golden immortal and had part of his spirit sense left. Jinbingyu quickly said, this person has spirit sense equivalent to a hollow immortal. Yemo knew this fat man was called Han Weichen, a great unity immortal. If this wasn't the corner soul domain, he would run as far away as he can. No matter how absurd a golden immortal middle stage was, there was no way he would be a match for a great unity immortal. What he was confused about was how this fat man knew he stole the Chaos Blue Reed. Then, Yemo realized he shouldn't have said he knew this fat man. The fat man never saw him before, so he immediately thought of the extreme star canopy. Tell me, is it you? The fat man yelled, clearly not very sure, but his tone was shaky.
He hoped it was Yemo who stole it. If it was, then he wouldn't need to split it with the rest of the three.
He would get it and run away as far as possible and go into solitary cultivation. You really talk too much.
Yemo hacked over. Han Weichen stopped talking.
His killing intent exploded. The volatile immortal essence shook the space around him.
He used all his power as a great unity immortal against Yemo.
Even though he could only control his spirit sense to about hollow immortal through his secret technique. It wasn't something Yemo could stop. There was seriousness in Yemo's eyes. He used illusion cloud formation kill strike immediately. This was his cultivation realm sword ability, but as his power increased, it was far from what it was before. Yemo hacked out the endless sword rays while Han Weichen's red tower smashed down too. Yemo breathed easy, however. If Han Weichen didn't use magic and just fought with him head-on, he would have to dodge, but magic was limited by spirit sense. He was an immortal nirvana body, so he could take a blow from hollow immortal spirit sense despite his powerful immortal essence, so Yemo ignored the tower and instead used illusion cloud domain kill strike next. He also released tens of dark lightning bolts and shadowless. Han Weichen's red tower grew bigger and bigger, but it didn't land. The faint red rays had shone upon Yemo already. A tearing pain came and Yemo was shocked. He didn't expect his immortal nirvana body would be damaged by such red light.
But Yemo didn't have time to change his tactics anymore. He could only use more immortal essence and spirit sense on activating Zisu, immortal nirvana body? It's you indeed, die.
Han Weichen knew he guessed right, seeing Yemo was a body refinement cultivator, but the next moment when tens of lightning bolts landed on him, he called out in shock, your spirit sense isn't reduced at all.
How did you do it? Yemo wasn't going to reply. Black lightning sword followed wave after wave.
He also cut out tens of spirit sense blades. The red tower smashed towards Yemo like a meteor while Yemo's spirit sense had cut the border of this fatty's sea of consciousness. Immediately, Han Weichen's spirit sense withered and his sea of consciousness was heavily injured. At the same time, he spat a mouthful of blood. The red tower that lost control smashed onto Yemo's body, making him spit a mouthful of blood, but it also fell on the ground, losing its vibrance. Spirit sense cultivation method. Han Weichen called out in shock. At the same time, he smashed his fist at Yemo. He couldn't use any more magic artifacts as his sea of consciousness was damaged. Yemo's Zisu also hacked towards Han Weichen, spraying out mists of blood. Even though a great unity immortal only used his fist, the force was dominating. The fist locked the nearby space immediately. Even if Yemo wanted to run, he would be able to break away from the immortal essence fist wind. Yemo was shocked. He didn't expect the immortal essence binding of a great unity immortal punch to be the same as a powerful domain. There was no choice but to take it head-on. In his shock, Yemo could only run his immortal essence like crazy while trying to use Zisu to block it. At the same time, he urged Shadowless to attack. The difference in cultivation level was too huge. Even though Yemo had spirit sense, he couldn't take the upper hand in the battle. If it was in the extreme star canopy, he might be able to win, as Han Weichen's immortal essence would be bound too. Seeing the big fist smash over, Yemo wanted to use Zisu to block it, but he was missing just that one bit. Just when Yemo was extremely desperate, Han Weichen's fist slowed down. Yemo was overjoyed. Shadowless must have succeeded. He wasn't going to waste this opportunity. Zisu came before the fist and hacked down. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, such a cunning bastard. There was madness in Han Weichen's eyes as he punched. Disregarding Zisu, Splurge, Zisu hacked in the middle of the fist, splitting it in half, but it didn't slow down at all and punched Yemo. Yemo spat many mouthfuls of blood. He felt he was sucked up by the fist, and the crazy immortal essence on the fist kept passing over. A sliver of despair flashed in Yemo's eyes. He didn't expect a great immortal without spirit sense to still be this powerful. Even though he had Shadowless to help, he was still no match. If he didn't have an immortal nirvana body, he might be dead now. The endless immortal essence charged into Yemo's body. Yemo couldn't run away, but he knew when Shadowless was forced out of Han Weichen's body, that would be when he would be killed. Crack, there was a light sound, but Yemo knew his meridians cracked. But what made Yemo rejoice was that the ravaging immortal essence suddenly disappeared. Yemo fell down, and before he went unconscious, he saw Han Weichen's head fly out while Shadowless chased up to Han Weichen's essence spirit and devoured it. Jinbingyu held a black sword and grabbed Han Weichen's storage ring. Yemo breathed easy before he fell unconscious. He knew Jinbingyu wasn't a dark-hearted person.